Sakaris, Kate Mulgrew, and Stephen Lang, with an afterword read by Joe Hill.
Snapshot 1. Shelley Buke stood at the bottom of the driveway, squinting up at our pink sandstone ranch as if she had never seen it before. She wore a trench coat fit for Humphrey Bogart and carried a big cloth handbag printed with pineapples and tropical flowers. She could have been on her way to the supermarket if there were one in walking distance, which there wasn't. I had to look twice before I registered what was wrong with the picture. She had forgotten to put on her shoes, and her feet were filthy, almost black with grime. I was in the garage doing science, my father's term for what I was up to anytime I decided to ruin a perfectly good vacuum cleaner or TV remote. I wrecked more than I built, although I had successfully wired an Atari joystick into a radio so I could jump from station to station by pressing the fire button, a fundamentally stupid trick that nevertheless impressed the judges of the 8th grade science fair, where it earned me the blue ribbon for creativity. On the morning Shelley turned up at the base of the driveway, I was working on my party gun. It looked like a death ray from a pulp-era science fiction novel, a big horn of dented brass with the butt and trigger of a Luger. I had, in fact, soldered together a trumpet and a toy gun to create the body. When you pulled the trigger, though, it sounded an air horn, popped flashbulbs, and blew a storm of confetti and paper ribbons. I had an idea that if I could get the gun right, my dad and I could bring it to toy manufacturers. Maybe license the idea to Spencer Gifts. Like most budding engineers, I honed my craft on a series of basically juvenile pranks. There isn't a single dude at Google who didn't at least fantasize about designing X-ray goggles to see through girls' skirts. I was aiming the barrel of the party gun into the street when I first spotted Shelley, right there in my sights. I put down my bozo blunderbuss and narrowed my eyes, looking her over. I could see her, but she couldn't see me. For her, looking into the garage would have been like staring into the impenetrable darkness of an open mine shaft. I was going to call to her, but then I saw her feet and the air snagged in my throat. I didn't make a sound, just watched her for a bit. Her lips moved. She was whispering to herself. She darted a look back the way she'd come, as if afraid someone might be sneaking up on her, but she was alone in the road. The world humid and still under the lid of an overcast sky. I remember that all the neighbors had put their garbage out, and the trucks were late, and the avenues stank. Almost from the first, I felt it was important not to do anything to alarm her. There was no obvious reason for caution, but a lot of our best thinking takes place well below the level of conscious cogitation and has nothing to do with rationality. The monkey brain absorbs a great deal of information from subtle cues that we aren't even aware we've received. So when I came down the slope of the driveway, I had my thumbs hooked in my pockets and wasn't even looking directly at her. I squinted into the horizon as if watching the flight of a far-off airplane. I approached her the way you'd close in on a limping stray dog, one that might lick your hand with hopeful affection, or might lunge, upper lip drawn back to show a mouthful of teeth. I didn't speak until I was almost within arm's reach of her. "Oh, hi, Mrs. Bukes," I said, pretending to notice her for the first time. "You okay?" Her head swung toward me, and her plump face instantly settled into a look of pleasant benignity. "Well, I've got myself all turned around. I walked all the way down here, but I don't know why. This isn't my day to clean." I hadn't seen that one coming. Once upon a time, Shelley had mopped and vacuumed and tidied the house, 4 hours every Tuesday and Friday afternoon. She was already old by then, although she had the brisk, muscular vigor of an Olympic curler. On Fridays, she left us with a plate of cake-soft, date-filled cookies, protected by a film of saran wrap. Man, those were some cookies. You can't get anything like them anywhere anymore, and no creme brulee at the Four Seasons ever tasted so good with a cup of tea. But by August 1988, I was just weeks away from beginning high school, and it had been almost half my life since Shelley had cleaned for us on a regular basis. She'd stopped working for us after her triple bypass in 1982, when the doctor told her she ought to take some time to rest herself. She'd been resting ever since. I'd never given it much thought, but if I had, I might have wondered why she ever took the job in the first place. It wasn't like she needed the money. Mrs. Bukes? Did my dad maybe ask you to come in and help out with Marie? Marie was the woman who'd replaced her, a sturdy, not terribly bright girl in her early 20s, with a big laugh and a heart-shaped can, who provided imagery for my nightly sausage-pounding ceremonies. I couldn't imagine why my father might think Marie would need a hand. We weren't, as far as I knew, anticipating company. I'm not sure we ever even had company. Her smile faltered briefly. She shot one of those anxious looks back over her shoulder, down the road. When she returned her gaze to me, there was only the faintest trace of good humor on her face, and her eyes were frightened. I don't know, Bucko. You tell me. Was I supposed to clean out the tub? I know I didn't get to it last week, and it's pretty dingy. Shelley Bukes pawed through her cloth tote, muttering to herself. When she looked up, her lips were squeezed together in an expression of frustration. Piss on it. I walked out of the house and forgot the fucking Ajax. I twitched, could not have been more startled if she'd pulled open that trench coat and revealed she was naked. Shelley Bukes wasn't anyone's idea of an uptight old lady. I had a memory of her cleaning our house in a John Belushi t-shirt, but I had never heard her use the word fuck. Even piss on it was quite a bit saltier than her usual conversational fare. Shelley didn't notice my surprise, just went on to say, Tell your dad I'll take care of the tub tomorrow. I don't need more than 10 minutes to make it shine like no one ever put their ass in it. Her cloth shoulder bag drooped open. I looked into it and saw a battered, grimy lawn gnome, several empty soda cans, and a single raggedy old sneaker. I'd better go home, she said suddenly, almost robotically. The Afrikaner will be wondering where I got to. The Afrikaner was her husband, Lawrence Bukes, who had emigrated from Cape Town before I was born. At 70, Larry Bukes was one of the most powerfully built men I knew, a former weightlifter with the sculpted arms and vein-threaded neck of a circus strongman. Being huge was his primary professional responsibility. He had made his money on a series of gyms he'd opened in the 70s, just as the oiled, mind-boggling mass of Arnold Schwarzenegger was muscling its way into the public consciousness. Larry and Arnie had once both appeared in the same calendar. Larry was February and flexed in the snow wearing nothing but a tight black hammock for his nuts. Arnie was June and stood glistening on the beach, a girl in a bikini perched on each gargantuan arm. Shelley darted a last look over her shoulder and then began to shuffle off, moving in a direction that would take her even farther from her house. The moment she looked away from me, she forgot me. I could see it in the way all expression dropped from her face. Her lips began to move as she whispered quiet questions to herself. Shelley, hey, I was gonna ask Mr. Bukes about... I struggled to think of something Larry Bukes and I might have to discuss. If he ever thought of hiring anyone to mow the lawn. He's got better things to do, right? Mind if I walk to your house with you? I reached for her elbow and caught her before she could drift out of reach. She jerked at the sight of me, as if I had craftily snuck up on her, then gave me that brave, challenging smile. I've told that old man we need to hire someone to cut the... Her eyes dimmed. She couldn't remember what needed cutting. At last, she gave her head a little shake and went on. The thing for I don't know how long. Come on back with me. And you know what? She clapped a hand over mine. I think I've got some of those cookies you like. She winked, and for an instant I was sure she knew me, and, more than that, knew herself. Shelley Bukes flickered into crisp focus, then went fuzzy again. I could see awareness slip away from her, a light on a dimmer switch being turned down to a dull glow. So I walked her home. I felt bad about her bare feet on the hot road. It was muggy and the mosquitoes were out. After a while, I noticed a red flush across her face and a dew of sweat on her old lady whiskers, and I thought maybe she should take the trench coat off. Although I admit that by then the notion had crossed my mind that maybe she really was naked under there. Given her disorientation, I didn't think it could be ruled out. I fought down my unease and asked if I could carry her coat. She gave her head a quick shake. I don't want to be recognized. This was such a wonderfully daffy thing to say that for a moment I forgot the situation and responded as if Shelley were still herself, a sensible person who loved Jeopardy and cleaned ovens with an almost brutal determination. By who? I asked. She leaned toward me and in a voice that was practically a hiss said, "The Polaroid man. That slick fucking weasel in his convertible. He's been taking pictures when the Afrikaner isn't around. I don't know how much he's taken away with his camera, but he can't have any more." She gripped my wrist. Her body was still stout and big-bosomed, but her hand was as bony and claw-like as a fairy tale crone's. "Don't let him take a picture of you. Don't let him start taking things away." "I'll keep an eye out. Hey, really, Mrs. Bukes, you look like you're melting in that coat. Let me have it and we'll watch out for him together. You can jump into it again if you see him coming." She leaned her head back and narrowed her eyes, inspecting me the way she might have studied the small print at the bottom of a dubious contract. Finally, she sniffed and shrugged out of the big coat and handed it to me. She was not naked underneath, but wore a pair of black gym shorts and a t-shirt that was on inside out and backward, the tag flopping under her chin. Her legs were knotty and shockingly white, her calves crawling with varicose veins. I folded her coat, sweaty and wrinkled, over one arm, took her hand, and went on. The roads in Golden Orchards, our little housing development north of Cupertino, were laid out like overlapping coils of rope, not a straight line in the whole thing. At first glance, the houses appeared to be a scattershot mix of styles, a Spanish stucco here, a brick colonial there. Spend enough time knocking around the neighborhood, though, and you came to recognize they were all the same house, more or less. Same interior layout, same number of bathrooms, same style windows, dressed up in different costumes. The Bukes house was mock Victorian, but with some kind of beach theme going on. Seashells embedded in the concrete path leading to the steps. A bleached starfish hung from the front door. Maybe Mr. Bukes' gyms were called Neptune Fitness, Atlantis Athletics. Was it maybe a goof on the Nautilus machines that were used in the facilities? I don't remember anymore. A lot of that day, August 15th, 1988, is still sharp in my memory. But I'm not sure I was too clear on that particular detail even then. I led her to the door and knocked, then rang the bell. I could have just let her in. It was her house, after all. But I didn't think that suited the situation. I thought I ought to tell Larry Bukes where she had wandered and find some hopefully not too embarrassing way to let him know how confused she'd been. Shelley gave no sign she recognized her own house. She stood at the bottom of the steps looking placidly around, waiting patiently. A few moments earlier she'd seemed sly and even slightly threatening. Now she looked like a bored granny going door to door with her Boy Scout grandson, keeping him company while he sold magazine subscriptions. Bumblebees burrowed into nodding white flowers. For the first time, it struck me that maybe Larry Bukes really did need to hire someone to cut his grass. The yard was unkempt and weedy, dandelions spotting the lawn. The house itself needed a power wash, had spots of mold high under the eaves. It had been a while since I'd walked by the place, and who knew when I had last really looked at it, not just let my gaze slide over it. Larry Bukes had always maintained his property with the diligence and energy of a Prussian field marshal. He was out there twice a week in a muscle shirt, pushing a powerless hand mower, his delts tanned and rippling, his cleft chin lifted dramatically. He had great fucking posture. Other lawns were green and tidy. His was meticulous. Of course, I was only 13 when all this happened, and I understand now what I didn't at the time. It was all getting away from Lawrence Bukes. His ability to manage to keep up with even the mild demands of suburban living was being overwhelmed, a little at a time, as he wore down under the strain of looking after a woman who could no longer look after herself. I suppose it was only his inherent sense of optimism and conditioning, his sense of personal fitness, if you will, that allowed him to go on, kidding himself that he could handle it all. I was beginning to think I might have to walk Shelley back to my house and wait with her there when Mr. Bukes' 10-year-old burgundy town car swerved into the driveway. He was driving it like an outlaw on the run from Starsky and Hutch and bumped one tire up over the curb as he swung in. He got out in a sweat and almost stumbled and fell coming into the yard. "Oh, Jesus! There you are! I've been looking all over to hell and gone. You almost give me a heart attack." Larry's accent just naturally made you think of apartheid, torture, and dictators sitting on gilt thrones in marble palaces with salamanders scampering along the walls. Which was too bad. He had made his money hauling around iron, not blood diamonds. He had his flaws. He voted for Reagan. He believed that Carl Weathers was a great thespian, and he grew emotional listening to ABBA. But he revered and adored his wife, and balanced against that, his personal blemishes were no matter at all. He went on, "What did you do? I go next door to ask Mr. Bannerman if he off detergent. I come back, you are gone like a gal in a David Copperfield trick." He grabbed her in his arms, seemed like he might be about to give her a hard shake, then hugged her instead. He looked over her shoulder at me, his eyes glittering with tears. "It's okay, Mr. Bukes," I said. "She's fine. She was just kind of lost." "I wasn't lost," she said, and she showed him a small, knowing smile. "I was hiding from the Polaroid man." He shook his head. "Hush. Hush yourself, woman. Let's get you out of the sun and, oh, Lord, your feet. I should make you take your feet off before you go inside. You will track your filth everywhere." All this sounds kind of savage and cruel, but his eyes were wet, and he spoke with a gruff, wounded affection, talking to her the way you might speak to a beloved old cat that had gotten itself into a fight and come home missing an ear. He marched her past me, up the brick steps and into the house. I was about to go, thought I had already been forgotten, when he turned back to jab a trembling finger at my nose. "I have something for you," he said. "Do not float off, Michael Figlione." And he banged the door shut. 2. From a certain point of view, his choice of words was almost funny. There was really no danger I was going to float off on him. We have not yet touched upon the elephant in the room, which is that, at the age of 13, I was the elephant in any room I stepped into. I was fat, not big-boned, not sturdy, certainly not merely husky. When I walked across the kitchen, glasses rattled in the cupboard. When I stood among the other kids of my 8th grade class, I looked like a buffalo wandering among the prairie dogs. In this modern age of social media and sensitivity to bullying, if you call someone a fat ass, you'll likely find yourself on the receiving end of some abuse yourself for body shaming. But in 1988, Twitter was a verb used only to describe what sparrows and gossiping biddies did. I was fat and I was lonely. In those days, if you were the former, the latter was a given. I had plenty of time for walking old ladies home. I wasn't neglecting my buddies. I didn't have any. None who were my age, anyway. My father sometimes drove me to the Bay to attend monthly meetings of a club called SF GRU, the San Francisco gathering of robotics users and enthusiasts. But most of the others at those get-togethers were much older than I. Older and already stereotypes. I don't even need to describe them because you can already see them in your mind's eye. The bad complexions, the thick-lensed glasses, the unzipped flies. When I dropped in on this crew, I wasn't just learning about circuit boards. I believed I was looking at my future, depressing late-night arguments about Star Trek, and a life of celibacy. It didn't help, of course, that my last name was Figlione, which, when translated into 1980s elementary school English, became Fats Baloney, or Fag-alone, or just plain old Fags, monikers that stuck to me like gum on my sneaker until I was in my 20s. Even my beloved fifth-grade science teacher, Mr. Kent, once accidentally called me Fag-alone to uproarious laughter. He at least had the decency to blush and look sick and apologize. My existence could have been much worse. I was clean and I was neat, and by never studying French, I was able to avoid honor roll, that list of smug know-it-alls and teachers' pets who were just begging for a wedgie. I never faced anything worse than the occasional low-grade humiliation, and when I was teased, I always smiled indulgently, as if I were getting ragged by a dear friend. Shelley Bukes couldn't remember what had happened yesterday. As a rule, I never wanted to. The door was flung open again and Larry Bukes was back. I turned to see him wiping one enormous calloused hand across his wet cheek. I was embarrassed and looked away out toward the street. I had no experience with weeping adults. My father was not a particularly emotional man, and I doubt that my mother was much for tears, although I couldn't say for sure. I only ever saw her 2 or 3 months out of every year. Larry Bukes had come from Africa, whereas my mother had gone there for an anthropological study and, in a sense, never really came back. Even when she was home, a part of her remained 6,000 miles away, beyond reach. At the time, I was not angry about this. For children, anger usually requires proximity. That changes. I drove all around this neighborhood looking for her. A goddamn simple old thing. This is the 3rd time. I thought this time she will walk into traffic. The silly goddamn... Thank you for bringing her back to me. Bless you, Michael Figlione. God bless your heart. He pulled a pocket inside out, and money sprayed everywhere, crumpled bills and loose silver scattering across the walk and the grass. I realized with something like alarm that he meant to tip me. Oh, geez, Mr. Bukes. It's okay, you don't have to. I'm glad to help. I'd feel stupid taking... He narrowed one eye and glared at me with the other. This is more than a reward. This is a down payment. He bent and scooped up a $10 bill and held it out to me. Go on. Take this. When I didn't, he stuck it in the breast pocket of my Hawaiian shirt. Michael, if I have to go somewhere, can I call on you to look after her? I am home all day. All I do is look after this crazy woman. But sometimes I have to buy groceries or run to one of the gyms to put out a fire. There is always a fire to put out. Every musclehead who works for me can lift 400 pounds, but not one of them could count past 10. That is where they run out of fingers. He patted the money in my shirt and took his wife's coat away from me. It had still been hanging over my forearm, like a waiter's towel, forgotten. So, we off a deal? Sure, Mr. Bukes. She used to babysit me. I guess I can, yes, babysit her. She has entered her second childhood. God help her and me too. She needs someone to make sure she doesn't go wandering, looking for him. The Polaroid man. She told you about him? I nodded. He shook his head, smoothed the hand back over his thinning brill-creamed hair. I worry someday she will see someone walking by and decide it is him and stick a kitchen knife into him. Oh, God. What will I do then? This wasn't such a smart thing to say to the kid you were trying to hire to look after your old, mentally disintegrating wife. It was impossible not to consider the possibility that she might decide I was the Polaroid man and stick a carving knife into me. But he was distracted and distressed and running his mouth without thought. It didn't matter. I wasn't scared of Shelley Bukes. I felt she could forget everything about me and everything about herself, and it still wouldn't change her fundamental nature, which was affectionate, efficient, and incapable of any real malice. Larry Bukes met my gaze with bloodshot and miserable eyes. Michael, you will be a rich man someday. You will probably make a fortune inventing the future. Will you do something for me? For your old friend, Larry Bukes, who spent his last years desperate with worry for his fool of a wife with her oatmeal brains, the woman who gave him more happiness than he ever deserved. He was crying again. I wanted to hide. Instead, I nodded. Sure, Mr. Bukes. Sure. Invent a way not to get old, he said. It is a terrible goddamn trick to play on someone. Getting old is no way to stop being young. 3. I walked without a plan, hardly aware I was moving, let alone where I was going. I was hot, I was dazed, and I had $10 crushed into my shirt pocket, money I didn't want. My grimy Run DMC Adidas carried me to the nearest place I could get rid of it. There was a big mobile station across the highway from the entrance to the Golden Orchards. A dozen pumps and a deliciously refrigerated convenience store where you could buy beef jerky, Funyuns, and, if you were old enough, skin magazines. That summer, I was drinking my own frozen slush concoction, a 32-ounce cup of ice drenched in vanilla Coca-Cola and topped with a squirt of something called Arctic Blue. Arctic Blue was the color of windshield wiper fluid and tasted a little of cherry and a little of watermelon. I was mad for the stuff, but if I came across it nowadays, I probably wouldn't try it. I think to my 40-year-old palate, it would taste of adolescent sadness. I had my heart set on an Arctic Blue Coca-Cola slush special and just didn't know it until I saw the Mobil's revolving red Pegasus atop its 40-foot pole. The parking lot had recently been repaved with fresh tar, black and thick as cake. Heat wobbled off it, causing the whole place to quiver faintly, a hallucinated oasis glimpsed by a man dying of thirst. I didn't notice the white caddy at pump 10, and I didn't see the guy standing next to it until he spoke to me. Hey, he said, and when I didn't react, I was in a sun-struck daydream. He said it again, less nice. Hey, Pillsbury! I heard him that time. My radar was attuned to any blip that might represent the threat of a bully, and it pinged at Pillsbury and the man's tone of good-humored contempt. He didn't have a lot of room to go ragging on people about their looks. He was dressed well enough, even if his clothes looked out of place. In duds like his, he belonged at the door to a nightclub in San Francisco, not at a mobile pump in a nowhere California suburb. He wore a silky black short-sleeved shirt with glassy red buttons, long black pants with a blade-sharp crease, black cowboy boots embroidered with red and white thread. But he was feverishly ugly. His chin sunk most of the way back into his long neck, his cheeks corroded with old acne scars. His deeply tanned forearms were covered in black tattoos, what appeared to be lines of cursive script running around them in long, snake-like swirls down to his wrists. He wore a string tie, those were popular in the 80s, secured with a lucite clasp. A yellowing scorpion was curled within. Yes, sir? I asked. You going in? Get yourself a Twinkie or something? He thunked the pump's nozzle into the gas tank of his big white boat. Yes, sir, I said, thinking, suck my Twinkie, asshole. He reached into his front pocket and wiggled out a wad of yellowing dirty bills. He peeled off a 20. Tell you what, you take this inside, tell him to switch on pump 10, and, hey, Land O'Lakes, I'm talking to you, listen up. My attention had drifted away for a moment, my gaze caught by the object sitting on the trunk of his caddy. A Polaroid instant camera. You probably know what a Polaroid looks like, even if you're too young to have ever used one or seen one used. The original Polaroid instant is so recognizable and represents such an enormous technological leap forward that it became an icon of its era. It belongs to the 80s, like Pac-Man and Reagan. These days, everyone has a camera in his pocket. The idea of snapping a picture and being able to examine it immediately strikes absolutely no one as spectacular. But in the summer of 1988, the Polaroid was one of just a few devices that would allow you to shoot a picture and have it develop more or less instantly. The camera popped out a thick white square with a gray rectangle of film in the center, and after a couple minutes, Faster if you shook the square back and forth to activate the developing agent within its chemical envelope. An image would swim up out of the murk and solidify into a photograph. That was cutting edge back then. When I saw the camera, I knew it was him. The guy, the Polaroid man, that Mrs. Bukes was hiding from. The slick-looking weasel in his white Cadillac convertible with its red top and red seats, he color-coded like a motherfucker. I knew that whatever Mrs. Bukes believed about this guy had no basis in fact, of course, that it was a misfire from an engine already choked up and giving out. Yet something she'd said stuck with me. Don't let him take a picture of you. When I put it all together, when I realized the Polaroid man was not a senile fantasy but a real dude standing right in front of me, my back and arms prickled with chill. Go ahead, mister. I'm listening. Here, he said. Take this 20 in and get him to light up this pump. My caddy is thirsty, but I'll tell you what, kiddo. If there's any change, it's all yours. Buy yourself a diet book. I didn't even blush. It was a nasty swipe, but in my distracted state, it barely grazed my consciousness. On second glance, I saw that it wasn't a Polaroid. Not exactly. I knew the devices pretty well. I had taken one apart once, and recognized that this was subtly different. It was, for starters, black with a red face, so it matched the car and the clothes. But also, it was just different, sleeker. It sat on the trunk, within hand's reach of Mr. Slick, and it was turned slightly away from me, so I couldn't see the brand name. Iconica? I wondered. What struck me most right away was that a Polaroid had a hinged drawer you opened at the front to slide in a package of instant film. I couldn't see how this one loaded. The device seemed to be made of one smooth piece. He saw me eyeing the camera and did a curious thing. He put a protective hand on it. An old lady, gripping her purse a little tighter as she walks past some street toughs. He extended the dingy-looking 20 with his other hand. I came around the rear bumper and reached for the money. My gaze shifted to the writing scrolled up his forearm. I didn't recognize the alphabet, but it looked similar to Hebrew. Cool ink, I said. What language is that? Phoenician. What's it say? It says don't fuck with me, more or less. I tucked the money into my shirt pocket and began to shuffle away from him, moving in reverse. I was too scared of him to turn my back on him. I wasn't looking where I was going and veered off course, bumped into the rear fender, and almost fell down. I put a hand on the trunk to steady myself and glanced around, and that was how I saw the photo albums. There were maybe a dozen of them stacked along the back seat. One of them was open, and I could see Polaroids slid into clear plastic sleeves, 4 on each sheet. The photos themselves were nothing special. An overlit shot of an old man blowing out the candles on a birthday cake, a rain-bedraggled corgi staring into the camera with tragic, hungry eyes, a muscle-bound dude in a hilariously orange tank top, sitting on the hood of a Trans Am straight out of Knight Rider. That last one caught my gaze. I felt I vaguely knew the young man in the tank top. I wondered if I'd seen him on TV, if he was a wrestler, had climbed into the ring with the Hulkster to go a few rounds. You got a lot of pictures, I said. It's what I do. I'm a scout. Scout? For the movies. I see an interesting place, I shoot a picture of it. I see an interesting face, I shoot a picture of that. He lifted one corner of his mouth to show a snaggly tooth. Why? You want to be in movies, kid? You want me to take your picture? Hey, you never can tell. Maybe some casting agent will like your face. Next thing you know, Hollywood, baby. He was fingering the camera in a way I didn't like, with a kind of twitchy eagerness. Even in the theoretically more innocent time of the late 1980s, I wasn't keen to pose for photographs taken by a guy who looked like he bought his clothes at Pedophiles R Us. And then there was what Shelley had said to me. Don't let him take a picture of you. That warning was a poisonous spider with hairy legs crawling down my spine. I don't think so, I said. It might be too hard to fit all of me in one shot. I gestured with both hands at my paunch, straining against my shirt. His eyes bulged in his corroded face for an instant, and then he laughed, a raw, horsey sound that was part disbelief, part real hilarity. He pointed a finger at me, thumb cocked like the hammer of a gun. "You're okay, kid. I like you. Just don't get lost on the way to the cash register." I walked away from him on unsteady legs, and not just because I was escaping a creep with an ugly mouth and an uglier face. I was a rational child. I read Isaac Asimov, hero-worshipped Carl Sagan, and felt a certain spiritual affinity with Andy Griffith's Matlock. I knew that Shelley Buch's ideas about the Polaroid Man, only I was already thinking of him as the Phoenician, were the addled fantasies of a mind sliding apart. Her warnings shouldn't have rated a second thought, but they did. They had, in the last few moments, assumed an almost oracular power and worried me as much as it would have worried me to learn I had seat 13 on flight 1313 on Friday the 13th. And never mind that 13 is a pretty cool number, not just a prime or a Fibonacci, but also an EMERP, which means it stays prime if you reverse the digits and make it 31. I got inside the mini-mart, dug the money out of my shirt pocket, and dropped it on the counter. "Put it on pump 10 for the nice guy and the caddy," I said to Mrs. Matsuzaka, who stood behind the register alongside her kid, Yoshi. Only no one ever called him Yoshi except her. He went by Matt, 1T. Matt had a shaved head and long, ropey arms, and he affected a laconic surfer dude ease. He was 5 years older than me and heading off to Berkeley at the end of the summer. He was looking to put his parents out of business by inventing a car that didn't need gas. "Hey, fags," he said, and tossed me a nod, which cheered me up some. Yeah, all right, he called me fags, but I didn't take it personally. To most kids, that was just my name. That may sound savagely homophobic now, and it was. But in 1988, the era of AIDS and Eddie Murphy, calling someone a fag or a queer was considered high wit. By the standards of the day, Matt was a model of sensitivity. He read Popular Mechanics faithfully, cover to cover, and sometimes when I wandered into the mobile mini-mart, he'd give me one of his back issues because he'd seen something in there he thought I'd dig, a prototype jetpack or a personal one-man submarine. I don't want to misrepresent him. We weren't friends. He was 17 and cool. I was 13 and desperately uncool. A friendship between us was about as likely as my scoring a date with Tawny Katane. But I believe he felt a certain pitying affection for me and had a nebulous urge to look after me, maybe because we were both circuit heads at heart. I was grateful for any kindness from other kids in those days. I went to grab an extra-large cup of my frozen Arctic Blue Coca-Cola Slush Special. I needed it more than ever. My stomach was restless and gurgling, and I wanted something with a little fizz to settle it. I had hardly finished adding the last neon-bright splash of blue when the Phoenician pushed in the door with his forearm, giving it a hard shove like he had something personal against it. The open door blocked his view of the soda dispenser, which is the only reason he didn't see me as he cast his glare around the room. He didn't miss a step, but stalked up to Mrs. Matsuzaka. "What's a man got to do to get a tank of fucking gas around this joint? Why'd you shut off the pump?" Mrs. Matsuzaka was barely 5 feet tall and delicately built, and she had mastered the blank, uncomprehending expression common to first-generation immigrants who understand the language just fine, but occasionally find it easier to feign bafflement. She lifted her shoulders in a weak shrug and let Matt do the talking for her. "You pay $10, brah. $10 of gas is what you get," Matt said from his position on a stool behind the counter, under the racks of cigarettes. "Either of you two know how to count in English?" said the Phoenician. "I sent the kid in with a fucking 20. It was like I drank my entire Arctic Blue Coca-Cola Slush Special in one swallow. My blood surged with cold shock. I clapped a hand in my shirt pocket with a thrill of horror. Right away, I knew what I'd done. I reached into my pocket, felt money there, and tossed it on the counter without looking at it. But I'd handed over the 10 that Larry Bukes had forced on me earlier, not the 20 the Phoenician had given me in the parking lot. The only thing I could think to do was abase myself as quickly and fully as possible. I was ready to cry, and the Phoenician hadn't even screamed at me yet. I reeled into the front of the store, hip-checking a wire shelf of potato chips. Bags of Lay's scattered everywhere. I clawed the 20 out of my shirt pocket. Oh man, I'm sorry. Oh man, oh, I screwed that up. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. I didn't even look at the money when I threw it on the counter, mister, and I must have put down my 10 instead of your 20. I swear, I didn't. When I said you could keep the change and buy yourself some weight loss pills, I didn't mean you could fuck me out of a sawbuck. He lifted one hand as if he had a mind to catch me upside the head. He'd come in with his camera. It was clutched in his other hand, and even as rattled as I was, I thought it was odd he wouldn't have just left it in the car. No, really, I swear to God, I was babbling, my eyes tingling dangerously, threatening to spill tears. In my haste, I set my enormous 32-ounce blue slurry on the edge of the counter, and the moment I let go of it, a bad situation turned so much worse. The cup toppled and dropped, hit the floor, and exploded in a vibrant gout of blue ice. Glowing blue chips sprayed the Phoenician's perfectly pressed black pants, splashed his crotch, and threw sapphire droplets on his camera. "The fuck?" he screamed, dancing back on the toes of his cowboy boots. "Are you fucking retarded, you enormous pile of turd?" "Hey!" shouted Matt's mom, pointing at the Phoenician. Hey! No fight in store! I call cop!" The Phoenician looked down at his blue-spattered clothes and back up at me. His face darkened. He put the Polaroid that wasn't on the counter and took a step toward me. I don't know what he meant to do, but he was shaken up, and his left foot skidded in the spreading pile of Arctic blue Coke slush. Those boots had high Cuban heels, and they looked good, but they must have been as tricky as walking around in 6-inch stilettos. He came very close to slamming down on one knee. "I'll clean it up," I cried out. "Oh man, I'm so sorry. I'll clean it all up. And, oh Jesus, believe me, I've never tried to cheat anyone out of anything. I'm really honest. If I fart, I always cop right to it, even when I'm on the school bus. I swear to God, swear." "Yeah, bro, chill," Matt said, rising from his stool. He was sinewy and tall, and with his dark eyes and shaved head, he didn't need to make a threat to look like one. "Take it easy. Fags is okay. I guarantee he wasn't trying to screw you." "And you can stay the fuck out of it," the Phoenician said to him. "Or try paying attention before you choose sides. Kid rips me for $10, throws his drink on me, and then I just about break my ass in this puddle of shit." "Don't put the boots on if you can't walk in them, pard," Matt said without looking at him. "You might get hurt one of these days." Matt handed a big roll of paper towels across the counter, and as I took them, he gave me a wink so quick, so subtle, I almost missed it. I felt almost shaky with gratitude. That was how relieved I was to have Matt on my side. I tore off a fistful of paper towels and immediately dropped to my knees in the slush to begin swiping at the Phoenician's trousers. You could be forgiven if you thought I was getting ready to give him a blowjob by way of apology. "Aw, man, I've always been so clumsy. Always. I can't even roller skate." He danced away, almost slipping again, then leaned in and snatched the clod of sodden paper towels away from me. Hey, no touch. You get down there on your knees like someone who's had way too much practice. Keep your hands off my dick, thank you. I got it." He gave me a look that said I had crossed the line from someone who needed an ass stomping to someone he didn't want anywhere near him. He swiped at his pants and shirt, whispering bitterly to himself. I still had the paper towel roll, though, and I splashed through slush and grabbed his camera to clean it off. By then, I was so nervous and wretched, I was moving in spastic bursts, and when I picked up the camera, my hand pressed the big red button to take a shot. The lens was pointing across the counter into Matt's face when the Polaroid went off with a snap of white light and a high-pitched mechanical whine. The photo didn't just pop out. The camera launched it from the slot, firing the square of plastic across the counter and over the far side. Matt snapped his head back, blinking rapidly, blinded by the flash, perhaps. I was a little blind myself. Weird, coppery glowworms crawled before my eyes. I shook my head, stared stupidly down at the camera in my right hand. The brand was Solarid, a company I'd never heard of and, as far as I know, never existed, not in this country or any other. "Put that down," the Phoenician said in a new tone of voice. I thought I'd heard him at his scariest when he was yelling at me. But this was different and much worse. This was the sound of the cylinder turning in a revolver, the click of the hammer cocking back. I was just trying to, I began, my tongue thick in my mouth. You're trying to get yourself hurt, and you're about to succeed. He held out a hand, and I put the Solarid in it. If I dropped the camera, if it slipped out of my sweaty, shaking hand, I believe he would have killed me, put his hand on my throat, and squeezed. I believed that then, and I believe it now. His gray eyes regarded me with a cold, curdled fury, and his pocked face was as inexpressive as a rubber mask. He tugged the camera away from me, and the moment passed. He swung his gaze to the young man and elderly woman behind the counter. "The picture. Give me the picture," he said. Matt still seemed dazed from the camera's flash. He looked at me. He looked at his mother. He seemed to have lost the thread of the entire conversation. The Phoenician ignored him and focused his attention upon Mrs. Matsuzaka. He held out a hand. "That's my photo, and I want it. My camera, my film, my photo." Her gaze swept the floor around her, and then she looked up and shrugged again. "It popped out and fell on your side of the counter," the Phoenician said, speaking loudly and slowly, the way people do when they're hideously angry with a foreigner, as if translation were aided by volume. "We all saw it. Look for it. Look around your feet." Matt rubbed the balls of his palms into his eyes, dropped them, and yawned. "What's up?" As if he had just shoved back the sheets and walked out of his bedroom into the middle of an argument. His mother said something to him in Japanese, her voice rapid and distressed. He stared at her in a kind of foggy daze, then lifted his chin and looked at the Phoenician. "What's the problem, brah?" "The picture. The photograph the fat kid took of you. I want it." "What's the big deal? If I find it, you want me to autograph it for you?" The Phoenician was done talking. He stalked around to the waist-high door that would let him in behind the counter and the cash register. Matt's mom had returned to scanning the floor in a forlorn sort of way, but now her head twitched up, and she put her hand on the inside of the swinging door before he could come through. Her expression became severely disapproving. "No! Customer stay other side! No! No!" "I want that fucking photograph," the Phoenician said. "Yo, brah!" If Matt had been in a daze, he shook it off then. He stepped between his mother and the Phoenician, and suddenly Matt seemed very large. "You heard her. Back off. Company policy. No one on this side of the counter who don't work here. You don't like it? Buy a postcard and send your complaint to Mobile. They're dying to hear from you." "Can we move this along? I have a baby in the car," said the woman who was standing behind me with an armful of cat food cans. "What, did you think it was just the four of us in the Mobile Mart all this time?" While I threw my Arctic Blue Special at the Phoenician and he cursed and sulked and threatened, people were coming in, grabbing drinks and chips and plastic-wrapped hoagies and forming into a line behind me. By now, the queue stretched halfway to the back of the store. Matt moved behind the register. "Next customer." The mom with the armful of cans stepped carefully around that sci-fi colored puddle of vividly glittering blue, and Matt began to ring up her purchases. The Phoenician stared in disbelief. Matt's curt dismissal was an outrage on a par with my flinging frosty blue down his pants. "You know what? Fuck this. Fuck this store and fuck this fat waste and fuck you, Slant. I got enough gas to get out of this shithole, and that's more than enough. I wouldn't want to blow 1 penny more than absolutely necessary in this toilet." "That's $1.89, Matt said to the woman with the cat food. "No extra charge for the afternoon's entertainment." The Phoenician reached the door, but paused, half in, half out, to glare back at me. "I won't forget you, kid. Look both ways before you cross the street. Know what I mean?" I was too choked up with fright to squeak any kind of reply. He banged out the door. A moment later, his caddy blasted away from the pumps and onto the 2-lane highway with a shrill whine of tires. I used the rest of the paper towels to mop the slush off the floor. It was a relief to get down on my knees below eye level where I could have a semi-private cry. I was 13, man. Customers stepped around me, paid for things, and left, considerately pretending they couldn't hear my sniffling and choked gasps. When I had the mess swabbed up, the floor was tacky but dry. I carried a great mass of sopping paper rags over to the counter. Mrs. Matsuzaka stood to one side of her son, her eyes far away and her mouth crimped in a frown. But when she saw me with my load of wet towels, she came out of her thoughts and reached for the big industrial waste basket behind the counter. She wheeled it over toward me, and that's when I saw it. The snapshot was face down on the floor, in the corner, and had slid under the bin and out of sight. Mrs. Matsuzaka saw it too and went back for it while I dumped my soggy paper towels into the trash can. She stared down at the photo with incomprehension. She looked over at me, then held it out so I could have a look. It should have been a close-up of Matt. The lens had been right in his face. Instead, it was a photograph of me. Only it wasn't a shot of me from a few minutes ago. It was from a few weeks earlier. In the picture, I sat in a molded plastic chair by the soda machine, reading Popular Mechanics and sipping on a giant plastic cup full of soda. In the Polaroid, I was wearing a white Huey Lewis t-shirt and a pair of knee-length denim shorts. Today, I had on khakis and a Hawaiian shirt with pockets. The photographer had to have been standing behind the counter. It didn't make any sense, and I stared at it in complete bafflement, trying to figure out where it had come from. It couldn't be the picture I'd just accidentally shot, but I also didn't see how it could be a snap from a few weeks back. I had no memory of Matt or his mom taking my picture while I read one of Matt's magazines. I couldn't imagine why they'd want to do such a thing, and I had never seen either one of them with a Polaroid camera. I swallowed and said, "Can I have that?" Mrs. Matsuzaka took one last bewildered look at the photograph, then pursed her lips and put it on the counter. She slid it across to me, and when she took her hand back, she rubbed the tips of her fingers together, as if it had left a disagreeable coating on her skin. I studied it for a moment longer, with a clenched, ill feeling behind my breastbone, a cramped sensation of anxiety that wasn't entirely a product of the Phoenician's rage and threats. I tucked the picture into my shirt pocket and eased over to the cash register. I put the 20 on the counter, thinking, with a shudder, that's his money. And what's he going to do when he realizes you never gave it back? Better look both ways when you cross the street. Better look both fucking ways, fags. See, I even insulted myself. Sorry about the mess, I said. That's for the 32-ounce soda. Whatever, brah. I ain't gonna charge you for that. Just a little spilled sugar water. Matt pushed my money back toward me. Okay, well, I owe you one for not letting him kick my ass. You saved my life there, Matt. Sincerely. Sure, he said, although he had narrowed his eyes and was giving me a puzzled smile, as if he weren't quite sure what I was talking about. He considered me for a moment longer, then gave his head a little shake. Hey, ask you something? Sure. What, Matt? You talk like we know each other. Have we met before? 4. I walked out of there with my nerves jangling and a sick buzz in my head. By the time I left, I was reasonably certain that Matt didn't have any goddamn clue who I was and had no memory of ever seeing me before. Never mind that I walked into that mobile every day and had been reading his used copies of Popular Mechanics for more than a year. He simply didn't know me anymore, an idea that rattled me badly. I told myself I didn't understand, that it was crazy, that it didn't make sense. But this wasn't entirely the truth. I already had a notion about Matt's sudden forgetfulness nibbling at the edge of my consciousness. I was aware of it in the way you might be aware of a rat scuttling inside the walls. You can hear the furtive scrabble of its claws, the thump of its torso against the drywall. You know it's there, you just haven't set your eyes on it. My notion about Matt and the Solarid was so horror movie terrible, so Steven Spielberg impossible, that I couldn't bear to consider it straight on. Not yet. I returned home in a state of persistent, low-grade panic. It took me 10 minutes to cross the distance between the mobile and my house on Plum Street. In my mind, I died 7 times on the way. Twice, I heard the Phoenician's tires squealing on the blacktop and turned to see the shiny chrome grille in the half-second before the caddy slammed into me. Once, the Phoenician slid to a stop behind me, got out with a tire iron, chased me into the woods, and beat me to death in the brush. He ran me down as I tried to scamper across the Thatcher family's front yard, and he drowned me in their purple inflatable wading pool. The last thing I saw was a headless G.I. Joe sunk to the bottom. The Phoenician drove past, nice and slow, and hung his left arm out the window with a gun in it, put 2 bullets in me, one in my neck, one in my cheek. He drove past, nice and slow, and lopped my head off with a rusty machete. Whack! He drove past, nice and slow, and said, "Hey, kid, how's it going?" And my weak heart stopped in my fat chest, and I fell dead of a massive cardiac arrest at age 13. So young, so full of promise. The snapshot was in my shirt pocket. I felt it there as if it were a square of warm radioactive material, something that could give me cancer. It could not have made me more uneasy if it were kiddie porn. Possessing it felt criminal. It felt like evidence. Although of what crime, I could not have told you. I cut across the grass and let myself into the house. I heard a mechanical whirring and followed the sound into the kitchen. My father was out of bed and using the electric beater on a bowl of orange-tinted whipped cream. Something was baking in the oven, and the air was redolent of the warm scent of gravy, an odor quite like a freshly opened can of Alpo. "I smell dinner. What's in the oven?" "Battle of Stalingrad," he said. "What's the orange stuff you're whipping up?" "Topping for the Panama Thrill." I opened the fridge looking for Kool-Aid and found the Panama Thrill, a mountainous sculpture of Jell-O, cherries suspended within its quaking mass. My father only knew how to make a few things: Jell-O, pasta dishes with ground beef in them, chicken topped with sauces made out of Campbell's canned soups. His real gift in the kitchen was for naming the meals. It was Battle of Stalingrad one night, Chainsaw Massacre the next. That was a weird mess of white beans and meat in a bloody red sauce. Fidel's cigar for lunch, a brown tortilla stuffed with shredded pork and pieces of pineapple. And farmer pizza for breakfast, an open-faced omelet piled with cheese and random chopped leftovers. He wasn't a fatso like me, but thanks to our diet, he wasn't anyone's idea of trim. If we passed each other in the hall, we both had to turn sideways. I poured the Kool-Aid, drank off the entire glass in 4 swallows. Not good enough, I poured another. "It's almost ready," he said. I made a humming sound of acceptance. Battle of Stalingrad was mashed potatoes topped with shaved steak and a bottled gravy and mushroom sauce. Eating it was roughly like consuming a bucket of liquid cement. I felt boiled after my hike to the mobile and back, and the dog food smell of dinner was making me ill. "You're not enthusiastic?" he asked. "No, I'm eager." "Sorry it's not Mom's apple pie, but I gotta tell you, even if she was here, I don't think she makes pie." "Do I look like a kid who needs pie?" He glanced at me sidelong and said, "You look like a kid who maybe needs a shot of Pepto-Bismol. You okay?" "I'm just going to sit in the dark and cool off," I said. "I haven't been this hot since I was fighting off the Kong outside Quezon." "Let's not talk about that. If I start thinking about the boys we left behind, I'll begin crying in the whipped cream." I went out, whistling Goodnight Saigon. My dad and I had an ongoing riff about the time we'd spent fighting the North Vietnamese together, the arms we'd run to the Contras, the helicopter crash we'd barely survived on a mission to save the hostages in Iran. The truth was, neither of us had ever been out of California, except for one trip to Hawaii when we were still a family in the traditional sense. My mother was the one who had adventures in faraway places. My parents were technically still married, But my mother lived with the tribal peoples of the Southwest African coast and was only home for a month here and a month there. When she was stateside, she made me uneasy. We did not have conversations. Talking with my mother was more like taking a series of oral quizzes on subjects ranging from feminism to socialism to my feelings about my own sexual identity. She would sometimes ask me to sit on the couch with her so she could read me an article about genital mutilation from National Geographic. She would announce that the practice of women shaving their armpits was a form of patriarchal control, and then look at me with a certain hostile fascination, as if she expected me to disapprove of the wiry gray thatch beneath her arms. Once I asked my father why they didn't live together, and he said because she was brilliant. She was, too, I think. I've read her books, and they aren't what you'd call page-turners, but I admire the way she could fold together a series of small observations and then suddenly spread them out before you, open them like a fan, to reveal a single great insight. Her curiosities gripped her entirely, held her transfixed. I don't think there was room in her head to wonder about her husband and son. I stretched out on the couch, underneath the picture window, in the dimness of the living room. I was running my thumb along the edge of the photo in my shirt pocket for maybe half a minute before I realized what I was doing. A part of me didn't want to look at it now or ever, which was a peculiar way to feel. It was, after all, just a photo of me sitting next to the soda machine reading a magazine. There was nothing wrong with it, as long as you didn't know that it had been taken today but showed something that had happened days or maybe weeks ago. A part of me didn't want to look at it, and a part of me couldn't help myself. I picked it out of my pocket and tilted it to examine it in the afternoon's weird storm light. If ghosts have a color, then they are the color of an August thunderstorm getting ready to break. The sky was the exact filthy gray of a Polaroid just beginning to develop. In the photograph, I hunched over that crumpled copy of Popular Mechanics, looking fat and unlovely. The fluorescent lighting above gave me the bluish tinge of the undead in a George Romero picture. "Don't let him take a picture of you," Shelley Bukes had told me. "Don't let him start taking things away." But he hadn't taken a picture of me. I was in the picture, but he hadn't pointed his camera at me and pressed the button. In fact, he hadn't taken a picture at all. I had, and I'd been pointing the Solarid at Matt. I dropped the photo with a kind of revulsion, as if I had suddenly realized I was holding a squirming maggot. For a while I sprawled in the shadowy cool, trying not to think because everything in my head was rotten and strange. Ever try not to think? It's like trying not to breathe. No one can do it for long. Maturity is not something that happens all at once. It is not a border between two countries where once you cross the invisible line, you are on the new soil of adulthood, speaking the foreign tongue of grown-ups. It is more like a distant broadcast, and you are driving toward it, and sometimes you can barely make it out through the hiss of static, while other times the reception momentarily clears, and you can pick up the signal with perfect clarity. I think I was listening for radio adulthood then, remaining perfectly still, in the hopes that I could catch a transmission carrying useful news and emergency instructions. I can't say anything came to me, but in that moment of enforced stillness, my gaze happened to settle on the small collection of family photo albums that my dad had arranged on the top shelf of the bookcase in the corner. My dad liked to keep things in order. He wore a tool belt to work, and everything was always in just the right place. The pliers in a holster, the wire stripper snug in a loop that was meant for it. I picked an album at random, dumped myself back onto the couch, and began to turn through the pages. The oldest photos were glossy rectangular squares, and, hold on to your hats, kids, I'm not making this up, were in black and white. The earliest showed my parents together in the days before they married. They were both too old and too square to be hippies, and I'm not sure I can honestly describe them as an appealing couple. My father's only concessions to the time period were bushy sideburns and tinted sunglasses. My mother, the great African anthropologist, wore khaki shorts pulled up above her belly button and heavy hiking boots, even to family reunions. She smiled like it pained her. There wasn't one shot of them hugging or kissing or even looking at each other. There were at least a few shots of them taking turns holding me. Here was my mother on the floor, dangling enormous rubber keys above a chubby infant on his back, who grasped at them with fat fingers. Here was a picture of my father, up to his waist in someone's above-ground swimming pool, clutching his naked toddler in his arms. I was already a butterball. My most frequent companion, though, was not my father or my mother, but Shelley Bukes. It was kind of a shock, really. When she retired 5 years earlier, I'd felt nothing in particular, was as indifferent as I would have been if my father had told me we were replacing an end table. Are you shocked to hear that a privileged 7-year-old me from the valley took the help for granted? My dad didn't talk to me then about her open heart surgery. He just said that she was a little older and older people needed more rest. She was in the neighborhood and I could go see her any time. And did I? Oh, I dropped in on rare occasions for tea and date cookies, and we sat in front of Murder, She Wrote, and she asked me how I was doing. I'm sure I was polite and ate my cookies quickly so I could go. When you're a kid spending an afternoon in an overheated living room with an old lady in front of daytime television is like winning a ticket to Guantanamo Bay. Love doesn't figure into it. Whatever I owed her or whatever I might have meant to her never entered into my thoughts. But here she was, in photo after photo. We clutched the bars of a jail cell in Alcatraz, both of us putting on mock horrified faces. I sat on her shoulders to pluck a peach from the branches of a peach tree, my free hand crushing the brim of her straw hat down into her face. I blew out candles while she stood behind me, hands raised, ready to clap. And yes, by this stage, the pictures were all Polaroids. Of course we had one. Everyone had one. Just like everyone had a VCR, a microwave, and a Where's the Beef t-shirt. The woman in these photos was old, but had bright, almost girlish eyes and a mischievous smile to match. In one Polaroid, her hair was the red of a neon beer sign in a bar. In another, it was a comical shade of carrot, and her nails were painted to match. In the snapshots, she was always grabbing me, tousling my hair, sitting with me in her lap while I ate one of her date-filled cookies, a chubby little kid in Spider-Man underoos with grape juice stains on his chin. About 2/3 of the way through the book, I came across a photo of a long-forgotten backyard barbecue. Shelley's hair was Arctic blue-colored this time. She had Larry with her, the Afrikaner wearing too tight sand-colored trousers and a white button-down shirt with the sleeves rolled back to display his Popeye forearms. Each of them had one of my hands. I was a blur swinging between them in the dusk. Shelley was frozen in the act of whooping. Bemused grown-ups stood around watching, holding plastic cups of white wine. The idea that these days had been taken from her struck me as vile. It was a swallow of curdled milk. It was indecent. There was no justification for the loss of her memories and understanding, no defense the universe could offer for the corruption of her mind. She had loved me, even if I'd been too witless to know it or value it. Anyone who looked at these pictures could see she loved me, that I delighted her somehow, in spite of my fat cheeks, vacant stare, and tendency to eat in a way that smeared food all down my bad t-shirts. In spite of how I thoughtlessly accepted her attention and affection as my due. And now, it was all melting away. Every birthday party, every barbecue, every plucked ripe peach. She was being erased a little at a time by a cancer that fed not on her flesh, but on her inner life, on her private store of happiness. The thought made me want to fling the photo album at a wall. It made me feel like crying. Instead, I swiped at the water in my eyes and flipped to the next page and made a sound of surprise at what I found there. When I had glanced into the back of the Phoenician's car, I'd seen a photo of a bodybuilder, a darkly tanned youth in an orange tank top, perched on the hood of a Trans Am. Some part of me had recognized him, had known I'd seen him before, even though I couldn't place him or guess where we'd crossed paths. And here he was again, in my own photo album. He held two straight-backed chairs over his head, one in each hand, gripping each by a wooden leg. I sat in one, hollering in what looked like joyous terror. I was in a damp swimsuit, jewels of water glittering on my fat boy boobs. Shelley Bukes sat in the other, gripping the seat with both hands, laughing with her head tipped back slightly. In this photograph, the big guy was dressed not in a tank top, but in navy whites. He grinned wolfishly beneath his Tom Selleck mustache. And, look, even the Trans Am was there. I could just see the rear end of it, sitting in the driveway, visible around one corner of Shelley's house. "Who the hell are you?" I whispered. I was talking to myself and didn't expect an answer, but my father said, "Who?" He stood in the doorway to the kitchen, wearing a single oven mitt. I wasn't sure how long he'd been standing there, watching me. "Guy with the muscles," I said, gesturing at a picture he couldn't see from halfway across the room. He wandered over, craned his neck for a look. "Oh, that jackass. Shelley's boy. Sinbad, Achilles, something like that. That's the day before he shipped out to the Red Sea. Shelley had a going-away barbecue at her house. She made a cake, looked like a battleship and was almost as big. We brought home the leftovers, and you and I ate battleship for breakfast all week." I remembered that cake. A three-dimensional aircraft carrier, not a battleship, churning up waves of blue-white frosting. I also remembered faintly that Shelley had told me that the party was a graduation party for me. I had just finished the 3rd grade. What a Shelley Bukes thing to do. Tell a lonely little kid that a party was all about him, when it had nothing to do with him at all. "He doesn't look so bad," I said. It bothered me, my dad calling him a jackass. It seemed like an offhand criticism of Shelley herself, and I wasn't in the mood. "Oh, you loved him. He was Larry's boy through and through, competed in bodybuilding contests, liked to show off with his muscle boy tricks, pick up one end of a car with his dick or whatever. You used to think he was the Incredible Hulk. I remember that stunt, picking both of you up at the same time and walking around with you while you balanced on those chairs. I was afraid he'd drop Shelley on her head and I'd have to find the new babysitter. Or he'd drop you and I'd have to find the new kid to eat my Panama Thrill. Come on, food's done, let's tuck in." We sat catty-corner to each other at the dinner table with the Battle of Stalingrad on our plates. I wasn't hungry and was surprised when I found myself using a roll to mop up the last of the gravy. I moved my bread around and around, smearing juice and thinking of all those photo albums in the back of the Phoenician's car. Thinking of the picture in my shirt pocket that showed something it couldn't possibly show. An idea was developing, not unlike a Polaroid, swimming slowly, inevitably into clarity. In a distant, artificially calm voice, I said, "I saw Mrs. Bukes today." "Oh, yeah?" My father gave me a thoughtful glance, then asked in a mild tone that was as artificial as mine, "How'd she look?" "She was lost. I walked her home." "I'm glad. I wouldn't have expected you to do anything different." I told him about finding Shelley in the street and how she thought she was supposed to work today and how she wouldn't say my name because she didn't know it. I told him about Larry Buke swerving into the driveway in a panic, how he'd been scared to death she might go wandering into traffic or wind up lost for good. He gave me money for bringing her home. I didn't want to take it, but he made me. I didn't think my dad would like that, and part of me expected, was maybe even hoping, to be shamed. But instead, he got up for the Panama Thrill and said over his shoulder, "Good." "It is?" He set down the Jell-O, wobbling under 4 inches of sherbet-colored whipped cream, and began to scoop globs of it into bowls. "Sure." Paying you is the way a man like Lawrence Bukes makes himself feel that he's back in control. He's not a man who lost his senile wife because he's too old to see to her needs himself. He's a man who knows how to pay someone to solve a problem. He asked if I'd help out sometimes. If I'd, come by and sit with her when he has to go out for groceries or whatever. My dad paused with a spoonful of Panama Thrill at his lips. I'm glad. You're good to help out. I know you love that old lady. Funny, huh? My father had known I loved Shelley Bukes, something I hadn't known myself until only a few minutes before. Anything else happen this morning? He asked. My thumb crept to my shirt pocket, ran along the edge of the Polaroid. Solaroid? There. I'd been touching it off and on in a nervous, relentless, helpless way ever since getting home. I considered saying something about the Phoenician and the clash at the mobile mini-mart, but I didn't know how to bring such a thing up without sounding like a rattled little kid. And then there was that idea creeping around the edge of my awareness, a thought I was studiously trying to ignore. I didn't want to go anywhere near that idea, and if I started talking about the Phoenician, I wouldn't be able to avoid it. So I didn't say anything about the run-in at the gas station. Instead, I said, I'm almost done working on the party gun. Outstanding! It'll be easy to celebrate when you're finished. All you have to do is pull the trigger. He got up and carried our plates to the sink. Mike? Yeah? Don't get too down if Shelley doesn't know you or says things that don't make sense. I won't. It's like a house after someone moves out. The house is still there, but all their stuff is gone. Someone took away the furniture and rolled up the rugs. The movers crated all the parts of Shelley Bukes up and shipped her away. There's just not much left of her anymore, except the empty house. He scraped the ruins of Stalingrad into the disposal. That, and what's in old photographs. 5. You'll be all right here? My father asked me on his way out the door. He had one foot on the front step and the other on our pea-green shag carpet. Lightning lit the low boiling clouds behind him in a soundless flicker. Been a while since I needed Shelley Bukes to tuck me in, I said. Yeah, it has. I don't know that's how it should be, but that's how it is, huh? That was such an uncharacteristic thing for my dad to say. To acknowledge, even a little, that our life was somehow not quite ideal, that I opened my mouth to answer him and found I had no reply at all. He glanced out into the turbulent, thundercloudy dusk. I hate working nights. When Al gets back in the rotation, I'll put in for days. My father had been pulling night shifts with the utility company all summer. They had a staffing gap. His best pal, Al Murdoch, wasn't working while he received treatment for lymphoma. One of the line engineers, John Hawthorne, had recently been arrested for assaulting his ex-wife. Piper Wilson had left to have a baby. Suddenly, my father was the senior lineman and working 60 hours a week, most of them after I went to bed. At first, I liked it. I liked staying up after I was supposed to be asleep, catching softcore porn on what we called Skinamax in those days. But by mid-July, all the fun had gone out of being alone in the house at night. I had a vivid imagination, and in late July had made the mistake of reading Zodiac. After that, the emptiness of the house began to seriously creep me the fuck out. I'd lie in bed, dry-mouthed at 2 a.m, listening to the silence, breathlessly expecting to hear a splintering crunch as good old Zodiac forced open a window with a crowbar. He'd use one of the kitchen knives to cut astrological signs into my fat gut, not after I was dead, but while I was still alive, so he could hear me shriek. I never talked about any of this with my father, because the only thing worse than my nighttime anxiety attacks was the idea that he might decide to hire someone to babysit me. All the Zodiac killer could do was torture and kill me. If my dad hired some teenage valley girl to put me to bed at 9:30 and then spend the rest of the night on our phone jawing with her friends, I'd wish I were dead. The indignity would stomp up and down on my brittle 13-year-old boy's ego. After my run-in with the Phoenician, I especially dreaded being alone that evening. Plus, there were those thunderheads and a sense of electrical charge in the air, a prickling energy I could feel in the fine hairs on my forearms. The thunder had been rolling all afternoon, and you could just tell it was going to cut loose soon. Cut loose and roar. "Think you'll work on the party gun some more?" he asked. "Probably. What followed was not melodramatic horror movie thunder, but more like a world-splitting sci-fi missile launch, a single obliterating cannon blast. It was noise at such a volume that it drove the air out of me. My father would spend his evening offered up to that sky on an iron crane, repairing power lines, a thought that made my insides bunch up with worry when I allowed myself to think about it. He only looked disgruntled and a little weary, as if the thunder were a tiresome irritation, like the sound of kids fighting in the back seat. He cupped one hand behind his right ear to indicate he hadn't heard me. "I almost had it working this afternoon when Shelley showed up. If I finish, I'll show you tomorrow." "That's good. You have to hurry up and make your first $1,000,000 so I can retire and focus on what I really love, doing original things with Jell-O." My father took a few steps down to his panel van, then turned back, frowning. "I want you to call if—" There was another cannonade of thunder. My father went right on talking, but I didn't hear a word. That was very like him. He had an unmatched gift for tuning out background details that didn't concern him. The Dallas Cowboys cheerleaders could have romped by, naked, shaking their pom-poms, and if he was up in his crane repairing a transformer, I doubt he would have so much as glanced down. I nodded as if I'd heard him. I supposed he was dishing out a standard issue caution for me to call the office and have them radio him if anything came up. He waved and turned away. A blue light snapped on, high in the clouds, a flash on the world's biggest camera. I flinched. "Don't let him take your picture," and half shut the front door. The headlights of the panel van blinked on, and the afternoon blinked off in the same moment. It was only 6:15 in mid-August, and the sun wouldn't be down for another 3 hours. But the day was lost in a smothering darkness. The van backed away. I closed the door. 6. I don't know how long I stood in the foyer, listening to the tick of my pulse in my ears. The taut, expectant hush of the afternoon held me in place. At some point, I realized I had my hand over my heart, as if I were a child about to pledge allegiance. No, not over my heart. Over the Polaroid. I had a powerful impulse to get rid of it, to throw it away. It felt awful to have it there in my pocket. Awful and dangerous, like walking around with a vial of infected blood. I even went into the kitchen and opened the cupboard under the sink, meaning to cram it down into the garbage. But when it slipped out of my pocket, I just stood there looking at it, looking at the fat, red-faced boy in a Huey Lewis t-shirt, bent over Popular Mechanics. "Have we met before?" Matt asked, smiling apologetically. A flash snapped outside, and I lurched back, dropped the photo. When I looked up, for an instant, I saw him, the Phoenician, right on the other side of the kitchen window. "And don't let him take your picture. Oh, God, don't let him—" But it wasn't the Phoenician with the Solarid. The flash was only another blue crackle of lightning. The face I saw in the window was my own, a faint reflection suspended in the glass. When the next crash of thunder came, I was in the garage. I carefully set the snapshot down, aligning it with the edge of my work table. I switched on my Luxo lamp and twisted its hinged arm to nail the picture down in a hot circle of white light. Finally, and with a kind of nasty pleasure, I stuck a pushpin through the top to hold it in place. I felt better then. It was in my operational theater now, fastened to my autopsy table. This was where I pried things apart and made them tell me everything, all their powers and vulnerabilities. To add to my feeling of confidence and control, I unbuttoned my pants and let them fall around my ankles and stepped out of them. I had discovered some time ago that nothing frees the mind like dropping the pants. Try it if you doubt me. American productivity would, I believe, nearly double if everyone were free to work pantsless. Just to show the photo who was boss, I ignored it and worked on the party gun. I squeezed the trigger to hear the fan whir inside the casing. I unbolted the side and lifted out the circuit board, picked and prodded at it. At first, I was distracted. I kept looking at the picture that had no right to exist, and then, when I turned back to my new toy, I couldn't remember what I'd been doing. After a while, though, I settled into my own capsule of focus, and the Phoenician, Shelley Bukes, the Solarid, all of it went gray, like a Polaroid developing in reverse, returning to unmixed blank chemicals. I soldered and wired. It was warm in the garage and fragrant with that smell I still love, melted rubber and hot copper and oil. I had oil on one of my hands, a little WD-40, and I wiped it with a rag to expose pink skin. I studied the rag, watched the way the ink stains spread, leaching into the fabric, sponged away, absorbed. I had snapped a picture of Mobile Station Matt, Yoshi Matsuzaka, but what the Solarid captured was something in his head. A picture he held in his mind of me. It soaked it up, like the rag in my fist absorbing oil. Blue light flashbulbed outside the windows. I was not alarmed. The idea, when it came to me, was no shock. I suppose, down below the level of my conscious mind, I already knew. I believe that our subconscious often finishes ideas hours, days, weeks, even years before it decides to present them to the higher reaches of the brain. And after all, Shelley had already explained everything to me. Don't let him take a picture of you. Don't let him start taking things away. It's odd that when I knew, when I understood, I wasn't more afraid. That I didn't go clammy and shivery and try to tell myself I was being crazy. Instead, I was almost serene. I remember I calmly turned a shoulder to the photo and bent back to the party gun, screwing it together again, and then shaking a packet of glitter down into the barrel, loading it like a musket. I behaved as if I had solved a math problem of no particular import. The last part of the gun was the flash, which could be snapped into the top, where a sharpshooter might put his scope. I had, in fact, swiped the disposable flash from our own Polaroid for this purpose. I held the flash in my hand as if I were weighing it and thought of the camera going off in Matt's face, that hot white snap of light and how he had staggered away, blinking rapidly. I thought of Shelley Bukes casting her baffled stare around the neighborhood she'd lived in for at least 2 decades, looking as dazed as if a flash had just gone off in her face. I thought about the black photo albums in the back of the Phoenician's caddy. I thought about the photo I'd seen in one of them, a photo that was almost certainly of Shelley's own son. There was a long, rolling peal of thunder that seemed to cause the whole garage to shudder, and afterward the air rang strangely. Then I decided I was the one shuddering, and abruptly I stood up, feeling dizzy. I switched off the Luxo and stood in the dark, taking deep breaths of the coppery-smelling air. I wondered if I was going to be sick. The ringing sound in my ears went on, and all at once it came to me that I wasn't hearing an aftershock from the thunder. Someone was leaning on the doorbell. I was afraid to answer it. By some 13-year-old logic, I felt sure it had to be the Phoenician who somehow knew I had solved the riddle of his Solarid and was here to shut me up forever. I looked around for something I could use as a weapon, considered the screwdriver, then took the party gun instead. I had the wild idea that in the shadows of the foyer it might look like a real gun. As I approached the front door, the storm clouds launched a fresh salvo of house-shaking thunder, and I heard a whispered curse in a heavy South African brogue. My anxiety drained away, leaving my legs loosey-goosey and my head light. I cracked the door and said, "Hi, Mr. Bukes." His Rock Hudson features were haggard, deeply lined, and his lips were discolored as if he'd been walking for a long time in the cold. He might have aged 10 years since I'd last seen him. For all the crashing and flaring lights, it still wasn't raining. The wind, though, lashed at his trench coat, so it flapped frantically around his massive torso and narrow hips. It was the same coat Shelley had been wearing that morning. It looked better on him. The gale flung his silver hair across his seamed, bold forehead. "Michael," he said, "I did not expect I would have need of you so soon, or on a night like this. I am so sorry. I'm just... Oh, God, what a day. I am sure you must be busy, doing something with your friends. I hate, on such short notice." Under other circumstances, this would have sounded like the setup for a punchline. I was less a social butterfly than a social death's head moth. But in the rushing darkness of that storm that refused to break, I hardly registered his line about how I must be doing something with my friends. The storm. The feeling of electric charge in the air. Mr. Bukes's strained, raspy breath and all the strangeness of the day had me keyed up, almost quivering with tension. Yet for all that, I wasn't surprised to see him on the front step. Some part of me had been expecting him all afternoon, had been waiting for the third act of today's performance to begin, the conclusion to an absurdist drama in which I was both the lead and the audience. "What's up, Mr. Bukes? Is Shelley all right?" "Is she? Yes. No." He laughed bitterly. "You know how she is. At the moment, she is asleep. I have to go out. Something has happened. Today, I am a man in a sinking boat, trying to bail out the water with a spoon." It took me a moment to realize that sinking boot was Larry Bukes's for sinking boat. What happened? "Do you remember what I told you about my gyms? How there is always a fire to put out?" He laughed again, bleakly. "I should watch my metaphors. My gym, the one next to the micro center. There has been a fire. An actual fire. No one is hurt, thank God for his blessings. It was closed. The fire department extinguished the blaze, but I must go inspect the damage." "What kind of fire?" He wasn't expecting that question, and it took him a beat to process it. I don't blame him for being surprised. I was surprised, too. I didn't know I was going to ask him that until I heard the question come out of my mouth. I think it must be the lightning. They didn't say. I hope it is the lightning and not old wiring. The insurance company will heave me by my shriveled old ballsack." I barked with laughter at this passing mention of his shriveled old ballsack. I'd never heard an adult, let alone an elderly man like Lawrence Bukes, speak to me this way, with a profane, desperate honesty, with such a mix of black humor and undisguised vulnerability. It was a jolting experience. At the same time, I had a thought. 2 simple, dreadful words. "It's him," and felt a light touch of vertigo. Thoughts flashed by like cards glimpsed as the dealer shuffles the deck. Tell him not to go, I thought. But there'd been a fire, and he had to go, and I had no argument to make him stay. None that made sense. If I told him there was a man with a camera that stole thoughts circling his wife, he would never let me near Shelley again. In that case, he might stay home, to protect her from me. I thought, he will go, and I will call the police and warn them his wife is in danger. Again, I asked myself, in danger from what? From who? A man with a Polaroid camera? I was 13, not 30, and my dread, my anxieties would count for nothing with the police. I would sound like a hysterical child. Also, a quadrant in my brain held out hope that I was only scaring myself with a lunatic ghost story, the result of a childhood spent reading too many comic books and watching too many episodes of the Tomorrow People. The rational counter-argument presented itself to me in a series of forceful, unequivocal points. Shelley Bukes did not suffer from a curse inflicted by a knockoff Polaroid. She was the victim of Alzheimer's disease, no magical explanation required. As for the snapshot that showed me reading Popular Mechanics, So what? Someone must have taken my picture weeks ago, and at the time I hadn't noticed. Simple explanations have the disappointing tendency to be the best explanations. Only the rational counterargument was a pile of shit, and I knew it. I knew it. I just didn't want to know it. All this flickered through my mind in a moment. The wind blew a can rattling down the road, and Mr. Bukes turned to watch it go, then cast a distraught and distracted look at his idling town car. "I will drive you. This weather. If not for this morning, I might have risked leaving her by herself tonight. She has had the pill for her arthritis, and she sleeps so heavy, sometimes 10 hours. But tonight there is the thunder. What if she wake up and is afraid? You must imagine me very wicked to have left her, even for a minute." At not quite 13, I wasn't emotionally equipped to respond to a distressed and elderly man, viciously finding fault with himself. I mumbled some eloquent words of comfort, like, no, not at all. "I tried to dial you, but when there was no answer, I think he is in his garage and cannot hear the phone ringing. I kissed her goodbye, very softly so not to wake her, and came straight over." He showed me a smile that was close to a grimace. "When she is asleep, she looked like her old self. Sometimes I think in her dreams she gets it all back. The path to her old self is overgrown, lost in the briars. But her sleeping mind... You think, Michael, the sleeping mind has paths of its own? Trails the waking self has never walked?" "I don't know, Mr. Bukes." He dismissed his own question with a weary nod. "Come, I will drive you now. You should get a book, maybe, and I don't know what else." He lowered his eyes, took in the fact that I was wearing boxers and socks. He lifted one white, stupendously shaggy eyebrow. "Trousers, perhaps." "I don't need you to drive me around the corner. Go see if your gym is okay, and don't worry about Shelley. I'll be over there in 5 minutes." Thunder growled at his back. He cast another aggrieved look up at the sky, then leaned through the door and took my hand in both of his. "You're a good damn kid," he announced. "Shelley always taught me this, you know, every time she came home. That is a good damn kid, Larry. All the funny things he talks about building. Beware, Afrikaner. I will ask him to build me a new husband, one who doesn't shave in the shower, so it looks like a ferret exploded in there." He smiled at the memory, while the rest of his face crumpled, and for a horrible moment I thought he was going to cry again. Instead, he lifted his hand and rested it on the back of my neck. "Good damn kid," she said. "She always knew when someone had greatness in them. She didn't waste her time with second-rate people, not never. Only the best, always." "Always?" I asked. He shrugged. "She married me, didn't she?" And winked. 7. On the way to collect my pants, I took a detour into the kitchen and dialed Norwest Utility. I knew the direct number to the switchboard by heart and thought maybe they could patch me straight through to my dad's radio. I wanted to let him know where I was going to be. I thought there was a very reasonable chance I'd wind up sacking out on the Bukes' couch that evening. Only no one picked up on the other end because it never rang. There was just a long, dead hiss. I hung up and was about to try again when I realized there wasn't any dial tone. It came to me, suddenly, that it was very dim in the kitchen. Experimentally, I flipped the light switch. The room didn't get any brighter. I went to the picture window in the living room and looked out at the dead street. Not a light on in a single window, in spite of the darkness of the day. The Ambersons, across the road, always had their TV on by mid-afternoon, but tonight there was no spectral blue glow pulsing in the windows of the den. At some point, while Mr. Bukes and I had been talking, a line had gone down somewhere, cutting the juice to the whole neighborhood. I thought, no, it's him. My stomach flopped. Suddenly, I wanted to sit down. The aftertaste of Panama Thrill was in my mouth, a flavor like sweet bile. The house buckled in the wind, creaking and popping. Probably a lot of lines were going down tonight. As far as that went, it was entirely credible to imagine that the fire at the gym had something to do with the storm. A fire that had conveniently left Shelley all alone, with no way to raise an alarm if there was trouble, because even if she could remember how to call the police, her phone would be as dead as mine. I considered running across the road and beating a fist on Mr. Amberson's door and yelling for help, and then what? What was I going to tell him? That I was afraid a cruel man with tattoos had engineered a fire and a power outage so he could take Polaroids of a senile old woman? Let me tell you how that would look. Like a fat kid with a head full of horror movies getting hysterical because of a little thunder and lightning. I wondered if I could just stay home. I don't like admitting that, but it crossed my mind that Mr. Bukes would never really know if I'd walked over to watch his wife. Yeah, sure, in a couple of hours he would get back from his gym and I wouldn't be there, but I could always bullshit him, say I'd only gone home for a minute to get my pillow and was coming right back. The idea briefly filled me with a shameful throb of relief. I could stay home, and if the Phoenician came and did something to Shelley, something awful, I wouldn't be in the way and wouldn't have to know. I was only 13, and no one could expect me to try to protect a mentally crippled old woman from a sadistic freak with a mile of ink on his body. I was afraid to go, but in the end, I was even more afraid to stay. I envisioned Mr. Bukes coming home and finding Shelley toppled out of bed, her neck snapped, head turned halfway around to look back between her shoulder blades. When I closed my eyes, I could see it. Her lips wrinkled in a grimace of terror and anguish, her stiffening corpse surrounded by hundreds of Polaroid snapshots. If the Phoenician visited her while I cowered at home, I might be able to lie my way out of it with Mr. Bukes, but I could not lie my way out of it with myself. The guilt would be too much. It would rot my insides and spoil every good thing in my life. Worst of all, I felt that my dad would somehow intuit my cowardice and I'd never be able to look him in the eye again. He would know I hadn't really gone to watch Mrs. Bukes. I'd never been any good at lying to him, not about anything that mattered. One idea got me into my pants and out the door. I thought maybe I could just creep up to the house and peek in the windows. If Mrs. Bukes was alone and asleep in her bed, if all was clear, I could park myself in the kitchen with a knife in one hand and my party gun in the other, next to the back door, ready to run and scream like hell if anyone tried to force his way into the house. I still thought, in the late-day gloom, that the party gun might make someone hesitate for a moment, and if it didn't fool anyone, I could always throw it. Before I left, I sat down at the kitchen table to write a note for my father. I wanted to put into it all the things I might never have a chance to say to him if the Phoenician turned up. I wanted to let him know how much I loved him and that I had a pretty good time on Earth right up until I was butchered like a steer. At the same time, I didn't want to make myself cry writing the thing. I also didn't want to scrawl anything terminally embarrassing if I wound up spending the night doing crosswords at Mrs. Bukes' kitchen table and nothing happened. In the end, I wrote, "I'm okay. Mr. Bukes asked me to sit with Shelley. They had a fire at his gym. Wow, has his day bit the bag. Love you. The Panama Thrill was great." 8. When I opened the door, the wind hit me with a shove, a guest banging past me and reeling drunkenly into the house. I had to back my way out, hunching my shoulders against the gale. But when I got around the corner and was on my way up to the Bukes house, I had the wind at my back. The gusts ran at me, turning my light windbreaker into a sail and carrying me along at a trot. A house on the corner was on the market, and as I went by, the real estate agent's metal sign, which was pitching back and forth, snapped free and soared 20 feet before doing a meat cleaver whap into the soft dirt of someone's front yard. I did not feel I was walking to Shelley's house so much as I was being blown there. A fat, warm drop of water splattered the side of my face, just like a mouthful of spit. The wind surged, and a burst of rain, barely a dozen drops, struck the blacktop ahead of me, producing the smell that is one of the finest odors in the world, the fragrance of hot asphalt in a summer shower. A sound began to build behind me, a thunderous rattle that I could feel in my teeth. It was the sound of torrential downpour driving into trees and against tar paper roofs and parked cars, a mindless, continuous roar. I picked up my pace, but what was coming couldn't be outrun, and in 3 more steps, it caught me. It came down so hard that the rain bounced when it hit the road, creating a shivering knee-high billow of spray. Water began to pour into storm drains in a brown, foaming flood. It was amazing how quickly it happened. It seemed like I ran fewer than 10 steps before I was splashing ankle deep. A plastic pink flamingo rushed past, carried by the tide. Lightning popped and the world became an X-ray photograph of itself. I forgot my plan. Did I even have a plan? You couldn't think in a storm like that. I fled through pelting water, cut across the yard of the house next to Shelley's. Only the lawn was melting. It came apart under my heels, long runners of grass peeling up to reveal the waterlogged earth beneath. I fell, went down on one knee, caught myself with my hands, and came up filthy and wet. I staggered on, across the Bukes' driveway, which was a wide and shallow canal by then, and around to the back of the house. I scrabbled at the door and leapt inside as if I were on the run from wild dogs. The door banged behind me, only slightly less loud than a crack of thunder, which was when I remembered I'd been aiming for stealth. Water dripped off me, off the party gun. My clothes were sopping. The kitchen was still and shadowed. I had sat there plenty of times in the past, munching Shelley Bukes' date cookies and sipping tea. And it had always been a place of pleasant smells and reassuring order. Now, though, there were dirty plates in the sink. The garbage can overflowed, flies crawling on heaped paper towels and plastic bottles. I listened but couldn't hear anything except the rain rumbling on the roof. It sounded like a train going by. The screen door opened behind me and slammed again, and I choked on a scream. I spun, ready to drop to my knees and begin begging, but there was no one there, just wind. I pulled the screen door tight, and almost immediately a fresh gust overpowered the old latch and sucked the screen open once more, then thumped it shut. I didn't bother to secure it again. My insides squirmed at the thought of going any farther into the house. I felt strongly that the Phoenician was already there, had heard me coming in, and was patiently waiting for me somewhere in the gloom, down the hall and around the corner. I opened my mouth to call hello, then thought better of it. What finally got me moving wasn't courage, but manners. A puddle was forming under my feet. I snatched a dish towel and wiped up. It gave me a way to stall going any farther into the house. I liked it close by the screen door, where I could get outside in 2 steps. Finally, the floor was dry. I was still wet, though, and needed a towel myself. I edged over to the doorway and stuck my head around the corner. A dim and lonely hall awaited. I crept down the corridor. I used the barrel of the party gun to nudge open each door as I came to it, and the Phoenician was in every room. He was in the tiny home office, standing motionless in one corner. I spotted him in my peripheral vision, and my pulse did a hectic jig, and I looked again and saw it was only a coat rack. He was in the guest bedroom, too. Oh, at first glance, the place seemed empty. It could have been a room in a Motel 6 with its neatly made queen-sized bed, striped wallpaper, and modest TV. The door to the closet, though, was slightly ajar, and as I stared at it, it seemed to wobble slightly, as if it had only just been pulled closed. I could feel him in there, holding his breath. It took all the will I possessed to walk the 3 steps to the closet. When I threw open the door, I was prepared to die. The little cabinet within contained a collection of curious costumes, a pink jumpsuit with a fur collar, white silks of the sort Elvis Presley liked to wear in the 70s, but no psychopaths. Finally, only the door to the master bedroom remained. I gently turned the knob and carefully pushed it inward. The screen door in the kitchen chose that exact moment to bang once again, going off like a pistol shot. I looked behind me and waited. It came to me then that I was trapped here at the end of the corridor. The only way to get out of the house without leaping through a window was to retrace my steps. I swayed, ready for the Phoenician to step into the hall, planting himself between me and escape. One moment turned into another. No one came. Nothing moved. Rain hammered on the roof. I stuck my head into the bedroom. Shelley was asleep on her side beneath a puffy white comforter, nothing of her showing except her dandelion puff of white hair. Her snore was a soft, rasping buzz, barely audible over the steady rumble of the downpour. I inched into the room in mincing little steps, feeling jumpy and weak, but quite a bit less jumpy and weak than I'd been when I first entered the house. I used the party gun to push aside curtains. There was no one behind them, no one in the closet either. My nerves were still jangly, but I wasn't scared of the house anymore. I didn't see why a guy like the Phoenician would hide in a closet anyway. What kind of predator hid from a fat 13-year-old with a big plastic gun that looked about as threatening as a bullhorn? The signal from radio adulthood was sharpening by then, making its way through the usual static of adolescence. The newscaster was reading tonight's report in a dry, droll tone. He reminded me of Carl Sagan's maxim that extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence. He pointed out that I had, in the past, believed that the Zodiac killer might break into my house and murder me simply because I'd once read a book about him. He reminded his listeners that Michael Figlione had, when he was 12, saved his allowance for 6 months to buy a metal detector because he thought there was a strong chance of finding Spanish doubloons buried in his backyard. Radio adulthood wanted its audience to know that my current theory, that the Phoenician possessed a camera capable of stealing thoughts, was based on the sturdy evidence of an old lady's demented ramblings and a random scuffed snapshot discovered beneath a trash can. But what about the fire at the gym? Yes, Radio Adulthood admitted, there'd been a shocking blaze at Mr. Bukes' gym. Considering the lightning storm that had just rolled in, the Cupertino Fire Department would probably be responding to a lot of fires that evening. Did I think perhaps that the storm was also the work of the Phoenician? Was that another of his superpowers? He had a camera that destroyed mines. Did he also have an umbrella that squirted thunderstorms into the sky? I should count myself lucky he hadn't used his sorcery to make it rain nails. That was about all the jeering from Radio Adulthood I wanted to hear at the moment. I was wet, and I was cold, and I was safe, and that was good enough. But later, yes, later, maybe I would be tuning back in to hear the rest of the program. Maybe a part of me was looking forward to tearing myself down, taking a good rip at my own overworked Twilight Zone imagination. I was sick of my soggy clothes and poked my head into the master bathroom. There was a big white robe trimmed in gold thread hanging off a hook by the shower, the kind of robe you'd expect to find in a 5-star hotel. It looked like the next best thing to curling up in a bed somewhere. I patted the party gun dry, set it down next to the sink, and slopped off my wet shirt. I left the door open between the bathroom and the bedroom, but I stood behind it so if Shelley Bukes woke, she wouldn't be startled by the sight of my exposed pink blubber. The rain was slackening by then, had softened to a deep lulling crackle on the roof. As I toweled off my boy boobs and back, I felt myself softening with it. I had planned to sit in the kitchen, next to the screen door, ready to run at the first sign of a psycho, but now I was beginning to indulge fantasies of hot cocoa and Girl Scout cookies. The rain was tapering off, but the lightning was still going full throttle. It flashed close enough to fill the bathroom with a throb of almost blinding silver light. I wrestled off my pants, which were soaked through. I peeled off my waterlogged socks, too. The lightning blinked again, the brightest flash yet. I wiggled into the robe. It was even softer and fluffier than I'd imagined. It was like wearing an Ewok. I toweled off my wet hair, my neck, and the lightning snapped for a third time, and Shelley responded to it with a low moan of unhappiness. Then I understood, and I wanted to moan myself. All those flashes of lightning, and not one crack of thunder. Fear inflated within me like a balloon, a thing expanding in my midsection, pushing organs out of the way. The white glare flashed again, not outside, but from within the bedroom. There was a single window in the bathroom, but I wasn't getting out that way. It was made of glass bricks, set inside the shower, and couldn't be opened. The only way out was past him. I reached for my party gun with a shaking hand. I thought that maybe I could throw it at him, at his face, and run. I peeked around the edge of the door. My pulse thrummed. The flash flashed. The Phoenician stood by the bed, bent over Shelley with his camera, peering through the viewfinder. He had pulled the covers completely off her. Shelley was curled on her side, a hand protecting her face, but as I watched, the Phoenician grabbed her wrist and forced her arm down. "None of that," he said. "Let's see you." The flash went off again, and the camera whirred. The Solarid spit a photo onto the floor. Shelley made a low, wounded sound of refusal, a noise that was almost, but not quite, no. A heap of snapshots surrounded his fancy boots with the high Cuban heels. The flash pulsed again, and another picture fell into the pile. I took a small step into the bedroom. Even that required too much coordination for a shambling slob like myself, and the party gun clicked against the doorframe. The sound of it made me want to cry, but the Phoenician didn't look my way, so intent was he on his work. The camera whined and snapped. Shelley tried to raise her hand to shield her face again. "No, bitch," he said, and grabbed her wrist and shoved her hand down. "What did I tell you? No covering up." "Stop it," I said. It was out of my mouth before I knew I was going to speak. It was the way he kept shoving her hand down. It offended me. Does that make sense? I wanted more than anything to run, but I couldn't, because I couldn't bear the thought of him touching her like that. It was indecent. He glanced over his shoulder without any real surprise, flicked his gaze down at the party gun, and snorted softly in contempt. It wasn't fooling anyone. "Oh, look," he said. "It's the fat boy. I thought the old bastard might send someone around to sit with her. Of all the people in the world, if it could have been just one person, I would have picked you, fat boy. I'm going to remember the next few minutes with great pleasure, all the rest of my life. I am. But you aren't." He turned toward me with the camera. I jerked up the gun. I'm sure I meant to throw it, but instead my finger found the trigger. The air horn shrieked. Confetti exploded in a shower of glitter. The flashbulbs kapowed. The Phoenician went backward as if someone had struck him in the chest. His high right heel came down on that little pile of photographs, those slick plasticky squares, and squirted out from under him. The backs of his legs thumped an end table. A lamp toppled, hit the floor, and the bulb exploded with a sharp pop. He jumped forward a step, and Shelley reached out and grabbed his pant leg and yanked. He stumbled, with his eyes shut, right toward me. He made a sound between a snarl and a roar. Glitter spackled his cheeks, flecked his eyelashes. He even had some in his mouth, bright gold flakes on his tongue. He cradled his camera to his chest like a mother with her infant and reached for me with his free hand. In that moment, I found a decisive grace I'd never known before and would never know again. I stepped into him, knowing he couldn't see me, had been blinded by the flash. When we thudded together, the Solarid slipped. My knee found his groin, not a good hard thump, but a weak jostle that made him instinctively clamp his knees together. He bobbled the camera, and I lifted it right out of his hand. He choked on a scream and grabbed for the Solarid. I handed him the party gun instead. He caught it by the trigger, and it went off with another loud squawk. I kept going, was past him in 2 steps, and then I was behind him next to the bed. He stumbled almost as far as the bedroom door before he realized what had happened. He put out his free hand and steadied himself against the doorframe. He blinked rapidly down at the party gun with complete bafflement. He didn't drop it. He threw it onto the floor with a crack and kicked it away. A hand stroked the outside of my leg, gently patted my knee. Shelley. She had relaxed and gazed up at me with a dreaming affection. The pale, colorless worms of the Phoenician's lips flexed in a look of rage masquerading as humor. "You can't imagine what I'm going to do to you. I'm not going to kill you. I'm not even going to hurt you. Either would be showing you a respect you don't deserve. I'm going to fucking erase you." His dark eyes shifted to the camera in my hands, then went back to my face. "Put that down, you fat piece of shit. Do you have any idea what that does?" "Yes," I said in a shaking voice and lifted the viewfinder to my eye. "Yes, I do. Say cheese." 9. There are a lot of things I don't understand about that night. I took photo after photo of him. The Solarid pictures fell, one after another, into a pile at my feet. A standard Polaroid cartridge contained 12 pictures. The extra-large cartridges allowed you to take 18 photographs. But the Solarid never needed to be reloaded, and it never ran out. He didn't come get me. The first picture dazed him, just as it had dazed Matt. It seemed to put him back on his high Cuban heels, his eyes blank, staring far away at some distant view he would never see again. He stood there, fixed in place, a computer trying to boot up. But he could never get unstuck because I kept firing the camera at him. After the first dozen photos, he did finally move, but not to charge me. Instead, he carefully, almost daintily, crossed his ankles and then slid to the floor to sit like a disciple meditating in an ashram. After another 20 snapshots, he began to tilt over to one side. 10 pictures later, he was curled in the fetal position on the floor. In all this time, a sly, subtle, knowing smile remained on his face. But at a certain point, one corner of his mouth began to glisten with drool. Shelley stirred from the narcotic fog created by the Solarid and was able to sit up, blinking sleepily. Her hair floated in bluish tangles around her shriveled dumpling face. "Who's that?" she asked, looking at the Phoenician. "I don't know," I said, and took another picture. "Is it Alamageusalem? My father says Alamageusalem lives in the walls and drinks tears." "No," I said, "but maybe they're related." I don't think the Phoenician drank tears, but I believe he enjoyed seeing them quite a bit. Maybe 50 photos in, the Phoenician's eyelids sank halfway shut and his eyes rolled back to show the whites, and he began to shiver. His breath shot out of him in short, harsh bursts. I lowered the camera, scared he was going to have a seizure. I regarded him carefully, and after a minute, the tremors began to subside. He was rag-doll limp, and his face had assumed an expression of forlorn imbecility. It was perhaps like electroshock therapy. You could fry the brain for only so long before you risked overloading the system and stopping the heart. I decided to give him a chance to get his breath back. I bent and grabbed a fistful of the pictures on the floor. I knew it would be a mistake to look at them, but I looked anyway. I saw a crying man, mid-50s, on his knees in a gravel driveway, fleshy and naked and holding out a pair of car keys in a desperate offering. He was cut all over, lots of fine red slashes trickling blood. The big white caddy, the one the Phoenician went around in, could be seen in the background, parked under a willow, so shiny and clean it might have just rolled out of a 1950s-era magazine ad. A snapshot of a reflection in the caddy's driver's side mirror. Dust rolling over a dirt drive, partially obscuring a naked man, face down in the road with what looked like a garden trowel in the small of his back. I could not tell you why this picture was so joyous, so carefree. Some quality of the late spring light, some sense of escape, of effortless motion. A child, a girl, in a winter cap with ear flaps, clutching a lollipop of enormous size. She smiled uncertainly for the photographer, A Paddington bear peeked out from under one arm, where she held it clutched against her side. The same child in a coffin, her plump hands folded on the velvet bodice of her gown, her face smooth and untroubled by dreams. A scarf the color of darkest wine had been arranged artfully around her throat. Paddington Bear was under the same arm, peering out in much the same way. A gaunt hand reached into the frame, as if perhaps to push a curl of yellow hair back from the girl's brow. A basement. The background was a wall of old whitewashed brick, with a narrow cobwebbed window set 6 feet above the floor. Someone had crudely drawn black marks in what I am sure was Phoenician script just below the window. 3 rings of ash, slightly overlapping one another, had been sketched on the cement. In the one farthest to the left was a circle of smashed mirror. In the one farthest to the right was a Paddington bear. In the central circle was a Polaroid camera. Old people and more old people. There had to be at least a dozen. A scrawny old man with an oxygen tube in his nose, a baggy old hobbit of a fellow with a peeling sunburned nose, a dazed-looking fat woman, one corner of her mouth twisted in the snarl of someone who has suffered a severe stroke. And, finally, me, Michael Figlione, standing beside Shelley's bed, an expression of sick terror on my moon-shaped face, the Solarid in my hands, the flash igniting. It was the last thing he'd seen before I started shooting. I collected the slippery squares into a stack and put them in the deep pockets of the fluffy white robe. The Phoenician had rolled back onto his side. Some clarity had returned to his eyes, and he watched me with a foolish look of fascination. He had wet himself, a dark stain soaking his crotch and down his thighs. I don't think he knew. "Can you get up?" I asked. "Why?" "Because it's time to leave." "Oh." He didn't move, though, until I bent and took his shoulder and told him to stand. Then he did, docile and bewildered. "I think I'm lost," he said. "Do we know each other?" He spoke in little bursts that suggested he was having trouble finding the right words. "No," I said firmly. "Come on." I steered him down the hall and to the front door. I thought I had absorbed all the shocks the night had to offer, but there was one more waiting. We got as far as the front step, and then I caught in place. The yard and the street were littered with dead birds. Sparrows, I think. There had to be almost 1,000 of them. Stiff little black rags of feathers and claws and BB pellet eyes. And the grass was full of fine, glassy pebbles. They crunched underfoot as I walked down the steps. Hail. I sank to one knee, my legs were weak, and looked at one of the dead birds. I poked it with a nervous finger and discovered that it was flash frozen, as stiff and cold and hard as if it had just been pulled out of an icebox. I rose again and looked down the street. The feathered dead went on and on for as far as the eye could see. The Phoenician rocked on his heels, brainlessly surveying the carnage. Shelley stood behind him, just inside the open front door, a far more serene expression on her face. "Where'd you park your car?" I asked him. "Park?" he said. His hand had dropped to the front of his trousers. "I'm wet." He didn't say it like it bothered him. The thunderheads had blown off to the east, coming apart into mountainous islands. The sky to the west was a bright burning gold, darkening to a deep red along the horizon. A hideous shade, the color of the human heart. It was a hideous hour. I left him in the yard and went looking for his car. Are you surprised by that? That I left the Phoenician alone in the yard with Shelley Bukes, just walked away from the both of them? It never crossed my mind to worry. By then I understood the stunning effect of exposure to the Solarid multiplied each time the camera went off. After zapping him more than 50 times, I had just about lobotomized him, Temporarily, anyway. Even now, a part of me thinks I did enough damage inside his head to leave him permanently impaired. Certainly, Shelley never recovered. You knew that, didn't you? If you were hoping somehow that that kind, brave old woman was going to get it all back in the end, then this story is going to disappoint you. Not one of those birds got up and flew away, and not a bit of what she lost was ever returned to her. Almost as soon as I was walking up the street, I began to cry. Not out-and-out racking sobs, just a weak, miserable trickle of tears and a hitching of breath. At first, I tried not to step on any of the dead birds, but after a couple 100 feet, I gave up. There were too many of them. They made muffled snapping sounds underfoot. The temperature had dropped while I was inside, but it had started climbing again, and when I found the Phoenician's caddy, steam was rising from the wet blacktop surrounding it. He hadn't parked far away, just along the curb around the corner where the development hadn't really developed yet. There were ranch houses along one side of the road, pretty spread out, but a dense wall of forest and scrub brush on the other. A good place to leave a car for a while if you didn't want anyone to notice. When I returned to the Bukes' house, the Phoenician had sat down on the curb. He was holding a dead bird by one scaly leg and inspecting it closely. Shelley had found a broom and was futilely sweeping the lawn, trying to collect up the little corpses. "Come on," I said to him, "let's go." The Phoenician put the dead bird in his shirt pocket and obediently stood. I walked him down the path, up the street, and around the corner. I didn't notice Shelley following us with her broom until we were almost to the Phoenician's big caddy. I opened the car door, and after a moment of staring blankly into the front seat, the Phoenician slid behind the wheel. He looked at me hopefully, waiting for me to tell him what to do next. Did he still remember how to drive? I wondered. I leaned in to pat his pant pockets for his keys, and that's when I caught an eye-watering reek of gasoline. I glanced into the back and saw a red fuel can sitting on the rear seats next to the stack of photo albums. I knew then what it would ultimately take arson investigators another 3 weeks to determine: that the fire at Mr. Bukes' Cupertino gym had been caused not by a stroke of lightning, but by a stroke of malice. The power outage in the neighborhood, on the other hand, was really just a byproduct of the storm. I'm less sure that the storm itself was a purely natural event. An hour earlier, I had considered the possibility that the Phoenician might have some occult influence over the weather and rejected the idea with a certain amused disgust. But the notion seemed less absurd as I looked out upon those acres of slaughtered birds. Did he have a hand in the storm after all? Perhaps. Perhaps not. I said there was a lot about that evening I don't understand. I imagined reaching into the back of the caddy and sprinkling what little was left in the can on the Phoenician, then dropping the car lighter in his lap. But of course I wasn't going to do that. I felt sick about stepping on a dead sparrow. I was hardly going to murder a living man. I left the gas can where it was, but on impulse I grabbed the topmost photo album and stuck it under my arm. I discovered the keys in the dashboard ashtray and started the caddy for him. The Phoenician gazed at me devoutly. "You can go now," I said. "Go where?" "I don't care, as long as it's nowhere near here." He nodded slowly, and then a sweet, dreamy smile appeared on his leprous face. "That Spanish gin will fuck you up, huh? I should have stopped at 1. I got a feeling I'm not going to remember any of this tomorrow morning." "Maybe I ought to take your picture," Shelley said from behind me, "so you don't forget." "Hey," he said, "that's a good idea." "Smile real big, bucko," Shelley said. And he did, and she thudded him in the teeth with the handle of her broom. It made a bony thwack and snapped his head to the side. She cackled. When he looked up, his hand was clapped over his mouth, but there was blood dribbling between his fingers. His eyes were childlike and frightened. "You want to keep that crazy bitch away from me," he cried. "Hey, bitch, you better watch out. I know some real bad men." "Not anymore," I said, and slammed the car door in his face. He banged down the lock and stared at us with a mute terror. His hand fell away from his mouth to show blood in his teeth, and a swiftly fattening upper lip twisted in a painful sneer. I didn't wait to see him take off. I gripped Shelley by the shoulder and turned her around and started back. We were almost to the yard when he drove by. He hadn't forgotten how to steer his big caddy after all, and looking back from my more informed adult perspective, I'm not surprised. Motor memory is compartmentalized, set aside from other thought processes. Many people, lost entirely in the blinding white fog of senility, can still flawlessly perform certain piano pieces they learned as children. What the mind forgets, the hands remember. The Phoenician didn't so much as glance at us. Instead, he was bent forward over the steering wheel, looking this way and that, his eyes shiny with anxiety. I had seen the exact same look on Shelley's face earlier in the day, when she was desperately scanning the neighborhood for something, anything that might seem familiar. At the end of the street, he struck his blinker, turned right for the highway, and drove out of my life. 10. When I pulled the sheets over her, Shelley gave me a sleepy smile and reached out to grasp my hand. "Do you know how many times I tucked you in, Michael? Lives have bookends, but you have to keep your eyes peeled if you want to see 'em, bucko." I bent and kissed her temple, which had the soft, powdery texture of ancient vellum. She never said my name again, although there were days when I'm sure she remembered me. There were more days when she didn't, but now and then her eyes would flash with recognition, and I'm certain she knew me at the end. Not a doubt in my mind. 11. Mr. Bukes didn't get home until 2 a.m., time enough for me to straighten up and put my clothes through the dryer, time enough to rake up the dead birds in the yard, time enough to pour a glass of strawberry quick. Mr. Bukes liked to use it as an ingredient in his protein shakes, and I like to use it as an ingredient in my fat ass, and take stock. Time to leaf through the stolen photo album, the one marked S. Bukes in black Sharpie on the inside cover. It could have been anyone's collection of memories, although the oldest Polaroids in the book showed scenes that had occurred well before color photography was available to the masses, and so many snapshots were of things no one would have photographed. Here was a wooden horse on wooden wheels, with a rope strung through a hole in its head, being pulled along a concrete sidewalk. Here was a sunlit blue sky with a single cloud in it, a cloud shaped like a cat, tail curled in a question mark shape. The chubby hands of a toddler reached up toward it from the bottom edge of the photograph. Here was a brawny woman with big, crooked teeth peeling a potato at a sink, a radio in a walnut case glowing on the kitchen counter in the background. Based on the resemblance, I guessed it was Shelley's mother and that the year might be somewhere around 1940. Here was a 20-year-old knockout with the body of an Olympic swimmer wearing white underwear, her arms crossed over her bare chest, a fedora perched on her head. She inspected herself in a full-length mirror. A big mule of a man, completely naked, could be seen in the reflection as well, sitting on the edge of a mattress. He grinned wolfishly and studied her with frank admiration. I had to look at this image for half a minute before it sank in that the girl was Shelley herself, and the man behind her was her future husband. Midway through the book, I came across a series of 4 Polaroids that gave me a very nasty shock. 4 snapshots I cannot explain. It was the girl again. The girl with the Paddington bear. The dead girl I'd seen in the Phoenician's mind photographs. Photographs? They had both known her. In these images, it was the late 60s, early 70s. In one, the girl sat on a kitchen counter, her cheeks wet with tears, a scrape on one knee. She bravely clutched her bear to her chest, as Shelley's big, freckled hands reached into frame with a Band-Aid. In another Polaroid, Shelley's strong, confident fingers worked a sewing needle, stitching Paddington Bear's hat back on his head, while the girl looked on with dark, grave eyes. In the third picture, the child slept on a rich girl's bed, surrounded by stuffed bears, but it was Paddington she clutched tight to her chest in sleep. In the last photograph, the little girl was dead at the bottom of the world's steepest stone staircase, face down in a spreading puddle of blood, one arm flung out as if reaching back for Paddington, who had wound up only about halfway down the steps. I don't know who she was. Not Shelley's daughter. Someone she'd looked after when she was younger, a first nannying job. That steep stone staircase didn't look like Cupertino. San Francisco, maybe. I can't be sure how the girl with the bear connected Shelley and the Phoenician. I've said there's a lot I don't understand, but I have my ideas. I think the Phoenician was trying to erase himself, that he was visiting people who knew him or might have known him before he was the Phoenician. I think every photo album in his car belonged to someone who might have remembered the man or boy he'd been before his body became a profane manuscript in a tongue that has been perhaps rightfully forgotten. As to why he needed to scrub that former version of himself from living memory, I will not hazard a guess. The last pages of Shelley's memory album were the hardest to look at. You know what was in them. There I was, sitting on a concrete step, placidly allowing Shelley to tie my shoes with worn, age-freckled hands that were so much older than the hands that appeared in the Paddington Bear photos. I sat in her lap while she read me Alexander and the Terrible, Horrible, No Good, Very Bad Day, a plump 7-year-old version of me with hopeful eyes underneath tousled bangs, held up a green and golden frog no bigger than a quarter for her inspection and approval. It should have been my mother's arms around me and my father reading to me. But it wasn't. It was Shelley. Again and again, it was Shelley Bukes, loving, cherishing, a lonely fat boy who desperately needed someone to notice him. My mother didn't want the job, and my father didn't really know how to do it, so it fell to Shelley. And she adored me with all the enthusiasm of a woman who's just won a new car on The Price is Right. Like she was the lucky one. To have me. To have the good fortune to bake me cookies and fold my underwear and endure my grade school tantrums and kiss my boo-boos. When really, I was the lucky one. And never knew it. 12. In the year and a half that followed, Shelley had two kinds of days, bad and worse. Mr. Bukes and I tried to look after her. She forgot how to use a knife and we had to cut her food for her. She forgot how to use the toilet and we changed her diapers. She forgot who Larry was and was sometimes frightened of him when he walked into the room. She was never frightened of me, but she often didn't know who I was. Although, maybe there was a little tickle of a memory back there somewhere, because often when I walked into the house, she would shout, "Daddy, the repairman is here to fix the TV." Sometimes when Larry wasn't around, I sat with her and looked at the Phoenician's album of stolen memories, trying to get her interested in those photographs with their muddy colors and bad lighting. But usually she would sulk and turn her head away so she didn't have to see them and say something like, "Why are you showing me this? Go fix the TV. Mickey Mouse Club is on next. I don't want to miss anything good." Only once did I see her respond to an image in the photo album. One afternoon, she looked at the picture of the dead girl at the bottom of the steps with sudden, childlike fascination. She pressed her thumb to the photograph and said, "Pushed." "Yes, Shelley? Was she? Did you see who did it?" "Disappeared," she said, and sprayed her fingers out in a theatrical poof gesture. Like a ghost. Are you going to fix the TV? You bet, I promised. Mickey Mouse Club, coming up. In the fall of my sophomore year in high school, Larry Bukes dozed off in front of the TV, and Shelley wandered out of the house. She was not found until 4 o'clock the next morning. 2 cops discovered her 3 miles away looking for something to eat in a dumpster behind the Dairy Queen. Her feet were black with filth, ragged and bloody, and her fingernails were broken, her fingers raw, as if she'd fallen into a gully and had to claw her way out. Someone had helped himself to her wedding and engagement rings. She didn't know Larry when he came to get her. She didn't respond to her own name. She couldn't say where she'd been and didn't care where she was going, as long as there was TV. I came by to see her the next afternoon, and Larry answered the door in a baggy Mexico t-shirt and his boxers, his silver hair standing up on one side of his head. When I asked if I could help with Shelley, his face shriveled and his chin began to quake. Hector took her away. He took her while I was asleep. Dad, shouted a voice from somewhere behind him. Dad, who are you talking to? Larry ignored him and came down the step into the light. What must you think of me? I let Hector take her away. I signed all the papers. I did as I was told because I was tired and she was too much trouble. Do you believe she would have ever given me up? And he took me in his arms and began to sob. Dad! Hector shouted again, coming to the door. There he was, the bodybuilder and Navy boy, proud owner of a Mint 82 Trans Am straight out of Knight Rider, the son I only sometimes remembered that Shelley and Larry had, the kid who made a party trick of picking up a chair one-handed while his mother sat in it. He had put on a spare tire of fat, and the ink on his Sailor Jerry tattoo had begun to blur and fade. His fashion sense hadn't matured in the years he'd been away, and might best be described as Richard Simmons chic. He wore a bright red sweatband to hold his frizzy hair out of his eyes, and a tank top with a pirate on it. He looked embarrassed. Jesus, Dad, come on. You're going to make the kid feel awful. It isn't like you sent her to the pound. You can see her every day. We both can. It was best for her. You're putting yourself in an early grave chasing after her. You think that's what she'd want? Come on. Come on now. He put an enormous arm over his dad's shoulder and gently peeled Larry off me. As he turned his father back into the house, he flashed a chagrined smile and said, Come on in, bucko. I just made date cookies. When he called me bucko, I shivered. Shelley had been admitted to a place called Belliver House. Hector had driven her there that morning while his father was napping. It wasn't the Four Seasons, but she'd get her pills on time and wouldn't be digging in a Dairy Queen dumpster for edibles. Hector said his father had been crying ever since. He told me this after Larry Bukes had shuffled back to bed, where he'd spent almost the entire day. By then, Hector and I were sitting in front of the People's Court with tea and warm date cookies, their insides sweet and gluey, bits of walnut in them to give a little crunch. Hector leaned forward over his plate to speak to me in a confidential tone that was entirely unnecessary since we were all alone. I used to be kind of jealous of you, you know. The way my mom talked about you, the way you did everything right, good grades, never talking back. I'd come off from Tokyo to tell her I just ate sushi with a relative of the emperor, and she'd say, Oh, great. By the way, Bucko just invented a working nuclear reactor out of spare Legos and rubber bands. He shook his head, grinning beneath his Tom Selleck mustache. She was right about you, though. You were every bit the stand-up kid she said you were. If not for you, I don't know how my dad would have managed the last year and a half. And Ma, back before it all slipped away from her, you gave her a reason to get up every morning. You made her laugh. You made her a lot happier than I ever did, I guess. I was mortified. I didn't know what to say. I fixed my gaze on the TV, and with my mouth half full, I said, Great cookies, just like your mom used to make them. He nodded wearily. Yeah, I found the recipe in one of her notebooks. You know what she called them? Date cookies? Mike's favorite, he said. 13. I went to see her now and then over the next couple years. Sometimes I went with Larry, sometimes with Hector, who'd moved to San Francisco to be closer to his parents. Later, I drove myself. The first year or so, she was always glad to see me, even if she thought I was the TV repairman. But by the time I was a senior in high school, she no longer acknowledged me when I visited, or anyone else. She sat in front of the TV in the overcrowded common room, a sunlit space that smelled of urine and old people and dust, a place with dirty tile floors and fraying secondhand furniture. Her head lolled forward on her neck, the folds of her chin sunk into her chest. Sometimes she would whisper to herself, "Next channel, next, next, next." She got very excited whenever someone changed the channel, would bob up and down in her seat for a couple moments before settling back into her melted slouch. Maybe a month before I left for MIT, I drove into San Francisco for a meeting with the homebrew computer hobbyists. And on the way back, I got off the interstate 2 exits early and swung by Belliver to look in on Shelley. She wasn't in her room, and the nurse at the desk couldn't tell me where to find her if she wasn't in front of the TV. I discovered her sitting in a wheelchair by some vending machines in a side hallway down the corridor from her bedroom, unattended and forgotten. It had been a while since Shelley even seemed to notice me, let alone recognize me. But when I knelt next to her, something, some dim awareness, brightened in those green eyes of hers that had gone as soft and faded as sea glass. "Bucko," she whispered. Her gaze shifted away and came back again. "Hate this. Wish I could forget how to breathe." And then that faint, almost amused light flickered in her eyes. "Hey, what'd you do with that camera? Wouldn't you like to take my picture? Something to remember your best girl by?" My whole back went as goosebumpy and cold as if someone had dumped a bucket of ice water on me. I leapt away from her, then went around behind her and grabbed the handles of her chair and rolled her out into the hall, rumbled her briskly on to the lobby. I didn't want to know what she meant. I didn't want to think about it. I cornered the nurse behind the desk and made ugly noises at her. I said I wanted to know who had left my mother by a fucking vending machine and how long she'd been there and how much longer she would have been there if I hadn't randomly stopped by. When I spoke of her as my mother, I had no sense that this was in any way a lie. And it felt good to be angry. It was a sorry second to being loved, but it was better than nothing. I yelled until the nurse was flushed and looked stricken and shamed. It satisfied me to see her dab at her eyes with a tissue, to see the way her hands shook when she picked up the phone to call her supervisor. And while I vented, Shelley sat in her wheelchair, head lolling on her chest, as forgotten and invisible as she'd been by the vending machines. How easily we forget. 14. That night, a hot wind. It was like air blowing from an open furnace, tore through Cupertino, and thunder banged, but no rain fell. When I went out to my car in the morning, I found a dead bird on the hood. The gale had flung a sparrow into the windshield hard enough to snap its neck. 15. My dad asked if I planned to visit Shelley before I left for Massachusetts. I said I thought I would. 16. The Solarid was in a box in my bedroom closet, along with the photo album of Shelley's thoughts and a manila envelope containing the Phoenicians' memories. What, did you think I threw any of that away? That I could have thrown any of it away? Once, a few weeks after I saw the last of the Phoenician, I got his Not a Camera down from the top shelf in my closet and brought it to the garage. Just touching it made me nervous. I remembered how, when Frodo put on the ring, he became visible to Sauron's infected red eye, and I was afraid that merely by coming in contact with the Solarid, I might somehow summon the Phoenician back. "Hey, fatso, remember me? Yeah, you do? Not for long." But in the end, After turning it over and over in my hands, I put it back in the closet. I never did anything with it. I didn't take it apart. I couldn't see how to. There were no seams, no places where the plastic parts joined together. It was, impossibly, all of one piece. Perhaps if I took a picture, I might have learned something more, but I didn't dare. No, I shoved it back in the closet and then hid it behind a box of wires and circuit boards. After a month or two, I was sometimes even able to go 15 minutes without thinking about it. The weekend before I was set to depart for Boston, my dad and I were flying there together. I opened the closet and went looking for it. A part of me didn't expect it to be there, had almost come to believe that the Phoenician was someone I'd dreamed up in a day of fever and emotional distress years earlier. But the Solarid was there, just as I remembered it. Its blank, blind glass eye stared down at me from the top shelf, a mechanical cyclops. I set it gently in the back seat of my Honda Civic, so I wouldn't have to look at it while I drove to Belliver House. Just staring at it felt dangerous, like it might suddenly, vengefully go off and wipe my mind to punish me for letting it gather dust for 4 years. Shelley was in her bedroom, a compartment just a little larger than a prison cell. I knew that Hector and Larry had been by to see her a few hours before. They always dropped in on Saturday morning. I had timed my own visit to fall shortly after theirs, so they would have had a last chance to be with her. I found her in her wheelchair, turned to face the window. How I wish she'd had something beautiful to contemplate. A green park of oaks, a place with a fountain and benches and children. But her room looked out on a sun-baked parking lot and a pair of dumpsters. She had her Walkman in her lap, a pair of headphones on her head. Hector always put her headphones on when he left, so she could listen to the soundtrack of Stand By Me, the song she and Larry had danced to when he was new in the country and she was just out of high school. The music was long over, though, and she was just sitting there, her head twitching on her neck and spit hanging off her chin. Sitting in a diaper that needed changing. I could smell it. Oh, the dignity of the silver years. I slipped off her headphones and eased the chair around to face the bed. I sat on the mattress across from her so our knees were almost touching. "Birthday," Shelley said. She looked at me briefly, looked away. "Birthday. Whose birthday?" "Yours," I said. "It's your birthday, Shelley. Can I take your picture? Can I take some pictures of the birthday girl? And then we'll blow out the candles. We'll make a wish together and blow them all out." Her gaze snapped back to me, and there was suddenly an almost avian interest in her eyes. "Picture? Oh, okay, bucko." I took her picture. The flash flashed. And again, and again, and again. Pictures fell to the floor and developed. Shelley's bent grandmother drawing a pan of date cookies from the oven, a cigarette poked in one corner of her mouth. A black and white TV set, children wearing Mickey Mouse ears, the name Bukes written in blurred black ink on a raised pink palm above a phone number. A fat baby with his fists raised in the air and jam smeared on his chin. Hector's hair, already a mess of fizzy curls. I shot a little more than 30 pictures, but the last 3 didn't develop, which is how I knew I was done. They were gray, toxic blanks, the color of thunderheads. By the time I rose, I was crying silently and furiously, a coppery taste in my mouth. Shelley slumped forward, her eyes open but seeing nothing. Her breathing was congested, hitching. Her lips were pursed as if she were about to blow out the candles on her birthday cake. I kissed her forehead, breathing deep the fragrance of the room where she'd spent the last years of her life. Dust, feces, rust. neglect. If I was wretched in that moment, it was not because I'd pointed the camera at her, but because I'd waited so long to do it. 17. Hector called the next day to let me know she had passed away at 2 a.m. I didn't care what the cause of death was and didn't ask, but he told me anyway. Her lungs just quit, he said. Like her whole body suddenly forgot how to breathe. 18. After I hung up the phone, I sat in the kitchen listening to the clock on the oven tick, tick, tick. It was a very still morning, very hot. My dad was out, had the AM shift then. I went into my bedroom and got the Solarid. I wasn't scared to pick it up now. I carried it outside and put it down in the driveway, behind the front driver's side tire of my Civic. When I backed over it, I heard it shatter with a plasticky crunch. I put the Civic into park and got out to have a look. When I saw it, though, in the driveway, my heart leapt like a bird caught in a gale, thrown helplessly into the hard wall of my ribs. The case had been smashed into big glossy splinters, but there was no machinery within. No gears, no ribbons, no electronics of any kind. Instead, it was filled with something that looked like tar. A thick gallon of black soup. A soup with an eye in it. A great yellow eye with a slit pupil at the center. A great blackberry-colored glob of Panama Thrill with an eyeball in it. As that tarry crap spread out in a puddle, I swear that single eye rolled to look at me. I wanted to scream. If I'd had enough air in my lungs, I would have. As I watched, though, the black liquid began to harden, rapidly turning silvery and pale. It stiffened at the edges, crinkling up, fossilizing. The shiny hardness spread inward, reaching that yellow eye at last and freezing it solid. When I picked it up, the whole black splash had become a blob of dull, lightweight steel, a little smaller than a manhole cover and about as thin as a dinner plate. It smelled like lightning, like hail, like dead birds. I held it for only a moment. That was all I could stand. No sooner had I picked it up than my head began to fill with hiss and static and lunatic whispering. My skull became an AM tuner dialing in a distant station, not radio adulthood, but radio madness. A voice that was ancient when Cyrus the Great crushed the Phoenician people under his heel whispered, "Michael, oh Michael, melt me down and build. Build one of your thinking machines. Build a computer, Michael, and I will teach you everything you want to know. I will answer every question, Michael. I will solve every riddle. I will make you rich. I will make women want to fuck you. I will." I flung it away with a kind of revulsion. The next time I picked it up, I used tongs to slide it into a garbage bag. Later that afternoon, I drove to the ocean and threw the fucking thing in. 19. Ha ha. Sure I did. 20. I did use tongs to handle it, and I did put it in a garbage bag. But I didn't throw it into the ocean. I threw it into the back of my closet, where I had kept the Solarid for so many years. That fall, my mother flew to America to meet my father and me in Cambridge and see me installed at MIT. I had not set eyes upon her for over a year, and was surprised to discover that her mouse-colored hair had gone completely silver and that she had taken to wearing rimless bifocals. We had a meal together as a family at Mr. Bartley's Gourmet Burgers on Mass Avenue, one of only a few meals I can recall us sharing together. My mother ordered shoestring onion rings and just picked at them. "What are you looking forward to the most?" my father asked me. My mom answered for me. "I imagine he's glad not to have to hide it anymore." "Hide what?" I asked. She pushed her shoestring onions away. "What he can do. Once you're in a place that lets you be your fullest self, well, you never want to leave." I have no memory of her ever saying she loved me, although she did give me a stiff hug around the neck at the airport and reminded me that contraception was my responsibility, not the responsibility of my future dates. She was killed in June of 1993 by members of the Lord's Resistance Army on a mountain road along the northwestern border of the Congo. She died with her French lover, the man with whom she had lived, it turned out, for most of a decade. Her death made the New York Times. My father absorbed the news the same way he'd responded to the Space Shuttle Challenger disaster. Gravely, but with no great sign of personal grief. I could not tell you if they ever loved each other or what led them to make a baby together. That is a mystery greater than anything concerning Shelley Bukes and the Phoenician. I will say that as far as I know, my father had no woman in his life in all the years when they were apart, first when they were separated by Africa, and later when they were divided by her death. And he read her books, every one. He kept them on the shelf right below the photo albums. My father lived to see me graduate from MIT and return to the West Coast to pursue my master's and then my PhD at Caltech. He died the week before I turned 22. A live subtransmission line let go on a wet and windy night and caught him across the back where he stood at the side of the repair van collecting his toolbox. He was nailed with 138 kilovolts. I went into the 21st century alone, an angry orphan who resented it whenever people my age bitched about their parents. "My mom is pissed because I don't want to study law. My dad fell asleep at my graduation. Blah, blah, blah." But then I also resented people who didn't complain about their parents, but spoke of them with affection. "My mom says she doesn't care what I do as long as I'm happy. My dad still calls me little trooper." Blah, blah, blah. There is no system of measurement that can adequately quantify how much resentment I carried in my heart when I was young and lonely. My sense of personal grievance ate me like cancer, hollowed me out, left me gaunt and wasted. When I set off for MIT at 18, I weighed 330 pounds. 6 years later, I was a $170. It wasn't exercise, it was fury. Resentment is a form of starvation. Resentment is the hunger strike of the soul. I spent most of a musty, stultifying April vacation clearing out the house in Cupertino, boxing up clothes and chipped dinner plates to bring to Goodwill, delivering books to the library. That spring, the pollen was heavy, coating the windows with a bright yellow haze. Anyone who had come into the house would have found me with tears dripping off the end of my nose and assumed it was grief, when really it was allergies. Packing up the house where I'd lived out my entire childhood was a surprisingly dispassionate business. With our generic furniture sets and our inoffensive striped wallpaper, we had left almost no mark on the place at all. I had genuinely forgotten about the weird plate of steel shoved to the rear of my closet until I reached back there and put my hand on it. It was still in its garbage bag, but I could feel the bulges and planes of the metal through the plastic. I lifted it out and held the wrapped bundle in both hands for a long time, in a heavy, suspenseful silence, the sort of silence that settles on the world in the moments before a hard summer thunder shower breaks. That whispering iron never spoke to me again. Not in my waking thoughts, anyway. Sometimes it spoke to me in dreams, though. Sometimes in dreams I saw it as it had been when it first spilled out of the crushed solarid, a tarry liquid with an eyeball in it, a weird thinking protoplasm that didn't belong in our reality. I had one dream in which I found myself sitting across the dinner table from my father. He was dressed for work, staring down into a bowl of purple Panama Thrill, the jello quivering and jiggling uneasily in its dish. "Aren't you going to have some dessert?" I asked. He looked up, and his eyes were yellow with cat's eye pupils. In a strained, unhappy voice, he said, "I can't. I think I'm going to be sick." And then he opened his mouth and began to vomit onto the table, gouts of that black goop coming out of him in a slow, sticky gush, bringing with it a hiss of static and a babble of madness. In my final years at Caltech, I began to develop the architecture for a new sort of memory system, crafting an integrated circuit board the size of a credit card. My prototype leaned heavily on components crafted out of that grotesque, impossible metal, and it achieved computational effects that I'm sure have never been matched, not in any lab, anywhere, by anyone. That first board was my Africa, was to me what the Congo had been to my mother. A splendid alien country where all the colors were brighter and where every new day of study promised some fresh, thrilling revelation. I lived there for years. I never wanted to come back. I had nothing to come back to, not in those days. Then, the work was done. Ultimately, I found I could get impressive, if less remarkable, results by employing certain rare earth metals. Ytterbium mostly, and cerium. It wasn't anything like what I could do with the whispering iron, but it still represented a major leap forward in the field. I was noticed by a company named after a crisp and juicy fruit, and signed a contract that made me a millionaire on the spot. If you have 3,000 songs and 1,000 photos on your phone, you're probably carrying some of my work in your pocket. I'm the reason your computer remembers everything you don't. No one has to forget anything anymore. I made sure of it. 21. Shelley has been gone for more than a quarter of a century now. I lost her, my mother, and my father before I turned 25. None of them saw me marry. None of them ever had a chance to meet my two boys. Every year, I give away as much money as my father earned in his entire lifetime, and I am still far richer than any man has any right to be. I have an indecent share of happiness, although I confess most of it only came after I was no longer mentally able to keep up with the latest breakthroughs in computer science. I am a professor emeritus at the company I signed with out of Caltech, which is a nice way of saying they only keep me around out of nostalgia. I haven't made a significant contribution to my field for over a decade. That weird, impossible alloy has long since been all used up. The same goes for me. Belliver House was demolished in 2005. There's a soccer pitch where it used to stand. The land beyond has been pleasantly groomed and planted, professionally landscaped into meadowy park with winding trails of white stone, a man-made pond, and a vast playground. I paid for most of it. I wish Shelley had lived to see the place. I am as haunted by her dying view of a parking lot and dumpsters as I am by my memories of the Phoenician. I don't like to think about her last days in that dismal little room, but I wouldn't erase those recollections even if I could. As awful as they are, those memories are me, and I would be less without them. We all went down to the park for the big opening. My wife and our two boys. It was August, and there was thunder in the morning, big, rolling cannonades of it. But come afternoon, the skies were stripped clean and blue, and you couldn't have wished for a better day. The town put on a good show. A 30-piece brass band played old-timey swing music in the bandstand. There was free face painting and one of those guys who makes animals out of balloons. And my old high school turned out the cheerleading troupe to do some jumping and tumbling and rah-rahing. What my boys liked most was a roaming magician, a guy with slicked back hair and waxed mustaches. He wore a purple tailcoat and a ruffled green blouse, and his great trick was making things disappear. He juggled burning torches, and somehow, as each one came down, it vanished as if it hadn't been. He held an egg in one hand and smashed his fist into it, and it was gone, shell and all. When he opened his fist, a chickadee sat chirping in his palm. He sat on a straight-backed chair and then collapsed into the dirt because the chair was gone. My boys, 6 and 4, knelt in the grass with dozens of other children, watching raptly. I mostly watched the sparrows. There was a flock of them settled on the slope above the pond, picking contentedly. My wife took pictures with her phone, not a Polaroid. Tubas and trombones blatted in the dreamy distance. When I closed my eyes, the past seemed very close, only the thinnest of membranes separating yesterday from today. I was close to dozing off when one of my sons, Boone, the younger boy, tugged on my shorts. The magician had walked behind a tree and dematerialized. The show was over. "He's all gone," Boone cried in wonder. "You missed it." "You can tell me about it. That will be just as good." The older boy, Neville, laughed scornfully. "No, it won't. You should have kept watching." "That's Daddy's magic trick. I can close my eyes and make the whole world disappear," I said. "Anyone want to see if we can make some ice cream vanish? I think there's a place selling soft serve on the other side of the pond." I got up and took Neville's hand. My wife took Boone's. We started away, crossing the greensward and startling the sparrows, which took off in one great rustling swoop. "Dad," Boone said, "do you think we can always remember today? I don't want to forget the magic." "Me neither," I said. "And I haven't yet."
Loaded. October 14, 1993. Aisha thought of him as her brother, even though they weren't blood. His name was Coulson, but his friends called him Romeo, because he had played that role in the park last summer, getting fresh with a white Juliet who had teeth so bright she should have been in a chewing gum ad. Aisha had watched him perform on a hot July evening, when dusk seemed to last for hours, a line of glowering red light on the horizon, the clouds shavings of gold against the dark sky behind. Aisha was 10 and didn't understand half of what Coulson said up there on the stage, dressed in purple velvet like he was a prince. She couldn't follow the words, but she didn't have any problem making sense of the way Juliet looked at him. Aisha didn't have any problem figuring out why Juliet's cousin hated Romeo either. Tybalt didn't want some smooth-talking black kid crowding in on any white girl, let alone someone in his family. Now it was fall, and Aisha was getting ready for a performance of her own, the Holiday Vogue, which meant modern dance classes twice a week after school. Practice didn't end on Thursday nights until 6:30, and her mother wasn't there to collect her when it was done. Instead, Coulson showed up, 20 minutes late, after all the other girls had left, and Aisha was waiting alone on the stone steps. He looked good, in a black denim jacket and camouflage pants, coming up the path, out of the dark, in long strides. "Hey, Twinkle Toes," he said. "Let's dance." "I already did." He bumped his fist on the top of her head, grabbed her school backpack by one strap. She had the other one and didn't let go, so he towed her along after him into the darkness, which smelled of grass and sun-warmed asphalt and, distantly, the sea. "Where's Mom?" Aisha asked. "At work." "Why's she at work? She's supposed to get off at 4. "Dunno. 'Cause Dick Clark hates black people, I guess," he said. Her mother worked the grill at a Dick Clark's Bandstand restaurant, an hour-long bus ride south in Daytona Beach. On the weekends, she vacuumed at the Hilton Bayfront in St. Augustine, an hour's bus ride north. "How come Dad didn't pick me up?" "He's cleaning up after the drunks tonight." Her father was an orderly at a blue-collar rehab facility for alcoholics, work that combined the pleasures of janitorial labor, there was always puke to mop up, with the invigorating effort of wrestling hysterical junkies in the throes of withdrawal. He often came home with bite marks on his arms. Coulson lived with Aisha's father and Aisha's stepmother, Paula. Colson's mother was Paula's sister, but Paula's sister couldn't look after herself, let alone anyone else. Why she couldn't look after herself had never been adequately explained to Aisha, and in truth she didn't much care. If Colson Withers had a Coca-Cola and she wanted a sip, he'd let her have one, no hesitation. If they were out where there was a video game and he had a quarter in his pocket, it was hers. And if he didn't listen to her when she told a long, rambling story about the stupid things Cheryl Portis said in dance class, he also never told her to shut up. They trotted along Copper Street to Mission Avenue. The east-west streets in that part of town were all colors: copper, gold, rose. There was no Blue Street, and there was no Black Street, although there was a Negroponte Avenue, which Aisha suspected might be racist. But the whole area had always been called the Black and Blue. Much as it had never occurred to her to find out why Colson didn't live with his own mother, she'd never thought to ask anyone why she lived in a part of town that sounded like a beating instead of a neighborhood. Mission Avenue was 4 lanes wide where it intersected with Copper. A big strip mall, the Coastal Mercantile, ran for a few blocks along the far side of the road. The lot was desolate, only a handful of cars parked there. The night was warm, almost hot, perfumed with exhaust from the passing traffic. A police cruiser flew past, blowing through a yellow light just as it turned red, the darkness stuttering with blinding blue flashes. And I said over in England, pants mean underwear, and Cheryl said English people ought to use the right words for things, and I said if they use the wrong words, how come we go to school to study English instead of American? Aisha was especially proud of this riposte, which she felt had properly put Cheryl Portis in her place at the end of a long, wearying argument about whether or not British accents were real or just faked for movies. "Mm-hmm," Colson said, waiting for the walk light. At some point, he had wrestled her backpack away from her and slung it over his own shoulder. Oh, that reminds me, Cole." "Mm-hmm." "How long are you going to live in England?" Aisha had England on the brain, had been thinking about the place all week, ever since she heard that Colson had sent an application to the London Academy of Music and Dramatic Art. He hadn't heard back yet, wouldn't hear back until spring, but he hadn't bothered applying anywhere else, acted like he'd already been accepted, or at least wasn't worried about being turned down. "I don't know. However long it takes to meet Jane Seymour." "Who's Jane Seymour?" "She Dr. Quinn, medicine woman. She's also going to be my first wife, first of many." "Doesn't she live out west? That's where the show is set." "No, she from London." "What will you do if she doesn't want to marry you?" "Pour my sadness into my art. It'd be tough if she didn't want me, but I'd just take all that heartache and use it to be the best Hamlet ever stalked the boards." "Is Hamlet black?" "He is if I'm playing him. Come on, we're going to run for it. I think the walk light is busted." They waited for an opening and beat feet across Mission, holding hands. As they slowed and stepped up onto the curb on the far side, they heard the ugly squall of a police siren, and another cruiser slammed past. Aisha started singing the reggae song that began every episode of Cops, hardly aware she was doing it. It was not at all uncommon for the police to kick up a racket this time of the night, booming along the streets with their disco lights pulsing and their sirens scaring the bejesus out of people. You never knew why or even wondered. It was like the hum of crickets, just another night sound. As it happened, the police were crisscrossing the Black and Blue looking for a stolen Miata. 40 minutes before, out on the north edge of St. Pocenti, where there were mansions with stucco walls and roofs of red Spanish tile, a couple had been followed into their house by a man in fatigues, wearing a woman's stocking over his face. William Berry had been stabbed twice in the abdomen. His wife had been stabbed 19 times in the back as she tried to run away. The assailant then calmly helped himself to her purple Hermes purse, the jewelry in the bedroom, their DVD player, and some admittedly pornographic DVDs. The man with the knife whistled while he took what he wanted and occasionally chatted to Bill Berry while the 42-year-old investment banker lay on the floor groaning. He complimented them on their interior decoration and particularly admired their drapes. He promised he would pray for both of them to recover. Kathy Berry did not, but Bill Berry was expected to survive, although he was in intensive care with a perforated large intestine. Bill had been coherent enough to report that the killer sounded black and smelled of alcohol. The Miata had been spotted by a crossing guard entering the Black and Blue not 20 minutes before. The lot spread out around Coastal Mercantile was pitched and cracked, the fissures badly sealed with scribbles of tar. The strip mall housed a check-cashing joint, open, a liquor store, open, a tobacconist's, open, a dentist's office, closed, a Baptist church called the Holy Renewal Experience, closed, a jobs office called Work Now Staffing, permanently closed, and a coin-op laundromat that was open now, would be open at 3 a.m., and would probably continue to offer the use of its overpriced, underpowered washers and dryers right through the rapture. Coulson slowed alongside an Econoline van with a desert scene painted on it and tugged on the handle of the driver's side door. Locked. "What are you doing?" Aisha asked. "This looks like the kind of van kidnappers drive," Coulson said. "I want to make sure there isn't a girl tied up in the back." Aisha cupped her hands around her face and pressed her nose to the tinted bubble window. She didn't see anyone tied up. Satisfied that the van was locked and empty, they walked on. Soon they would pass around the corner of the building, down along one side of the Mercantile, over a fence, and into the tangles, 4 acres of buttonwood, cabbage palms, anthills, and beer bottles. Coulson slowed again as they passed a blue Miata, too nice for Coastal Mercantile, black leather interior, glossy cherry dash. He tugged on the latch. "Why'd you do that?" "Had to make sure the lady locked her doors. Anyone who'd park a car like this in the Black and Blue don't have the sense to look after their stuff." Aisha wished Coulson would stop yanking on door handles. He didn't worry about getting in trouble, so she had to worry for him. "How do you know it's a lady's car?" "'Cause a Miata look more like a lipstick than a car. They won't even sell you a car like this if you're a man, unless you turn your balls in first." They walked on. "So, after you marry Jane Seymour, when you going to come back to Florida so I can meet her?" "You'll come to me. Come to London. You can study dance, same place I'm going to study being famous." "You're studying acting." "Same thing." "Are you going to get a British accent while you're there?" "You bet. Pick one up in the gift shop at Buckingham Palace first day I'm there," he said, but in a distant, disinterested voice. They were passing a battered Alfa Romeo, the driver's side door painted an ashy matte black, the rest of the car the too bright yellow of Gatorade. CDs were scattered across the dashboard, a collection of reflective silver frisbees. When Coulson tested the driver's side door, it sprang open, one Romeo welcoming another. "Oh, look it," he said. "Someone has not been putting safety first." Aisha kept walking, willing Coulson to come with her. When she'd gone 5 steps, she dared to look around. Coulson remained back by the Alfa Romeo, ducked down and leaning inside, a sight that gave her an ill feeling. "Coulson?" she asked. She meant to shout it, to say it like a scold. Aisha had a fine voice for scolding, but it came out in an unhappy waver. He straightened up, looked back at her with blank eyes. He had her purple backpack balanced on his knee, half unzipped, and was rooting around inside. "Coulson, come on," she said. "Just a minute." He dug a spiral-bound notebook out of the backpack, felt inside for a pencil. He tore a sheet out, spread it on the roof, and began to write. "We got to do an important public service here." Aisha cast a glance at the strip mall. They were parallel with the coin-op, the brightest storefront in the whole row. The door was propped open with a cinder block, and they were close enough that she could hear the sound of tumbling dryers. She was sure at any moment someone would appear in the doorway and yell. She crept toward him. She wanted to grab his hand and pull him along, but when she got close enough to take his sleeve, he yanked his arm free and kept writing. As he scribbled away, he began to read. Dear Sir, it has come to our attention that you neglected to lock the doors of your mint-condition Alfa Romeo this evening. We have taken the liberty of locking the doors for you. Please be aware that this neighborhood is full of smelly, ungroomed hobos who might have used your vehicle for a toilet. If you are not currently sitting in a puddle of stanky wino piss, you can thank the promoters of Normal Urination Team. Support your local Pee on You squad today. In spite of herself, Aisha laughed. Coulson drifted from one moment that belonged in a play to another, with a serene, spacey calm that approached indifference. He folded the letter and placed it on the dash. When he drew his arm back, the sleeve of his denim jacket caught a CD and knocked it to the floor. He picked it up, considered it, then set it on the roof of the car. He grabbed up his note and began to write again. P.S., he said. We have taken the further step of absconding with your copy of Pocket Full of Kryptonite to protect you from the spin doctors. Coulson? Aisha cried out, heartsick to go. Who can be harmful to your hearing? Please replace with Public Enemy and treat yourself with daily doses until you are less of a lame-ass. Coulson! She shouted again, almost screamed. It wasn't funny anymore. It had never been really funny, even if he'd tricked a giggle out of her. He slammed the door and wandered on, her backpack hitched over his shoulder. He had a finger through the hole in the center of the CD. Rainbows shimmied across the surface. He went 3 yards, then paused to look back with a certain impatience. We going or not? Don't yell at me to hurry up, then stand there like you can't remember how to move your feet. When she began to run after him, he turned and walked on. Aisha chased him down, grabbed his wrist, set her heels, and pulled. Put it back. He stopped, looked at the CD on his finger, then over at Aisha's hands on his right wrist. Nah. He walked on, mostly dragging her. Put it back. Can't. This is my good deed for the day. I just rescued someone's ears. Put it back. Can't. I locked the door so no one steals something actually worth stealing, like the gold St. Christopher medal hanging from the rearview mirror. Come on now, quit it. You're ruining my buzz. She knew why he took it, not because he was a thief, but because it was funny, or would be funny when he told his friends. When he told them about Pee on You, the CD was his proof it wasn't just a story. Coulson needed stories to tell like a gun needed bullets, and for the same reason, to slay. But Aisha also knew about fingerprints, and felt it was only a matter of time before the police dropped in to arrest him for grand theft spin doctors. And he wouldn't get to go to London and be Hamlet, and his life would be ruined, and hers too. He grasped her hand, and on they went, around the corner along a buckled side road in even worse condition than the main parking lot. He led her to the back corner of the lot and into the weeds, to a sagging chain-link fence, half smothered by the high grass and undergrowth. By then, she was weeping steadily and silently, drawing deep, shaking breaths. Coulson bent to help her up onto the fence, and seemed genuinely shocked to see the tears dripping off her chin. Hey, what's going on, Twinkle Toes? You should put it back. She shouted in his face, hardly aware of how loud she was being. He bent backward like a bush in a gale and opened his eyes wide. Whoa, Godzilla! I can't, told you. I locked the dude's car. She opened her mouth to shout something else and sobbed instead. He caught her shoulder and held her while she shook and made big racking sounds of misery. He used his tea to wipe her face. When her vision came unblurred, she could see him smiling with a kind of bewilderment. All you had to do was see him smile to understand why Juliet would die for him. No one cares about a spin doctor's CD, he said, but she already knew she had won and was able to catch her breath, hold her next sob in. Damn, girl, you're going to ruin a perfectly good joke, you know that? You're like the joke police. Going to write me a ticket for being flagrantly amusing? How about I go back and put the CD on the roof of the car? Will that make it better? She nodded, didn't trust her voice. She told him she was glad by hugging him instead, throwing her wiry 9-year-old arms around his neck. For years afterward, she could close her eyes and bring it back, exactly what that hug had felt like, the way he laughed, one hand between her shoulder blades, the way he hugged her goodbye. He rose, turned her toward the fence. Her fingers found the chain links. He scooped one hand onto her butt to help her over the top, and she dropped down onto the other side, into the thick brush. Wait for me, he said, and slapped the fence. He went, still unconsciously carrying her Little Mermaid backpack over one shoulder, the CD hanging off the index finger of his right hand. The disc flashed silver in the darkness, as bright as Romeo's bodkin. In a moment he had disappeared around the corner. Aisha waited in the velvety darkness, a night orchestra of insects playing their sleepy lullaby in the undergrowth. When Coulson came back, it was at a trot that accelerated to a sprint when someone yelled. He'd been gone only a few seconds, half a minute at most. He darted along the shattered side road, head down, backpack slapping against his shoulder. A man came running after him, a man in a heavy belt, with things rattling and jangling on it. The night lit up in a flurry of silver and blue lights, flashing like a simulated thunderstorm in a theater. The man in the belt was slow, panting for breath. "Put it the fuck down!" screamed the man in the jangling belt, a police officer, a white kid, Aisha saw now, not much older than Coulson himself. "Drop it! Drop it!" Coulson hit the fence with a steely crash, hit it so hard that Aisha unconsciously staggered even farther back into the gloom of the thicket. Coulson went halfway up and then snagged in place. The Little Mermaid backpack. Later, Officer Reb Mooney would state that he had believed it was the Hermes purse stolen from the scene of the stabbing earlier that evening, had dropped off Coulson's shoulder as he ran, and by the time he slammed into the fence, he was holding it by just one strap. A bent hook of old steel at the bottom of the fence snared the fabric, and as Coulson climbed, the backpack was yanked out of his hand. Coulson glared down at it and grimaced, considered it for an instant, then dropped back down. He sank to one knee to collect Aisha's backpack out of the dirt. The police officer came to a stumbling stop 8 feet away. That was the first Aisha saw the gun in his right hand. Mooney, a big freckled boy who planned to marry his high school sweetheart in just 2 weeks, gasped for breath, red in the face. A cruiser rolled into view, coming around the corner of the Mercantile, lights flashing. "Down on the ground!" Mooney screamed, coming closer, lifting the gun. "Hands in the air!" Coulson looked up and began to raise his hands. He still had the CD ridiculously stuck to the end of one finger. The kid cop put his boot on Coulson's shoulder and shoved. Coulson hit the fence, grunted, and rebounded. He bounced off the fence so hard, he almost seemed to lunge at the officer. The CD flashed in his hand. The gun went off. The first bullet pounded Coulson Withers into the fence once more. Mooney fired 6 times in all. The last 3 rounds went into Coulson's back, after he had sprawled onto his face. Later, both Mooney and his partner, Paul Haddonfield, told the grand jury they'd believed the CD was a knife. In the aftermath, the night ringing with the echoes of those shots, neither officer heard Aisha Lanternglass fleeing into the tangles. The following summer, the St. Pocenti Players would dedicate that year's performance of Shakespeare in the Park to Colson's memory. It was Hamlet. A white guy starred. September 2012, December 2012. Becky and Raj always met at the gun range. First, they'd unload a few hundred rounds, then he'd unload into her in his cherry Lambo. The very first time they went shooting together, they took turns with his Glock, emptying the 33-round magazine into a human silhouette. "God damn," Becky said. "Is a clip that big even legal in this state?" "Honey," Raj told her, "this is Florida. I don't know if you're legal, but the mag is fine." Like she was still in high school and not taking college courses in business management. He stood behind her, his crotch pressing against her backside and his arms reaching around her. He smelled good, like lemons and sandalwood and the sea. And when he held her, she thought of yachts and gem-bright waters. She wanted to dive for treasure with him and soak the Atlantic off him afterward in a hot shower. "One hand cups the other," he told her. "Press your thumbs together, keep your feet apart. Just like that. No, not that wide." "I'm already wet," she whispered to him. She pumped 33 bullets into the target, pretending it was his wife's big fake tits. Afterward, her whole body hummed in a nice, post-orgasmic kind of way. It was always foreplay for them. She had met Roger Lewis for the first time when she was 16. Her father had brought her to the mall, to Devotion Diamonds, so she could pick out a gold padlock on a gold chain, a gift for her to wear to her chastity pledge at church that Sunday. Raj helped her try a couple things on, and she turned this way and that in front of a little mirror on the glass counter, admiring the sparkle around her neck. "You look good," Raj said. "Unblemished." "Unblemished," she repeated. It was a curiously entrancing word. "We're hiring salesgirls this summer. If you sold a friend a padlock like the one you're wearing now, you'd get 10% of the price on top of your paycheck." Becky looked at the price tag on the gold chain and let the heavy weight of the lock fall back against her breastbone. 10% of what she was wearing was more than she made in a whole week of packing bags at Walmart. She wore her padlock out of the store and had an application folded into her clutch. That Sunday she swore to her parents, her grandparents, her little sisters, and her entire church that there wasn't going to be any man in her life until marriage except her father and Jesus. Becky was still wearing her padlock the first time Raj rubbed her off through her panties in the office in the back of the shop. By then she was out of high school and making almost $500 a month in commissions alone. The first few times they went to the range together, they stuck with the Glock. She pulled her hair back in a do-rag to keep it out of her face and to feel more street. Raj was okay with that. But the first time she tried to shoot like a gangster, the gun turned sideways, arms stretched out and wrist bent downward slightly, like she'd seen the bangers do in movies. He let her squeeze off only a single round before he reached in and took her forearm. He forced her to point the barrel at the floor. "What's that shit? You've emptied a few mags at the range, so now you think you're Ice Cube? You couldn't be more white if you were shoved down and drowned in a vat of cream cheese. Don't do that again. I don't want anyone here seeing you shoot that way. It'll make me look bad." So she shot the way he told her, feet slightly apart, one a bit forward, the other a bit back, arms outstretched but not fully extended. Becky aimed for the center mass because Raj told her if you hit the chest, you were going to get something juicy. Pretty soon she was bunching her shots together from 30 feet, grouping them in the area of the heart. After that he switched things up. met her at the range with his Scar 7.62 millimeter, loaded with 149-grain full metal jacket rounds. She pumped them out in bursts, bap, 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 bap. Becky liked the smell of the propellant even better than Raj's cologne, liked to smell gun smoke in his clothes, in his thinning blonde hair. "It looks like a machine gun," she said. "It is," he said, and took it out of her hands and swiveled a selector switch. He fitted the extended stock into his left shoulder and narrowed his eyes and pulled the trigger, and it went off in a furious, thudding clatter that made Becky think of someone hammering fiercely at an old manual typewriter. He cut the silhouette in half. She was so eager to shoot it herself that she almost snatched it out of his hands. Becky didn't know why anyone had to have cocaine when you could just get a gun. "Don't you need a special license to blaze away with an automatic weapon?" she asked him. "All you need is ammunition and a reason," he said. "You might want a license. I don't know. I've never looked into it." He was vain about his hair, was always patting it to make sure the thin yellow swirl covered his bald spot. He had deep creases at the corners of his eyes, but his body was as pink and clean as a boy's, fine golden hair spun on his chest. She liked to play with that fine down, was pleased by the silky feel of it. Silk and gold always came to mind when he was stretched out naked beside her. Silk and gold and lead. 10 days before Christmas, she climbed into the Lambo after work, believing he was going to drive her to the range. Instead, he drove her to the Coconut Milk Bar and Inn, 20 miles south of St. Vicente. They had a suite on the first floor under the names Clyde Barrow and Bonnie Parker, which she sensed was one of Roger's jokes. She was well practiced at smiling blandly and indulgently to keep him from realizing she didn't get the reference. His conversation was sprinkled with lines from movies and music she knew nothing about, Dirty Harry and Nirvana and MTV's The Real World, old stuff like that, not even worth Googling. He carried a black Teflon bag with him, the handles padlocked together. She'd seen him move jewelry in that kind of bag, but didn't ask questions. The old woman behind the counter looked from Becky to Raj and back, and made a face like she had a bad taste in her mouth. Becky met her bitchy stare with calm indifference. "Isn't it a school night?" the clerk asked when she pushed their key across the counter. Becky took Raj's arm. "I think it's so great that places like this hire old folks to give them something to do besides play bingo in a senior center somewhere." Raj laughed his hoarse smoker's laugh and swatted Becky on the rear. To the old woman with the tinted orange hair, he said, "You're lucky she didn't bite. She ain't had her shots. You don't know what you might catch." Becky chomped her teeth together at the offended old bitch behind the register. Raj took her by the elbow and steered her down a corridor with thick white carpet that looked like it had never been walked on. He led her past brick arches that opened onto an outdoor patio, built around 3 swimming pools, each on a different terrace, waterfalls splashing between them. Couples sat on wicker chairs flanked by tall patio heaters, columns of caged fire. The palm trees had been done up for the holiday, the fronds hung with emerald Christmas lights, so they looked like fireworks frozen forever in spectacular mid-explosion. Becky shut her eyes to better hear the sound of ice clinking in glasses. You didn't need to drink to get drunk. That sound alone made her feel intoxicated. She didn't look around until he stopped at the door to their suite. The sheets were slippery silk, or something like silk, the color of vanilla frosting. The bathtub in the enormous bathroom had been hewn out of a hunk of lava rock. He put the chain on the door while she sat on the edge of the king mattress. He carried his bag to the bed. "This is just for tonight. Everything goes back tomorrow morning." He popped the lock, unclasped the wire jaws of the bag, and poured out a heap of treasure, gold hoops and freshwater pearls on silver ropes. bracelets crusted with diamonds, and necklaces hung with brilliant stones. It was as if he had dumped a bag full of light onto the opalescent sheets. There was white powder, too, in a crystal bottle like one you might fill with perfume. It might almost have been crushed diamonds. Raj had taught her to like a little coke before sex. It made her feel good and dirty, made her feel like a degenerate aiming to do something criminal. She was almost breathless at the sight of all those gems, all those shining threads. "How much?" she asked. "About $500,000. Go on, wear it. Put on all of it. I want to see you chained in it, like a sultan's concubine, like I bought you with all this." Raj used words better than anyone Becky knew. Sometimes he sounded like a lover in an old movie, tossing off poetic dialogue in a clipped, indifferent way, as if it were the most ordinary thing to talk like that. Amid the pile of treasure was a bra and panty set, gold straps speckled with rhinestones. There was also a long box wrapped in metallic gold paper, bound in a silver ribbon. "The loot has to go back to the shop tomorrow morning," he said, and pushed the gift box toward her. "But this is yours to keep." She grasped the wide, slippery package. Becky loved presents. She wished Christmas came every month. "What's this?" "A girl doesn't wear that much bling," Raj told her, "unless she knows she can keep it." She tore away the paper and ribbon and tugged open the box. It was a .357 Smith & Wesson with a satin-white grip that looked like pearl, the stainless steel finish of the barrel engraved with fleur-de-lis and curlicues of ivy. He tossed something at her, a web of black leather straps and buckles, and for an instant she wondered if they were moving in a bondage direction that evening. "That goes on your leg," he said. "If you wear the gun on the inside of your thigh, you could walk around in a pencil skirt and no one would know you're armed. I'm going to shower off. You?" "Maybe later," she said, standing up and rising onto her toes to kiss him. She bit his lower lip, and he took the front of her tight black slacks and pulled her against him. He was playing it cool, but he was already hard, poking her through his khakis. The shower was blasting for 15 minutes. Time enough to drop her clothes and drape herself in a small fortune. The gun went on last. She liked the way the leather straps cinched around the high part of her thigh, liked the silver buckles and the black lines against her skin. She knelt on the bed in chains, diamonds sparkling between her breasts, a silver choker around her throat, and practiced aiming at herself in the mirror. She was waiting when he came out in a towel, his chest glittering with beads of water. She lifted the gun in both hands. "Drop that towel," she said, "and do exactly what I say if you want to live." "Point it somewhere else," he said. She pouted. "It isn't loaded." "That's what everyone thinks, right up to the moment someone's cock gets blown off." She opened the cylinder and spun it, clickety-click, so he could see for himself it was empty. Then she slapped the cylinder back into the gun and pointed at him again. "Get naked," she said. He still didn't like her aiming the S&W at him. She could tell. But the sight of her breasts decorated with blazing diamonds was getting to him. He dropped the towel, his skinny cock bobbing in front of him, a sight both hilarious and thrilling, and crawled across the bed toward her. He kissed her, his tongue tasting her upper lip, and she was conscious of her composure and personhood sliding away in a familiar rush of want. He pulled her down on the bed, using the gold chain and a fistful of her own hair, forcefully but not too rough. She managed to get the gun into the holster just before he pushed open her legs with one knee. She must have strapped the S&W on too loosely. His thigh forced the butt of the gun back against her crotch. Truth was, she never came harder than in those first few minutes when he was kissing her, and her clit was grinding against the soft, hard rubber of the .357's pearly grip. She went off like a pistol. The actual sex was just the recoil. April 12, 2013. At the end of his shift, Randall Kellaway let himself into the security office and found a sheriff's deputy waiting for him, a grinning Latina in one of those ugly Hillary Clinton pantsuits, a Glock on her massive hip. You never saw white cops anymore. It was all about increasing diversity now. After Iraq, Kellaway had applied to the state police, the local police, the sheriff's office, and the FBI, and never so much as got an interview. State cops said he was too old. Sheriff's office wouldn't hire him because he'd been ADSEPT. The feds told him there were suitability issues after he took their psych test. The local cops didn't have any openings and reminded him he had $900 in unpaid speeding tickets. What it came down to, a black guy who talked in Ebonics could get hired if he had just managed to graduate high school without murdering someone in a drive-by. A white guy had to have matriculated at Yale and volunteered to work with orphans who had AIDS to even get a foot in the door. When Kellaway entered the security office, he was on the customer side of the desk, with Officer Chiquita Banana. The receptionist, Joni, was on the other side of the plexiglass window, sitting in her rickety rolling office chair. There was one other security guard there, too, Eddie Dowling, taking off his belt and hanging it up in his locker. It was just like Ed to decide to call it a night 10 minutes before quitting time. "Here he is, Officer Acosta. I told you he doesn't clock out until the minute his shift ends. Mr. Kellaway is very punctual. Randy, this is Officer Acosta from the Sheriff's Department." "I know where she's from, Joan." I recognized the uniform. Folks from the police department and the sheriff's office dropped in all the time. In January, it had been to show him the mugshot of a wanted felon who was engaged to a girl who worked in the food court. In March, it had been to warn him there was a known pedophile just down the road and to keep an eye out for him. He was thinking it might be something about the black kid who had just started working at Boost Your Game. A week ago, Kellaway had found him carrying boxes out the Boost Your Game service door and loading them into a rusty, rinky-dink Ford Fiesta. Kellaway had told him to get against the car and put his hands on the roof. Had thought the kid was boosting his game by boosting some shoes. It was an hour before opening and the boy wasn't in uniform, and Kellaway had never seen his face, didn't know he was a new hire, didn't know the kid had been instructed to drive some fancy Nikes to the Boost Your Game outlet in Daytona Beach. Naturally, now it looked like Kellaway was a racist and not a guy who'd made an honest mistake. If it really had been a mistake. Kid had a bumper sticker said, "Legalize gay marijuana," which was pretty much a raised middle finger to a world where rules mattered. Kellaway could hope that Acosta had come to tell him the kid was a known banger and she wanted to search his Fiesta for crack and guns. And why, he wondered, did the most American of American car companies name one of their vehicles a Fiesta, which sounded more like a bargain meal at Taco Bell? Although probably the plant making those cars was in Tijuana, so the name actually suited. Just before Acosta spoke, though, Kellaway noticed the wan look on Ed Dowling's face. He saw, too, that Joni was willfully not looking at him, pretending to be interested in something on the screen of her antique Dell. Joni, who inserted herself in the middle of every conversation and couldn't bear to let any visitors to the office escape without forcing them to answer a dozen mindless questions about what they did, where they came from, and if they had seen last week's Dr. Phil. Kellaway felt the briefest of misgivings, a kind of grim flicker, the psychological equivalent of dull, distant heat lightning. "Let's have it," he said. "You got it, darling," said Acosta, and she slapped some folded papers into his hands. His gaze skipped across the blocks of text. Temporary injunction for protection against domestic violence and notice of hearing and scheduled to appear and testify. "You are instructed by the state of Florida not to physically approach Holly Kellaway, either at her current place of residence at 1419 Tortola Way or at her place of employment with the Tropic Lights Cable Network at 5040 Keats Avenue, or to approach her son, our son, George Kellaway, at the Bushwick, Montessori on Topaz Avenue. If you are found within 500 feet of their place of residence, her place of employment, or your son's school, you will be subject to arrest for violating this restraining order. Are we clear? On what grounds? You'll have to ask the judge at the hearing, the date of which I'm asking you. On what grounds can the state of Florida decide to keep me away from my own child? Do you really want to do this in front of your co-workers, Mr. Kellaway? She said. I never put a hand on the hysterical bitch, or the boy either. If she says anything else, it's lies. Acosta said, Did you ever point a gun at her, Mr. Kellaway? He didn't reply. Joni exhaled a snorting breath like a tired horse and began typing furiously, her eyes fixed on the screen of her computer. You're going to want to call her, Acosta said. Don't. You are forbidden to contact her directly. You want to say something to her? Get a lawyer. Have him say it. You're going to want a lawyer for the hearing anyway. So, if I call to say good night to my 6-year-old, someone's going to arrest me? Should I hire a lawyer to call on a nightly basis to read bedtime stories to him? Acosta went on as if he hadn't spoken. You have been scheduled for a hearing. The date and time is in the injunction. If you do not appear at the hearing, you can expect the restraining order to be continued in force indefinitely. You may attend the hearing with your legal counsel, or you may be a dumbass. It's up to you. Now, you've been eating frozen dinners ever since your wife moved out, and you may be getting tired of them, let me tell you. They're better than what's on the menu in the county jail. Take my advice, and don't put eyes on your ex until you see her at the hearing. Got me? He felt sick. He felt like taking his chrome-handled flashlight to her fat, dykey face. She had a dyke haircut. Could have been in the Marines with a haircut like that. That it? We done? Nope. He didn't like the way she said it, didn't like how happy she sounded. What else? Do you have any guns here or in your car? The fuck that matter? You're instructed by the order of the state of Florida to turn in your firearms to the sheriff's department until the judge concludes it is safe for you to possess them. I am a security guard, he said. Do mall cops pack? Your coworker wasn't carrying when he walked in. When Kellaway didn't answer, Acosta looked through the window at Joni and Ed. Are you required to carry while you're on the job? A strained quiet settled upon the room. The vending machine kicked on, a soft whoomp and a hum. No, ma'am, Eddie Dowling said at last, grimacing and glancing apologetically at Kellaway. Are you even allowed to carry a gun? She asked. Not in your first year, ma'am, said Ed. But after that, if you wear it discreetly, it's not prohibited, ma'am. Right, she said and looked back at Kellaway. Are you packing now? Kellaway could feel a vein throbbing in the center of his forehead. She inspected him, glanced at his belt, nothing attached to it except his walkie-talkie and his flashlight, then down along the length of his body and back up. What's that on your ankle? She asked. That the Colt Python or the SIG? How do you... He started, then clenched his teeth together. Holly. The silly, fragile bitch had given the sheriff's department a list of all his guns. Mr. Kellaway, would you please surrender your weapon? I'll be glad to give you a receipt for it. For a long time he just glared at her, and she smiled pleasantly back at him. Finally he put his foot up on the mustard-colored love seat against the wall, the one with the patched cushions, and yanked up his pant leg. Like anyone could carry a fucking Colt Python in an ankle holster. You ever seen a Colt Python? he said, unbuckling the entire holster and wiggling it loose and pulling it off. "It would be a pain in the ass with a full-size python, but it's doable if it's the snub. Your ex wasn't sure which you owned." He gave her the cig. She briskly removed the mag, pumped the slide, and squinted into the chamber to make sure it was unloaded. When she was sure it was safe, she zipped it into a big clear plastic bag and put it aside on the Formica counter. She rummaged in her leather satchel, came up with a slip of paper, and squinted down at it. "So, is the Colt in your locker?" "You got a warrant to find out?" "I don't need one. Not for that. I have permission from Russ Dorr, the CEO of Sunbelt Marketplace, the firm that owns this mall. You can call him yourself and ask if you're wondering. Your locker isn't your locker. It's his." "What are you going to do if it's not there? Follow me to my house? Better have a warrant for that." "We don't need to go to your house, Mr. Kellaway. We've already been there. Your wife gave us a key and granted us permission to enter the premises, as is her right. She's co-listed on the mortgage. But we didn't find the Colt or the cig." She scanned the sheet of paper. "Or the Uzi." "Really? An Uzi? That's some real Rambo shit, Mr. Kellaway. For your sake, I hope it hasn't been converted." "It's a legacy piece," he said. "From 1984, grandfathered in. If your boys looked in my file cabinet, they would have found all the paperwork on it. It's legal." "That must have cost some money. I guess patrolling the mall pays good. That right? You get top dollar making sure no one snatches a Cinnabon and runs for the doors?" He opened his locker and got the Colt and handed it to her butt first, the cylinder open. She shook the bullets out into the cup of her palm, spun the cylinder, and snapped it back into the frame with an agile flick of her wrist. It went into the plastic bag with the cig. Acosta wrote him a receipt in a notepad that resembled what a waitress would use to take an order. That was what Acosta should have been doing, copying down orders in a Waffle House somewhere. "The Uzi in the car?" she asked. He was going to ask if she had a warrant, but as he opened his mouth, her gaze swept up and met his, and she looked at him with a benign calm he could hardly stand. Of course she had one. She was waiting for him to ask so she could show him up. Humiliate him again. She followed him down the long corridor, out the metal door, and into the parking lot. The late afternoon sunshine always surprised him after he'd spent a day in the mall, the sharp-edged clarity of the world and the taste of the ocean in the air. Sheaves of palm leaves moved with a dry rustle. The sun was deep in the west, and the sky was shot with a smoggy golden light. Acosta followed him across the blacktop. When she saw the car, she laughed. "Really?" she asked. "I didn't see that one coming." He didn't look at her. His car was a bright red Prius. He'd bought it for the kid because George was worried about the penguins. They went to see the penguins almost every weekend at the aquarium. George could watch them swim all day. He opened the hatchback. The Uzi was in a black hard case. He entered the code, popped the locks, and stood back so she could have a look at it, placed neatly in its black foam cutouts. He loathed the Spanish woman and her butch haircut. And he was surprised to feel a certain pleasure anyway, letting her look it over, every piece of it oiled and black, and so clean it might have been brand new. She wasn't impressed, though. When she spoke, her voice was flat, almost disbelieving. "You leave a fully automatic Uzi in your car?" "The firing pin is in my locker. You want it? I'll have to go back and get it." She slammed the plastic case shut, got out her waitress check pad, and began to write once more. "Read that restraining order, Mr. Kellaway," she said, tearing off his receipt and handing it to him. "And if you don't understand any of it, have a lawyer explain it to you." "I want to talk to my son." "The judge will make a provision for that, I'm sure, in 15 days. "I want to call my boy and tell him I'm fine. I don't want him to be afraid." "Neither do we. That's why you're holding a restraining order. Good afternoon, Mr. Kellaway." She took one step away with the black plastic case, and he threw the restraining order at her back, couldn't help himself. It was that last bit, the thing about how she saw her job as protecting his son from him. The papers struck her between the shoulder blades like a dart. She stiffened, stood there with her back to him. Then she gently set the case with the Uzi in it down on the asphalt. When she turned to face him, her smile was enormous. He wasn't sure what would happen if she took the handcuffs off her belt, what he would do. But instead she only bent and picked up the papers and stepped toward him, up close, when she was only an inch away. He was surprised at her mass. She had the stocky density of a middleweight. She gently tucked the papers into his shirt pocket, where they sat nestled against his multi-tool in its little leather case. "Now, hon," she said, "you're going to want to hold on to those to show your lawyer. If you want visitation rights to see a kid, any rights to see your son at all, you're going to want to know what you're up against. You are lost in the woods, and this is the closest thing you got to a compass. Do you understand me?" "Right." "And you're going to want to avoid assaulting or threatening or harassing officers of the state of Florida who might lock your ass up and disgrace you in front of your colleagues and passers-by and God and everyone. You might want to avoid troubling men and women of the law who could drop in on your hearing to talk about you throwing things and showing poor control of your emotions. Do you follow me?" "Yeah, I got it. Any other questions?" "No," she said, and picked up the case with the Uzi in it, and then paused to meet his gaze. "Yes, actually. One. I asked you if you ever pointed a gun at your wife, and you didn't answer me." "No, and I damn well won't." "Okay. I was wondering something else, though." "What?" "You ever point a gun at your son? Tell her if she tried to take him away, you'd put his brains on the wall?" His insides boiled sick with acid. He wanted to throw something else. Throw something in her face, bust her lip, see some blood. He wanted to go to jail. But if she locked him up, he'd lose his rights to George forever. He didn't move. He didn't reply. It didn't seem possible that Acosta's smile could broaden any more, but it did. "Just curious, hon. Don't do anything that'll get you in trouble, you hear? Because as much as I don't ever want to see you again, you don't ever want to see me again, even more." July 1, 2013. On Jim Hurst's birthday, Kellaway drove out of St. Vicente and into the smoke, with a gift for his old pal in the passenger seat. The smoke blew across the highway in a gray, eye-stinging haze, carrying the stink of a dump fire. It was kids that had done it, getting started on the July 4th celebrations a few days early, tossing black cat firecrackers at one another in some scrubland out behind their trailer park. Now there was something like 3,000 acres on fire. The Ocala National Forest was going up like a pile of straw. Jim Hurst's farmhouse was a quarter of a mile from the highway, at the end of a gravel track, crowded on either side by black mangrove and swampy ground. It was all a single story, the roof sagging in places, overgrown with moss and mildew, the gutters choked with leaves. Plastic sheeting covered half of the house where the siding had been pulled away and windows had been extracted like teeth, leaving gaping sockets behind. It had been that way for 3 years. Jim had scraped together some money to begin a remodeling project, but not enough to finish one. The lights were off and the wheelchair van wasn't there, and if Kellaway hadn't heard someone shooting out back, he might have thought no one was home. He walked around the unfinished half of the house. The big sheets of plastic flapped desultorily in the breeze. The gun went off with the steadiness of a metronome sounding 4/4 time. The shooting stopped just as he came around the corner into the backyard. Jim Hurst was in his electric wheelchair with a six-pack on the ground beside him, 2 cans already empty and tossed in the grass. He had the gun in his lap, a small automatic with a fancy sight, the magazine out. An AR rifle leaned against the wheelchair. Jim had a lot of guns. A lot of guns. He had a fully automatic M249 light machine gun in the garage, hidden under some floorboards below the workbench. It was identical to the one mounted on the Humvee they'd shared for 6 months in the Gulf. Kellaway wasn't in it, though, when it went over a Russian landmine that nearly tore both the vehicle and Jim Hurst in two. By then, Kellaway had been transferred to the MPs, and the only thing that blew up on him there was his future in the Army. "I didn't see the van. I thought you forgot I was coming by. Maybe went out somewhere," Kellaway said. "Happy birthday to you." Jim turned and held out his hand. Kellaway tossed him a bottle, a Bowmore single malt, aged 29 years. The scotch was a brassy, mellow gold, as if someone had found a way to distill a sunrise. Jim held it up by the neck and admired it. "Thank you, man," he said. "Mary bought a lemon cake at the supermarket. Get a slice and come play with my new toy." Lifting the pistol out of his lap, it was a gray Webley & Scott with a laser sight like something out of a spy movie. He had a box of 95-grain Starfire rounds next to his hip, hollow points that would open like toadstools when they struck soft tissue. "Mary get you that? That's love." "No, man. I got me that. She massaged my prostate. That was what she did for me." "Is that the finger up the ass?" Kellaway said, trying to mask his distaste. "She has a vibe. That and a vacuum pump on my cock. It all works out. That's love. Especially since for her it's less like sex, more like clearing a clogged drain." He started out laughing, but it turned into a rough, rumbling cough. "Christ, this fucking smoke." Kellaway scooped the bottle of scotch out of Jim's lap. "I'll bring us glasses." He batted through the screen door and found Mary in the kitchen, sitting at the table. She was a thin, bony woman with deep lines around her mouth and hair that had once been a rich, glossy chestnut, but had long since faded to a shade of mouse. She was texting and didn't look up. The garbage pail was full to the brim, an adult diaper on the very top, and the room smelled of shit. Flies buzzed around both the trash and the lemon cake on the table. "I'll trade you a glass of scotch for a slice of cake." "Sold," she said. He rooted in the cupboard, came up with a few coffee cups. He poured her an inch of whiskey and set it down next to her. When he leaned forward, she saw her texting a series of hearts to someone. "Where's the van?" he asked. "It got took." "What do you mean it got took?" "We were 6 months behind on the payments," she said. "What about the check from the VA?" "He spent it on other necessities." "What other necessities?" "He's out there squeezing the trigger of one right now." The gun began to go off again. They both listened until the firing stopped. Mary said, "He'd rather finger one of those than me." "That's a lovely thought, Mary. I want to thank you for putting that image in my head." "Well, maybe if he sold one or two off, we could have windows in the living room instead of holes in the walls. That might be nice. Live in a place with windows." He cut 2 slices of cake. As he did, he leaned in for another look at her phone. She didn't glance up at him, but she did turn it over so the screen was face down. "Jim already had a slice this morning. He doesn't need another." "No?" "He's overweight and diabetic, and he didn't need the first slice." She looked tired, dark rings under her eyes. "What are you doing to get around without the van?" he asked. "I got friends from work who don't mind helping out with rides." "Was that who you were texting with just now? Friend from work?" "How's your kid adjusting to only seeing Dad on court-supervised visits? That must be strange for both of you, like family visits in prison." Kellaway put a slice of cake on a plate for Jim and another on a plate for himself and went out, mugs under one arm, scotch under the other. He balanced one of the plates on Jim's left knee and took the gun away from him. Kellaway began to feed rounds into the magazine, while Jim ate cake with his fingers. Jim had been a big man, even in the Army, but in those days most of it had been in his chest and shoulders. Now he was carrying it around the waist, and his fat, round face had a corrugated quality, pocked with little dimples. At the back of the yard was a splintery, tilting slat fence with targets pinned up along it, a zombie version of Barack Obama, a zombie version of Osama bin Laden, and a blown-up photograph of Dick Cheney. Politically speaking, Jim Hurst was a man who liked to spread his contempt equally among all parties. "You bought this gun for yourself?" Kellaway said, hefting it. "Feels like a squirt gun. What's up with this grip?" "Why don't you shoot it before you bitch about it?" The gun was so small it almost disappeared in his hand. Kellaway lifted it, looked down the sight, and saw a green dot floating across Barack Obama's forehead. "When did you start to go for James Bond shit like this?" Kellaway asked. "I've always dug the James Bond shit. Laser sights, incendiary bullets. I look forward to our smart gun future if the NRA ever lets us have it. I'd like a gun that knows my name and how I take my coffee. Who doesn't want that?" "Me," Kellaway said and fired. He put one in Obama's left eye, one in his forehead, one in his throat, one in Zombie bin Laden's mouth, two in Dick Cheney's pacemaker. "Give me Bruce Willis over Roger Moore any day. I don't want a gun with a laser beam and a British accent. I want a gun that speaks American, and it looks like it was built to make holes in school buses." "Why would you need to shoot through a school bus?" "If you knew what my neighbors' kids were like, you'd understand." He traded the gun for a glass of scotch, had a swallow. It tasted sweetly of vanilla and went down like kerosene, ignited the lining of his throat, made him feel like an explosive just waiting for someone to pull the pin. "Mary is in a mood." "Mary is always in a mood," Jim said. He waved at the haze in the air, blinking reddened eyes and coughing weakly. Kellaway wondered if it was just the smoke or if he was carrying a cold. "She was gone late Saturday night, and my piss bag got too full. Popped a tube and soaked my pants." Kellaway didn't have any sympathy for that. "You can't change your own piss bag?" "I forgot to check it. Mary does that for me. But she was off getting shit-faced at TGI Fridays with the girlfriends. They like to go out on the weekend and talk trash about their men. I assume Mary has more trash to talk than most. Her friends can say they don't get laid enough, but none of their men need a hydraulic device to get a 30-second stiffy." He reloaded methodically. "I'm sitting there in urine. She gets back and starts in on me about money, about how her credit card bounced, like I haven't already been pissed on enough. Yeah, she was saying inside she wants you to sell some of your guns. Like I could get anything for them. Everyone is selling guns online. They're cheaper than the steel they're made of. You got anything you want to dump? I mean, the kind of thing you can own without shame as an American. Not one of these guns where you feel like you got to shoot it with one pinky sticking out like it's a teacup and you're sitting down to scones with the Queen." Jim lifted his mug of scotch, held it under his lips without drinking. "You want to feel like a gunslinger? I've got a 44 Super Mag that'll make holes the size of a cabbage in the unlucky target of your choice. Maybe something a little smaller." Jim drank deeply, swallowed, coughed a rough, barking cough into his fist. "I got a few things. We could talk, I guess. It would get Mary off my back. You wanted to take one of the older guns for a few bucks." Kellaway said, "Jim, I can't pass a background check. I've got that injunction hanging over me. That bitch lawyer of hers destroyed me in court." "Hey, You didn't tell me and I didn't ask. I don't got to do a background check. I'm not a gun dealer. I won't get in trouble. You might, but I won't. Jim touched the joystick on the right armrest of his wheelchair. The chair spun halfway around with a whine of servo motors. Then he stopped and angled a dark, almost belligerent look up into Kellaway's face. "I'd sell you a gun, though. You gotta swear one thing." "Yeah. What's that?" "You ever decide to go on a killing spree," Jim Hurst said, "promise you'll start with me." July 6, 2013, 9:38 a.m. Raj texted her to see if she could pop into work a half hour before opening. Becky texted him back, "I need it too. So bad." But he didn't reply. In the car, she put on a pale lipstick that gave her mouth the appearance of being lightly frosted in jizz. She adjusted her cardigan so the upper lacy bits of her black and emerald bra were showing. And after consideration, she reached under her skirt and wiggled out of her panties. She poked them into the glove compartment, next to the present that had been there ever since Christmas. The Miracle Falls Mall was cool and quiet at that hour. Hardly anyone there, most of the stores still closed, steel grates pulled down across their wide entrances. The gate was pulled up at Boost Your Game, but the two dudes who had the morning shift were just horsing around, taking three-point shots on the basket located in the center of the store. Their happy shouts and the squeak of their sneakers echoed all the way down the corridor to the central atrium. Becky didn't see anyone else the whole walk to Devotion Diamonds, except for Kellaway, the top cop in the mall, although, of course, he wasn't really a cop at all. Raj said the real cops didn't want him, that he'd done some skeevy Abu Ghraib shit in Iraq and had been discharged in disgrace. Raj said Kellaway would follow black kids around in the mall, fondling his foot-long flashlight, like he was just looking for a reason to crack some skulls. Becky and Kellaway were both heading in the same direction, but she fell back a few paces, let him march away from her up the central staircase. He had oddly colorless eyes that gave an unsettling impression of blindness. He had eyes the hue of very cold water over very pale stone. Devotion Diamonds was at the top of the stairs, the plexiglass doors halfway opened. She turned sideways and slipped between them. The display area always smelled like money to her, like the inside of a new car. The gems weren't out yet, but still locked away in their drawers. When it was closed, the door to the office blended in with the fake cherry paneling in the back of the shop. But at the moment it was partly ajar, looking into a cube of fluorescent light. She pushed it the rest of the way in. Raj was behind the desk, wearing a yellow shirt and a wide brown knit tie. He was smoking, which surprised her. She had never seen him smoke in the morning. The big window at the back of the room was cranked open, probably to air out the smell of the cigarette, which was funny, actually. He was letting more smoke in than he was venting, the haze from the Ocala fire giving the air a filmy texture. He typed something on his big silver iMac, clicked a key, and pivoted in his leather chair to look at her. He flicked his cigarette out the open window without looking to see where it went. His gestures were jerky and abrupt and unlike him, and it made her nervous. "Hey, Bean," he said. "What's up?" she asked. The thing about calling her Bean unsettled her even more. That was what he called her right up until they started fucking. He called some of the other girls who worked for him Bean, too, a term of fatherly endearment. He squeezed the bridge of his nose between his fingers. "So, one of my wife's friends told her to look at your Instagram feed." Her stomach cinched tight, but she kept her face expressionless. "Yeah? Who cares? There aren't any photos of us together." "There's a photo of you on my boat." "How would anyone know it's your boat?" She narrowed her eyes, trying to visualize what had been in that picture, a selfie, her grinning up into her phone, holding a green appletini in one hand, a drink that matched her lime green bikini top. The caption read something like, "Until we go to the south of France, the only place to sunbathe naked is on Bay's yacht, LOL. It could be anyone's boat. You think my wife doesn't know my boat when she sees it? So tell her I asked if I could use it. Tell her I was out with my boyfriend." She put her hands on the edge of the desk, using her arms to squeeze her breasts together, and leaned in to kiss him. "You won't even be lying," she breathed. He wheeled back from her in his chair, putting himself out of reach. I already told her a different story. She straightened up and hugged herself. "What did you tell her?" "That you took the keys out of my desk without asking me. That you must have gone for a joyride. She asked if I was going to fire you. I said you'd be gone by the time we opened." He pushed a small cardboard box across the desk. Until he touched it, she hadn't noticed it there. "I had some of your stuff in my car, and you had a few personal items in your cubby. I think I got all of it." "Well, shit. I guess we have to start being more careful. Sucks you have to fire me, though. I made plans around my next few checks. It also sucks that your first instinct was to lie to your wife in a way that made me sound like a skeeve." "Bean," he said, "I don't regret 1 minute of it, not one. But I will if there's 1 minute more." So, there it was. He gave the box another slight nudge. "There's something else in there for you. Token of my feelings." She folded back a flap and picked out a small black velvet box on the top of the mess. It contained a silver bracelet crafted to look like a stave on a piece of sheet music, with a fake diamond G-clef set on it. Cheap junk they couldn't give away. "You were music in my days, kiddo." That sounded cheap, too. It would have been corny and a sympathy card. She dropped the black velvet box on the desk. "I don't want that shit. What do you think you're doing?" "You know what I'm doing. Don't make it any harder. It's hard enough already." "How can you pick her over me?" Becky found it hard to breathe. The room had a bitter blue campfire smell, the stink of the Ocala blaze, and it was impossible to get enough air. "You hate her. You told me you can't stand hearing her voice. You spend all day trying to figure out how to avoid spending time with her. Besides, what do you have to lose? You told me you had a prenup." Thinking that sounded very adult, calling it a prenup. "I do have a prenuptial agreement. Her prenuptial agreement. Becky, these stores are all hers. I don't keep the shirt on my back if she walks. I thought you understood that." He looked at his watch. "She's going to call in 10 minutes to see how it went. Plus, I have to open. We better go over the ground rules. Don't try to meet up with me. Don't come back to the store. I'll send you your last check. Don't text." Her throat tightened some more. It was the blunt, almost impersonal efficiency in his voice. He might have been discussing store policy with a new employee. "This is bullshit," she said. "You think this is how you get to end things? You're out of your fucking mind if you think you can just throw me out like a used rubber." "Hey now. Something you blew a load in and don't want to look at anymore?" "Don't, Bean. Stop calling me that." "Becky." He laced his fingers together and looked tiredly down into the bowl of his palms. "Things end. Cherish the good times. And get the fuck out with my shitty half-price bracelet." "Keep your voice down," he barked. "Who knows who's walking around? Ann Malabud in Bath and Body Works is friends with my wife personally. I think Ann is the one who told her to look at your Instagram feed. She must have seen us together, making out in the Lamborghini or something. Who knows what Ann has said to my wife? Who knows what I might say to her?" "What's that mean?" It would teach you something, wouldn't it? What she wanted to say was, if his wife knew about them, then there wouldn't be any reason to break up anymore. If it was a choice between his wife's 48-year-old pussy and hers, she had a pretty good idea which one Raj would pick. Don't go there. Why? Because I want this to be nice. I'm trying to end it nice. I'm trying to protect us both. You go to her with a story about us sleeping together, she'll think you're just a disgruntled clerk who got busted. I didn't steal your boat, douchebag. You think she'd believe that shit if she talked to me? I think she'd believe you walked out of here with a pair of $800 diamond earrings, since you used your pass card to log them out of the store in December, and they never came back. The fuck are you talking about? I never stole any $800 earrings. Christmas, he said. The hotel. The hotel? She asked. She didn't get it, and then she did. Remembered the night he gave her the ivory-handled pistol, the night she draped herself in almost $500,000 of gems for him. When I took out all that jewelry for us to play with, I used your security card, not mine. I guess we missed the earrings when we cleaned up the room. Honest accident. We were both pretty trashed. The point is, they went missing after you checked them out. That thought, and everything that came with it, took a moment to settle upon her. You knew you were going to break up with me all the way back in December, she said in a soft, disbelieving voice, speaking to herself more than to him. Half a year ago. You already knew you were going to blow me off. So you planned some bullshit to make me look like a thief. You were plotting this blackmail shit half a year ago. She didn't believe for 1 second those earrings had been carelessly left behind at the hotel. They weren't an accident. They were insurance. He shook his head. No, Bean. It's terrible you'd even think that. What did you do with them? The earrings? I don't know what happened to them. I honestly don't. All I know is they never came back. Come on. I hate that I even have to say any of this. My marriage is older than you are, and I'm not going to let some hysterical, vindictive kid tear up my life just because she wants something she can't have. She felt cold, shivery, so cold she almost expected to see her own breath. You can't do this to someone. It isn't right. He cocked himself back in his chair, turning slightly, sticking out his legs and crossing his ankles. For the first time, she noticed he had a little beer belly, a soft roll of fat hanging over his belt. I want you to go home, kid. You're upset. You need some time to be alone. Feel what you got to feel. Believe it or not, I'm in mourning too. You're not the only one who lost out here. What did you lose out on? You haven't lost out. You have everything you ever had. I don't have you. I'm mourning that. He looked at her through lowered eyelashes. Go on. Be good. Don't try to contact me, and for God's sake, don't try to contact my wife. Let's not be stupid. I just want what's best for both of us. You're in mourning? You're in fucking mourning? Believe it or not, I am. It makes me sick we can't end things on a more positive note. She quivered. She felt fevered one moment and frozen the next. She really thought she was going to be sick. I'm not mourning you, she said, and no one else is going to either. He looked a question at her, furrowing his brow, but she didn't say any more. She didn't know she was backing up until her hip struck the edge of the open door. The impact turned her partly away from him, and she let it, swung around, and went out into the shop. She did not run. She walked very stiffly, without bending her legs, in no hurry. She was gone for only about 30 minutes. 10:03 a.m. Becky didn't cry. For a long time she sat clutching the steering wheel, holding it so tightly her knuckles were white, even though she wasn't going anywhere. She was just sitting there in the parking lot, looking at a bank of black plexiglass doors leading into the mall. There were moments when rage seemed to push down on her whole body, as if she were an astronaut experiencing the gravity of some larger, denser, more terrible world. She was squeezed, felt the air being crushed out of her. When he left work, Raj usually came out on this side of the mall. If she saw him now, if he stepped through those shiny black doors, squinting into the morning sunlight, she'd start the car and stamp on the gas and launch her little VW right into him. The thought of hitting him with the car, the thud, the yelp, the crunch of the tires going over him, thrilled her and made it easier to stand up against that cruel alien gravity. He had fucked her for months while he was figuring out how to get rid of her. He came in her face, in her hair, and she acted like she enjoyed it, batting her eyelashes at him and purring, and it struck her now that he thought she was pathetic and childish, and he was right. It made her want to scream until her throat hurt. Gravity doubled, tripled. She could feel it squashing her organs. It maddened her how easy it had been for him to stomp on her, to squash her under his heel. He had boxed her in with such tidy efficiency. He was probably on the phone with the wife now, telling her some story about how he'd confronted her, how hard it had been to fire her while she begged and wept and made excuses. The wife was probably comforting him, as if he were the one who'd been through something awful this morning. It wasn't right. It isn't right, she said through her teeth, unconsciously pumping her foot on the gas pedal to punctuate each word. The car wasn't running, but she mashed the pedal anyway. It isn't right. She needed something to steady her, and yanked open the glove compartment, fumbled around, and found a bottle of Raj's Putumayo cocaine. Razor-blade sharp stuff he'd picked up himself on an emerald-buying trip to Colombia. The coke went off like a bullet in the brain. Becky spotted a black lace panties crumpled in the open glove compartment. The sight of them was vaguely humiliating, and she grabbed for them to put them back on. They'd gotten tangled around the butt of her Christmas gun, and it came tumbling out with them. The .357 was shoved into the thigh holster with the straps and buckles, which was the way she kept it, although she'd never worn it anywhere. The sight of it was like drawing a deep breath. She took it in her hands and held it, and was very still. As a child, in the days before Christmas, Becky would sometimes pick up a favorite snow globe, showing a little pond and people in 19th century dress skating amid the glitter, and she would crank the key in the bass and listen to the music. Noel, Noel, and tell herself stories about the people under the glass. She found herself doing the same thing now, only with the gun instead of a snow globe. She stared down at its etched silver barrel and pictured herself walking into Devotion Diamonds with it. In her imagination, Raj was still in the office, on the phone with his wife, wasn't aware of her entering the store. She floated to the extension of the customer fulfillment nook and picked up the line. "Mrs. Lewis?" she said in a pleasantly social voice. "Hi. It's Becky. I just wanted you to know that whatever Roger told you about me isn't true. He just doesn't want you to know he was fucking me. He said if I ever tried to tell you the truth about us, he'd make it look like I stole things from the store and have me arrested. But I know I couldn't survive even one day in jail, not even overnight, and I feel sick to have committed the sin of adultery with him. I can't ever make it up to you, but I can apologize. And I am so sorry, Mrs. Lewis. You will never understand how much." And then she'd shoot herself, right in his store, right by the phone. That would stick it to him, leave him with a corpse and blood all over the white shag carpet. Or maybe she'd march into his office and jam the gun into her temple and pull the trigger in front of him. She wanted to hear him scream before she did it. She'd been in the car screaming the word "no" over and over again in her head for almost half an hour. Now it was his turn. She felt if she could hear him scream it just once, "No," it would almost be worth it to blow her brains out. She needed to see some horror on his face, needed him to know he didn't have control of everything. But then, if she wanted to see some horror in his face, it might be better to point the gun at him. Point it at his cock. See if he'd plead like she had pleaded, or make him text the truth to his wife. Make him eat $10,000 of diamonds. Make him write an email to everyone at Devotion Diamonds and apologize to them personally for fucking a 20-year-old employee, disgracing himself in the eyes of his wife and the Lord. The possibilities swirled like bright flecks of snow in a snow globe, like bright flecks of diamond-bright Putumayo cocaine. At some point she wriggled back into her underwear. She felt a little less dirty then. The sun was well up over the trees and it was getting stuffy in the car, and suddenly she needed to get out into cooler air. She brought the gun with her. The hazy bright of late morning made her head ache. She reached back into the car for her cheap pink sunglasses. Better. It would hide her bloodshot eyes, too. She wasn't sure what she was going to do, but she knew she wanted to look good doing it. She leaned back into the car, collected the flower print do-rag she wore to the gun range, and wrapped her hair to keep it out of her face. Last, she rucked up her skirt and buckled the holster onto her thigh. It was still early, and it wasn't busy inside the mall. A scattering of people strolled among the shops. Her heels cracked on the marble like gunshots. With each step she felt she was leaving all thought behind, all anxiety. Becky climbed the stairs in the atrium for the second time that morning. She was halfway up when the holster began to slip down her thigh. She was hardly aware of it happening until it abruptly dropped to her knee. She tugged it awkwardly back up without slowing. She wasn't looking where she was going, and her shoulder thudded into a guy going down the stairs past her. It was the tall, skinny black kid who worked in Booster Game, carrying a pair of frosty coffee drinks. She didn't make eye contact with him, and didn't look back as she wrestled the holster into place. She had a sense he'd stopped walking and was staring at her. She didn't feel emotional at all. She felt as glassy and inanimate as one of the skaters in her old snow globe. So it surprised her when, at the very top of the stairs, she turned her ankle and stumbled. She hadn't known that her legs were trembling. A fat dude with curly hair came out of nowhere to grab her elbow and steady her. He had a breakfast crunch wrap in his free hand. Scrambled eggs fell out of it and spattered across the floor. "You okay?" he asked her. He was a pimply, moon-faced boy in a too-tight striped polo that clung to his man-boobs. He smelled of hot salsa and virginity. "Fuck off me," she said and jerked her arm out of his soft hand. It was horrible to be touched. He lurched aside and she clacked unsteadily along, but the holster had slipped down to her knee again, the fucking thing. She hadn't cinched the straps tight enough. Becky cursed, pulled at the buckles, tore the holster off, and clutched the whole mess to her stomach. Anyone who looked might think it was a purse. Devotion Diamonds was a labyrinth of glass display cases, bulletproof coffins for artfully arranged bracelets and earrings and crosses and medallions. Raj was at the fulfillment center in a back corner. He was completing a transaction with a pretty dark-skinned lady in a dove-colored cloak or dress and one of those headscarves the Arabs wore. A hijab, that was the word. Becky was obscurely proud of herself for knowing it. She wasn't as ignorant as Raj thought. Raj took the Muslim woman's order with an air of hushed calm, speaking in the fond, approving tone he always used when someone was about to give him money. He had left the panel into the back office open, and Becky aimed herself at it, keeping her hands low, the gun beneath the level of the display cases where he couldn't see it. She caught his eye on the way past, nodded for him to follow. His jaw tightened. The Muslim saw his change of expression and glanced around. Becky took in that the Muslim lady had an infant in a baby Bjorn worn against her chest. The baby was facing inward, asleep beneath a striped blue cap. The mom had enormous eyelashes above her dark eyes and was really very pretty. Becky wondered if she had tried something on, and Raj had told her she was unblemished. She swept by them both and into the office, pushing the panel partway shut behind her. She shook with adrenaline. She hadn't thought about other people being around. The window overlooking the rear lot was still wide open, and Becky went behind the desk, thinking that another deep breath of the outside air might calm her. Then Becky was in a position to see what was on the screen of Raj's iMac, and she went very still. She took off her sunglasses, put them down, blinked at the screen. "One moment, ma'am," Raj was saying in his smooth, hushed voice, but Becky knew him well enough to recognize the barely suppressed urgency just beneath the surface. "I'll be right back." "Is everything all right?" "Yes, perfect. One more moment and we'll get you wrung out, thanks. Thanks so much." Becky heard him murmuring away, but it hardly registered. It was only background noise, like the whoosh of the air conditioning vents. A messaging program was open on the big iMac. Raj had been trading texts with someone named Bo. The most recent was a picture of Becky on her knees in slick silver panties, mouth open, hair blown across her face, leaning forward for some cock. Beneath that was Raj's most recent text. "At least I'll always have this to remember her by. Plus, she loved it up the ass. I didn't even have to ask. Second date." And Beau's reply, "Shit, dude, I hate you. How come good things never happen to me?" Raj slipped into the office, saw her staring at the computer, and deflated. "Okay," he said. "I admit that was inconsiderate. I shouldn't have shared that photo with anyone. I was depressed and trying to cheer myself up by being callous and nasty. So shoot me for having feelings." Becky barked with laughter. 10:37 a.m. When he heard the first shot, Kellaway slopped his coffee. He didn't react to the second shot at all, just stood midway down the food court, head cocked, listening. Independence Day was barely over, and the thought was in his mind that it might be kids fucking off with some firecrackers. He'd managed to scald the shit out of his hand, but he made no move, letting the sounds sink in. When the gun went off a third time, he threw his cup at the wastebasket. He missed. The paper cup hit the side of the can and erupted, but he wasn't around to see coffee going everywhere. By then he was running in a crouch toward the sound of pistol fire. He ran past Spencer Gifts and Sunglass Hut and Lids, saw women and their kids crouched behind pillars and displays, and felt his heartbeat thudding in his eardrums. Everyone knew the drill, had seen it all on TV. Get down, be ready to run if the shooter comes in sight. Kellaway's walkie-talkie awoke in a blast of noise, frightened voices, and feedback. "What is that, guys? Guys? Guys! Anyone know? Oh, fuck. Shots fired. That's shots fired, holy fuck. I'm in Sears. Should we lock it down? Can someone tell me if we're in a lockdown situation, or am I sending people to the exits, or—" Mr. Kellaway, it's Ed Dowling. What's your 20? Repeat, what's your—" Kellaway turned his walkie-talkie off. A fat 20-something, a kid who kind of looked like that actor Jonah Hill, was sprawled face down on the glossy stone floor, just outside Devotion Diamonds. He heard Kellaway coming, looked back, and began waving one hand in a gesture that seemed to mean, Get down, get down. He had a wrapped sandwich or burrito in the other hand. Kellaway dropped to one knee, thinking it had to be an armed robbery. He imagined men in balaclavas using sledgehammers to smash the display cases, grabbing jewels by the fistful. His right hand went to the heavy iron on his left ankle. Fat Kid gasped for breath, was having trouble getting words out. He flailed one hand toward Devotion Diamonds.
"Tell me what you know,"
Kellaway whispered.
"Who's in there?"
The Fat Kid said, "Muslim, female shooter, and the owner. He's dead, I think." Kellaway's own breath whistled thin and fast. A fucking Al-Qaeda thing, then. He had thought he'd left the Black Veils and the suicide bombers in Iraq, but here they were. He jerked up his pant leg and unsnapped the Ruger Federal that Jim Hurst let him have for $120. He tugged its lovely weight out of the ankle holster. Kellaway scuttled to a mirrored column at the entrance to the shop, pressed himself against it so hard his breath clouded the glass. He darted a look around the corner. Display cases divided the floor into zigzagging corridors. The paneled door into the private office at the rear was open. A black-tinted globe on the ceiling hid the camera that monitored the store floor. That wasn't one of the mall's cameras, which watched only common areas. That would be Devotion Diamond's private security. Kellaway couldn't see anyone in the store, not another soul. He moved, dropped to his hands and knees and crawled into the shop. The air smelled of gun smoke. Kellaway heard a rustle of movement to his right, in the corner, near the fulfillment nook. He didn't have a good angle on it, not where he was. He made it to the end of one Z-shaped display counter. The open office door was just a yard away. This was the moment. Maybe the last moment. He closed his eyes. He thought of his son. Thought of George, saw him clearly, squeezing a stuffed penguin to his chest and holding it up for Daddy to kiss. He opened his eyes and came uncoiled, threw himself against the wall just to one side of the office door. He lifted the gun and swiveled to cover the fulfillment nook. The woman rose at the same time, a small, almost elfin Muslim in the hijab and gown, bomb vest strapped to her chest, bulging with explosives, and a silver trigger in one hand. He put a bullet through her center mass. The moment he did it, he realized he had shot right through the packed explosive, too. He waited for the spark and the flash, waited to be carried away in a clap of light. But it didn't go off. She fell. The bullet had punched right through her and into the mirror behind her, the glass splintering in a red spiderweb. Something clattered in the office to his left. He saw movement at the edge of his vision, glanced, saw another woman. She wore a hijab, too. This one a pretty flowered gauzy cloth. She clutched a silver pistol with a lot of fancy filigree on it. The shooter was white, but that didn't surprise him. They were pretty good at turning white girls into soldiers for Allah online. There was a corpse on the floor between them at their feet. Roger Lewis, the guy who owned the place. He was on his stomach, the back of his shirt soaked with blood. It looked like he had collapsed onto his desk, maybe grabbed at his big iMac to stay on his feet, and then slid off and rolled onto his face. He had almost pulled the computer off the desk with him. The big silver monitor was precariously balanced on a back corner, looked like it might crash at any moment. The convert was so close he could have reached out to grab her. Some of her blonde hair had come loose from the wrap over her head. A long golden strand was stuck to one damp, flushed cheek. She gaped at him, then looked into the next room, but from here she couldn't see the body in the fulfillment nook. "Your partner is gone," he said. "Put it down." "You shouldn't have done that," she told him, perfectly calm. Her gun went off with a crack and a pop and a flash of light. He fired back instinctively and flung most of her right lung up onto the desk. His scalp tingled. The barrel of her .357 was still pointing at the floor. If he was shot, he couldn't feel it, not yet. She stared at him with bewildered, stunned eyes. When she tried to speak, she gurgled blood. Her right hand began to drift up with her weapon. He caught it and twisted it out of her grip, and that was when he saw that the iMac had tilted off the desk and hit the floor. He played the crack and pop and flash of light back in his head, then pushed the notion aside before it could even fully form. No. He had heard a shot. He was sure it had been a shot, and not the sound of a falling computer. He even had a half-memory of the slug passing by so closely it had seemed to twitch the fabric of his shirt. The convert sagged. He almost stepped in to catch her, but at the last moment he deflected her with his left arm to keep her from tumbling into him. She wasn't a person anymore. She was just evidence. She flopped across Roger Lewis and was still. His ears rang strangely. The world expanded and brightened around him, and for a moment he had the ridiculous idea that he was close to fainting. The air was blue from gunfire. He stepped out of the office, backing away from the pile of dead. Kellaway saw the other radical on her back staring at the ceiling, still clutching the trigger for the explosives. He took a step nearer to kick her hand free from the button. He wondered what kind of explosive she had packed into the vest, which looked a bit like a converted baby Bjorn. He saw a pair of small, dusky fists clutching the front of her gown, but the image didn't make sense to him, not at first. He looked at the trigger in her right hand, and saw a silver letter opener with an opal in the handle instead of a black button. He frowned. He glanced at the bomb vest again. The cap covering the infant's head had come loose. He could see an inch of scalp, lightly dusted in tan fuzz. "Holy shit, dude," came a voice from his right. He looked and saw the fat kid who resembled Jonah Hill. He had walked right up to stand behind Kellaway, had wandered in, still clutching his breakfast burrito. He looked at the bodies heaped in the office, then at the dead woman and her dead baby. "What'd you shoot her for?" the fat kid asked. "She was just hiding, man."
I asked you who was in the store. You said Muslim female shooter.
"No, I didn't," the fat kid said. "You asked who was in here. I said a Muslim female shooter and the owner. Holy shit. I thought you'd go in and save her, not blow her the fuck away like a fucking madman."
I didn't blow her away,
Kellaway said in a dull, leaden voice.
The crazy bitch in the office killed this one. Understand? It wasn't me, it was her. Tell me you understand.
The fat kid laughed a little wildly. He didn't understand. He didn't get it at all. He waved a hand at the mirrored wall where the bullet had struck after passing through the Arab and her baby. A silvery pink web of shatter lines that spread across the glass marked the point of impact. "Dude, I saw you shoot her. I saw you. Plus, they're going to pick the bullet out of the wall. Forensics." He shook his head. "You were out of your fucking mind. I thought you were going to stop a rampage, not go on one yourself. You killed more people than she did. Christ, I'm just glad you didn't shoot me."
Huh,
Kellaway said. "What?"
now that you mention it.
Kellaway told him, and raised the shooter's fancy filigreed gun. 10:59 a.m. Harbaugh was first up the stairwell, lumbering to the top in 60 pounds of black Teflon armor. Halfway up, he stepped on something fleshy and heard a cry. A skinny black kid was stretched out flat on the stairs, and Harbaugh had mashed his hand with one boot heel. Harbaugh kept going, didn't apologize. When you were in the middle of a mass shooting, manners were the first thing out the window. At the top of the steps, he put his back against a round plaster pillar and snuck a look along the second-floor gallery. It was fucking apocalyptic. 2 acres of polished marble floor, brightly lit, and only a few people scattered around, all of them hiding behind potted plants or spread prostrate on the floor. Like that movie about the Walking Dead taking over the mall. Matchbox 20 played on the sound system. Harbaugh made his move, sprinting across the corridor, two other guys on the team right behind him, Slaughter and Velasquez. He was on his sights the whole way. The guys called it Xbox time, hunt and shoot. He hit the wall to one side of the store entrance and dipped his helmeted head around the corner into the shop. After his very first glance, though, he lowered his weapon a few inches. A single security guard stood in one corner facing a shattered mirror. The guy was tranced out, in a daze, poking one finger at a bullet hole in the center of the glass. He wasn't carrying, but there were a pair of pistols resting on one of the display cases beside him. "Hey," Harbaugh said in a soft voice. "Police." The guy seemed to rouse himself, shook his head, stepped away from the smashed mirror. "You can stand down. It's all done," the security guard told him. The mall cop was in his 40s, sculpted, big arms, big muscly neck, hair in a Marine crew. "How many down?" Harbaugh asked. "Shooter is in the office, on top of one of the victims," the mall cop said. "They're both dead. I got 3 more in here. One's a baby." He didn't choke on that last word, but he did need to clear his throat before saying it. Harbaugh's insides went sick and loose at that. Harbaugh had a 9-month-old himself and didn't want to see an infant with its skull smashed open like a pink egg. He padded into the store all the same, boots almost silent on the thick carpet. A fat kid, maybe 20, had been thrown across one of the display cases, a bullet hole almost perfectly between his eyes. His mouth was open as if to object. Harbaugh glimpsed a dead girl in a do-rag sprawled over a white male in the office. "Are you hurt?" Harbaugh asked. Mall cop shook his head. "No, just I might have to sit down." "Sir, you should exit the premises. My colleagues will walk you out." "I want a moment here with the woman. I want to sit with her for a bit to say I'm sorry." The mall cop was looking at his feet. Harbaugh glanced past his ankles and saw a woman in a pigeon-gray robe, eyes open and staring blankly at the drop ceiling. The baby was tucked into an infant carrier, perfectly still, face down against his mother's breast. The mall cop put a hand on the display counter and gently lowered himself to the carpet and sat beside her. He took her hand, moved his fingers over her knuckles, lifted them to his mouth, and kissed them. "This woman and her baby shouldn't be dead," the mall cop said. "I hesitated, and that crazy cunt in the office killed her. Killed her and the baby both. One shot. How am I going to live with that? The only one to blame for what happened to them is the person who pulled the trigger," Harbaugh said. "You remember that." The mall cop considered this and then nodded slowly, his colorless eyes vacant and far away. "I'll try," he said. 11:11 a.m. The ESU officer named Harbaugh helped Kellaway stand up and kept an arm around him as they walked into the corridor. They left the guns and the dead behind. Harbaugh walked Kellaway to a stainless steel bench in the hall and eased him down onto it. A pair of EMTs wheeled a gurney past. Harbaugh told Kellaway to sit tight and stepped away. It was getting crowded in the hall. Uniformed police had turned up. Kellaway saw a gang of Indian kids, India Indians, not American Indians, standing 10 yards off, and 2 of them were filming everything with their cell phones. Someone yelled to push the onlookers back. A pair of cops stalked past carrying a sawhorse. Ed Dowling with mall security appeared at one side of the bench. He was a ridiculous stork of a man, with a prominent Adam's apple and an inability to make eye contact with anyone. "You okay?" Dowling asked, looking at his own feet. "No," Kellaway said. "You want water?" Dowling said. "I could get you some water."
I want to be alone for a minute. Oh, okay. Yeah, I get that. He began to shuffle away, moving sideways like a man creeping along a high, narrow ledge. Wait, help me up, Edward. I think I'm going to be sick, and I don't want it all over YouTube. Nodding toward the pack of 15-year-old Hindus, or whatever they were. Oh, yeah. Okay, Mr. Kellaway, Dowling said. Let's go into Lids. They've got a can in the storage room out back. He took Kellaway by the forearm and winched him to his feet. They crossed to Lids, next door to Devotion Diamonds, and made their way past racks of baseball caps. A dozen Kellaways walked with them, reflected in the mirrored walls, a big, tired-looking man with circles under his eyes and blood on the hip of his uniform. He wasn't sure how that had gotten there. Dowling used his keyring to open a mirrored panel that doubled as the door to storage. Just before they stepped through into the back, Kellaway heard someone shout. "Hey!" called a uniformed officer with a plump pink face. It amazed Kellaway that the force took such soft, out-of-shape suburban dad types and yet had turned him down. "Hey, wait! He needs to stay out here. He's a witness." "He's sick is what he is," said Dowling with a sharpness that took Kellaway by surprise. "He ain't gonna york up out there with a bunch of nimwits filming him. He just nearly got himself killed stopping a mass shooting. Now he ought to be allowed 30 seconds to compose himself. That's just being decent." He nudged Kellaway into the storage room and then turned and stood in the doorway, as if to physically block anyone from following him. "Go on, Mr. Kellaway. Take care of yourself." "Thank you, Edward," Kellaway said. Dusty steel shelving stood against the walls on either side, boxes on top of them. A grimy couch patched with duct tape had been shoved into a back corner next to a stained counter with a Mr. Coffee on it. A very narrow doorway opened into a dingy bathroom. A chain dangled from the fluorescent bar above the sink. Graffiti on the wall over the toilet. He didn't read it. He shut the door and slid the bolt. He sank to a knee, fished around in one pocket, and came up with the deformed lead slug he'd picked out of the wall behind the shattered mirror. It had popped right out after a moment of working on it with his little multi-tool. He dropped it into the toilet. He had his story straight in his mind. He would tell the police he'd heard shooting and approached Devotion Diamonds to assess the situation. He'd heard 3 shots, but in his statement he would say he'd heard 4. It didn't matter what anyone else said. When people were panicked, details became mutable. 3 shots or 4, who could be certain how many they'd heard? He had entered and discovered 3 dead, the Muslim woman, her baby, and Roger Lewis. He'd encountered the shooter, the blonde, and they'd exchanged words. She moved to shoot, but he fired first, discharging his gun twice. He hit her with his initial shot, missed her with the second. They'd think that when he missed, the bullet went out the open window. Finally, the kid who looked like Jonah Hill had entered the shop, and the shooter with her dying breath had put a bullet in his fat, foolish face. In fact, Kellaway had fired her gun twice, once into the kid, once out the window. When forensics did the math, the empty shell casings would all add up right. 3 for Lewis, 1 for the Arab woman and her infant, and 1 for the fatso. He hit the flush. It clanked uselessly. He frowned and hit it again. Nothing. The lead slug sat in the bottom of the basin like a little squashy lump of turd. Someone knocked. "Mr. Kellaway," said a voice he didn't know. "Are you all right in there?" He cleared his throat. "Just a minute." His gaze drifted up to the wall, and for the first time he read what was scrawled in Sharpie. "Toilet fucked up. Use the public restroom." "Mr. Kellaway, there's an EMT out here who'd like to examine you." "I don't need medical assistance." "Yep, but he'd still like a look at you." You've been through what you'd call a traumatic experience." "A minute," he said again. Kellaway unbuttoned his left cuff and folded it back to the elbow, then plunged his hand into the water. He fished out the slug that had killed Yasmin Haswar and her child Ibrahim and set it on the floor. "Mr. Kellaway, if I can do anything to help you—" "No, thank you." He lifted the heavy lid on the water tank behind the toilet and very gently set it on the seat. His left hand dripped. He picked up the slug and sank it in the water tank. Then he hefted the lid and carefully, quietly put it back in place. There would be a time, in a day or two, a week at the outside, to return and collect the slug and ditch it more permanently. "Mr. Kellaway," came the voice on the other side of the door, "you need to let someone look at you. I'd like to have a look at you." He ran the sink, washed and soaped his hands, splashed water on his face. He grabbed for a hand towel, but there weren't any left in the dispenser, and wasn't that always the way? There wasn't any toilet paper either. When he opened the door, his face was still wet, drops glittering in his eyebrows, in his eyelashes. The man on the other side of the door was a full foot shorter than him and wore a blue baseball cap that said, "St. Pocenti Police." His head was an almost perfect cylinder, an effect exaggerated by the close cut of his pale yellow hair. His face was a burnished shade of red, the deep, painless sunburn that all men of German descent acquired when they lived in the tropics for any length of time. His blue eyes glittered with humor and inspiration. "Here I am," Kellaway said. "What do you want to look at?" The man in the cap pressed his lips together, opened his mouth, closed it, opened it again. He looked like he might cry. "Well, sir, my 2 grandchildren were in the mall this morning with their mother, my daughter, and they're all still alive, and so are a whole bunch more people. So, I guess I just wanted to know what a hero looks like." And with that, St. Pocenti Police Chief J. Rickles took Kellaway in his arms and hugged him. 11:28 a.m. Lantern Glass saw the lights and heard the scream of sirens and was on her way to the mall before Tim Chen called to ask if she was busy. "I'm about to be," she said. "I'm driving toward it now." "The mall?" "Uh-huh. What are they saying on the scanner?" "Shots fired. All units, multiple homicides." "Oh, shit," was her thoughtful reply. "Mass shooter? Looks like it's our turn. How was the fire?" Lantern Glass had spent the morning in a helicopter, buzzing up and down the edge of the fire blazing through the Ocala National Forest. The smoke was a filthy wall of brown cloud climbing 10,000 feet high and throbbing with a feverish umber light. Her escort was an official from the National Park Service, who had to yell to be heard over the steady whap of the rotor blades. He shouted unnerving trivia about state cuts to emergency services, federal cuts to disaster relief, and the good luck they'd had so far with the wind. "Good luck? What do you mean you've had good luck with the wind?" Lantern Glass had asked him. "Didn't you say you were losing 1,000 acres a day to this thing?" "Yeah, but at least the wind is blowing north," said the Park Service man. "It's pushing the fire into uninhabited scrub. If it turns to the east, this thing could be on top of St. Pocenti in 3 days. Now Lantern Glass told her editor, "The fire was a fire. Hot. Greedy. Impossible to satisfy." Hot. Greedy. Impossible to satisfy, Tim said, speaking very slowly, weighing each descriptive in turn. "How do you satisfy a fire?" "Timmy, that was a setup. You were supposed to say, 'Sounds like my ex-wife.' You gotta work with me here. When I give you a perfect setup like that, you have to take it." "I don't have an ex-wife. I'm happily married." "Which is Amazing, considering you are the least funny, most literal man in the ranks of American journalism. Why does she stay with you? Well, I suppose the kids exert a certain pressure to remain together. Aisha Lanternglass made a buzzing sound, as if he'd replied with the incorrect answer on a game show. Wrong. Wrong. Try again, Timmy. You're the least funny man in American journalism, so why does your wife stay with you? Think carefully. This might be another prime setup. Because... His voice trailed off uncertainly. You can do it. I know you can do it. Because of my thick, uncircumcised penis? He asked. Lanternglass whooped. There you go. Much better. I knew you had it in you. By then she was turning into the lot at the mall and could see yellow sawhorses, ambulances, half a dozen cop cars. Blue and silver strobes stammered weakly in the near equatorial heat. It wasn't quite noon, and she already had doubts that she would get to Parks and Rec on time to pick her daughter up from tennis camp. Gotta go, Tim. Gotta figure out who killed who. She parked and got out, threaded through the crowd to a line of sawhorses outside the entrance to the mall's central atrium. TV vans were pulling in, the local guys, channels 5 and 7. She figured there were only 3 or 4 dead, not enough to catch the attention of the national cable networks. On the other side of the sawhorses, it was the usual crime scene chaos. Cops milled about, walkie-talkies crackled and bleeped. She didn't recognize any of the uniforms, and after a while she sat on the hood of her 12-year-old Passat to wait. The lot broiled, heat wavering up from soft blacktop, and pretty soon she had to stand again, her buns getting too hot against the steel of the car. All kinds of folks had driven in to see what was happening, or maybe they'd shown up to shop and decided to stick around to see what all the excitement was about. A hot dog truck was parked at a discreet distance, outside a party supply store across the road encircling the mall. Lanternglass's 8-year-old daughter, Dorothy, had gone vegetarian 3 weeks ago. She didn't want to eat anything that had felt feelings. Lanternglass had done her best to play along, eating pasta and fruit salad and bean burritos, but the smell of hot dogs was making her feel feelings, and not empathetic ones. She was wandering over to buy herself a lunch to regret when she passed some black girls standing around a sporty little bubblegum-colored ride and heard one of them say, Okello had a front row seat. EMT is looking at his hand 'cause one of the SWAT stepped on it. SWAT ran right by him, carrying machine guns and everything. That was interesting, but Aisha Lanternglass kept going. Couldn't eavesdrop without being noticed. The hot dog truck specialized in Asian fusion, and she wound up with a jumbo draped in cabbage and plum sauce. She could tell Dorothy she had cabbage and fruit for lunch, and it wouldn't even be a lie. It would just be leaving out details. She meandered back toward the scrum, but slowed and stopped to chug her dog while standing near the rear bumper of the bubblegum mobile. License plate, ooh, yum. 3 girls, a little past high school age, wearing jeans so tight that none of them could fit their cell phones into the back pockets, loitered around the front end. A car like that, it was an Audi. They weren't out of the black and blue. More likely they were from the boulevards north of town, where every house had a driveway of crushed white shells, and usually a fountain with a copper mermaid in it. The girl who'd been talking about the SWAT typed something on her phone, then said to the other 2, Okello is waiting to see if they'll let him get his stuff and change back into his street clothes. He can't stand that boost-your-game uniform. Taking it off is the best part of his day. I thought it was the best part of your day, one of the other girls said, and they all had a good, dirty cackle. Lanternglass saw cameras collecting in front of one of the sawhorses, like pigeons charging a fresh scattering of breadcrumbs, and had to go. She finished her dog in a hurry and squeezed in among the local TV newsfolk. She was the only print journo in the bunch, the only one who would be using her phone to record whatever was said. She was used to it. The St. Vicente Digest employed 8 full-timers, and 2 of them were on sports.
down from a staff of 32 just 10 years before. Some days, as many as 5 articles ran under her byline. Chief Rickles emerged from the mall, trailing a small gang of uniformed officers and someone from the DA, a slim, good-looking Latino in a cowboy hat. Rickles was built like a fire hydrant and wasn't much taller. His blond hair was so fair that his eyebrows disappeared against his pale Germanic skin. He crossed the tarmac, closing in on the cameras, stopped before them and doffed his baseball cap. Lantern Glass had somehow wound up almost nose to nose with him, but he didn't appear to see her, just gazed at some point in the distance over her left shoulder. "I'm Chief J. Rickles with the St. Pocente Police, and I'll be making a brief statement about the incident that occurred here today. At approximately 10:30 this morning, shortly after the mall opened, shots were fired on the upper level of the Galleria, and 4 were slain in an apparent mass shooting. The perpetrator was taken out by a security guard on the scene before the shooter was able to reach the crowded food court. I speak of a single perpetrator because at this time we only know of the one. The shooter was pronounced dead at the scene at 11:16. The heroic individual who eliminated the threat as it unfolded is in good health but is not prepared to make a statement at this time." He lowered his chin and scratched at his pink scalp, and Lantern Glass was surprised to see the chief struggling against some surge of intense emotion. When he lifted his head, his very blue eyes glittered with joyful tears. "On a personal note, 2 of my grandchildren were at the mall today with their mother, my daughter, riding the carousel in the food court, less than 300 feet from the shooting. They were just 3 of the many children, moms, and shoppers who may well owe their lives to the selfless action of the man who stepped up to stop the shooting before it could escalate. I was able to express my gratitude to him personally only a few minutes ago. I'm sure I will be just the first of many. I can take a few questions now." Everyone shouted at once, including Lantern Glass herself. The chief was right in front of her, but he still didn't look at her. She wasn't entirely surprised. Rickles and Lantern Glass had a complicated history. "You said 4 casualties plus the shooter. How many injured?" hollered the woman from Channel 5. "Several people are receiving treatment for shock and minor injuries, both here on the scene and at St. Pocente Medical." More shouts. "No comment at this time." More hollering. "Still too early to know." Lantern Glass was jostled and shoved as microphones were thrust past her. She felt that Rickles was willfully ignoring her, but then she called out something that caused him to jerk his head toward her and fix her with his bright, humorous, affectionate stare. She had yelled, "Was the alleged shooter known to law enforcement before today? Did he have a criminal record?" "I never said the shooter was male," he told her. There was no smile on Rickles' face, but his eyes glittered. He did like saying the unexpected thing in front of the cameras, and maybe he liked, too, that he'd been able to catch Lantern Glass out on making assumptions about the perpetrator of a crime. The crowd around her went bananas. The other reporters loved it. Rickles backed away, raising a hand palm outward in a gesture of peace, and said that was all for now. As he retreated, someone shouted to ask the names of his grandkids, and he returned to say Merritt and Goldie. Someone asked if he could at least confirm the age and gender of the killer, and he frowned and said, "Let's keep the focus on the people who died today. They're the ones the media should be thinking about, instead of glorifying the demented acts of the perpetrator to collect easy ratings." Another roar. They loved that too. Every reporter Lantern Glass knew adored coming in for a bit of public flagellation. Then he was going, turning away from them. Lantern Glass half expected him to be lured back yet again. Chief Rickles was a man who loved to make a statement, enjoyed his role as a public wit, scold, moralist, and legal thinker. In that way, he reminded her a bit of Donald Rumsfeld, who had so clearly delighted in toying with the press and dropping a quotable line. Lantern Glass thought, uncharitably, that Rickles was probably glad his grandchildren had been on the scene, because it gave him the opportunity to play two roles at once: firm enforcer of the law and grateful, relieved family man. But she didn't care if he came back and had some more to say. He wasn't going to share anything else worth knowing. If he answered more questions, it would be to suit his needs, not theirs. And besides, a flicker of pink had caught her attention, moving through her peripheral vision. When she stood on her toes and craned her neck, she saw the girls in the bubblegum-colored cars zipping away, not onto the highway, but around the corner of the mall and out of sight. Lantern Glass went after them. 2:11 p.m. The northeastern face of the mall was a long stretch of windowless sandstone brick, featureless doors painted dull brown, and loading docks. No one entered on this side except employees. The lot was narrow and faced a 12-foot-high chain-link fence with overgrown weeds on the other side. Such places set Lantern Glass on edge. They made her think of the day she'd watched a 24-year-old cop named Reb put 6 bullets in Colson Withers. A pair of police cruisers bracketed the lot, one at either end. Lantern Glass slowed down for a big, smooth-faced cop in mirrored sunglasses. He stood in her way until she eased to a stop, and then he walked around to the driver's side window and made a lazy, circular gesture with one hand to indicate she should roll down the glass. "Family of the employees only, ma'am. You family?" "Yes, sir," she lied. "My son, Okello. He works at Booster Game. He was in the building when it happened. I'm with those girls you just let through." She pointed to Yum, which was just sliding into a space a third of the way down the lot. But he had stopped listening as soon as she had said a name, just waved his hand, stepped aside. When she pulled into a spot, the 3 girls had already spilled out of their strawberry milkshake-colored Audi, and the driver was standing on her tiptoes, hugging a gangly black kid. A thin crowd lingered among the cars, employees who'd been evacuated from the building and who were hanging around, high on excitement, telling and retelling the stories of their own narrow escapes. Perhaps because she was remembering Colson, who'd been so at home on a stage, the busy, cheerful swarm of onlookers reminded her of being backstage after a successful performance. A good, bloody tragedy, perhaps. She parked and got out, just as the boy and his girl broke their embrace. She intercepted them as they walked back toward the pink car. "You in there when it happened?" she asked the boy without any preamble, her phone already out to record. "I'd love to hear about it." The kid slowed, a thought line appearing between his eyebrows. He wasn't just black, but black, like a lava sand beach. Light disappeared into him. Good-looking, of course, but then you had to be to get hired at Booster Game. Youth, health, and blackness were a lot of what they sold, to a mostly white suburban clientele. He was still wearing the store uniform. Apparently the cops hadn't let him change. "Yeah, I was in there. I was the closest person to the action who didn't get shot, not counting Mr. Kellaway." The 3 girls eyed Lantern Glass with a mix of wariness and curiosity. The girlfriend, the prettiest of them, snub-nosed, slim neck, and bobbed, straightened hair, said, "Why you asking?" "I'm with the paper, St. Placenti Digest. I'd love to know what it was like to be 3 steps away from a bullet. The inside story, how you made it out," she said, answering the girl but looking at the boy while she spoke. "My picture in the paper?" he asked. "You bet. People will be asking you for your autograph." He grinned, but the girlfriend said, "It's $100, and stepped in front of him as if to physically block Lantern Glass from getting any closer. "If I had $100 in my purse, I could afford a babysitter, but I can't, which means I've only got about a half an hour before I have to pick my girl up from town summer camp." "Shit," his girl said. "You want to know his story? You can watch all about it on Dateline. I bet they're good for $1,000. Lantern Glass figured a girl with a brand-new pink Audi probably had a higher limit on her credit card than she did. She thought the girlfriend was bringing up money as a pose, a bit of spontaneous performance art. Maybe the boyfriend was from the Black and Blue and the girlfriend was from the Boulevards, and now she was trying to impress him by acting like she was street. "I'm not sure Dateline will be calling," Lantern Glass said, "but if they do, don't you want them to talk to your guy instead of one of 100 other people who were in the mall today? The person who gets their story out first is usually the only person who gets their story out. Besides," and now she fixed the girlfriend with a direct stare, "I'd really like to talk to both of you. I'd like to know how you felt when you heard about the shooting, knowing your boyfriend was in the building, not knowing if you'd ever see him again." That softened her. She glanced at her boy, Okello, who had not said anything about money and who attended to Lantern Glass with calm interest. "I'll tell you what happened," he said. "You don't have to pay me." "Can I record you?" Lantern Glass asked, gesturing with her smartphone. He nodded. "What's your name?" she asked because it was a good place to start, even if she already knew the answer. "Okello Fisher, like Othello, but with a K." In Aisha Lantern Glass's mind, Coulson died again. He died 3 or 4 times every day, even now, face down in his own blood. If he had not bled to death, he might have drowned in it. "What kind of name is Okello?" Lantern Glass asked. He rolled his shoulders in an easy shrug. "My mom's big into African history. She made me a cake with num-num berries for my 10th birthday. Bought me a tribal drum. I'm like, damn, what's wrong with chocolate cake and PlayStation?" She liked him already, knew he was going to give her good quotes. The girl's name was Sarah. To keep everyone happy, Aisha got the friends' names too, Katie and Madison, boulevard names, all 3. "When's the first you knew something was wrong?" "Probably when I saw the gun," he told her. "You saw the shooter?" "Mall only opened a few minutes before. I went up to the food court to grab frappuccinos for Irving and myself. Irving and I have the morning at BYG. I don't know why he works there. His family is pretty well off. I guess his mom wants him to experience what it's like to have a job." Doubt flickered in his big sensitive eyes, and he said, "You better not print I said that. Irving's cool. They've had me over for dinner." "I won't publish anything you don't want me to publish." "Anyway, there's a hoop in the BYG and we play horse. Loser has to pay for the winner's frappuccino, but the winner has to go get them." "When's the last time you paid for his drink?" the girlfriend Sarah asked him with a certain teasing pride. "Irving's okay. I have to pay sometimes. He's not too good from the left side, though, so yeah, usually he pays and I go get them." "I won't publish you said that either," Lantern Glass promised. "I don't want to give away your secret winning strategy." He grinned again, and Lantern Glass liked him even more. She thought again that he was from the Black and Blue, not because he sounded street, but because he didn't. He spoke effortlessly, yet with a certain care in his phrasing. Lantern Glass was familiar with the impulse to choose words with some precision. It flowed from the anxious certainty that a single verbal slip would make you sound like you slung drugs on the corner. Lantern Glass had spent a year studying journalism in London, doing some of the things Coulson never got to do. And while she was there, she'd read an essay about the English class system. Englishmen, she read, were branded on their tongue. You knew whether someone was posh or trash the moment he opened his mouth and spoke. It was even more true of being black in America. A person would make up his mind about you as soon as you said hello, just from the way you said it. Okello continued, "I was walking back to boost your game when she went by. We passed each other on the big flight of stairs in the central atrium. I was going down and she was going up. I had to look at her twice because she was fooling with something high up on her leg. Like I thought she was messing with a stocking at first, only it was a holster, a thigh holster. She pulled it off just as I went by.
She'd been crying, too. Even though she had sunglasses on, I could tell from the mascara streaks under her eyes. How would you describe her? Petite, blonde, real pretty. I think her name was Becky. Or Betty? No, kinda sure it was Becky. How do you know her name? She worked at Devotion Diamonds, same place she shot up. The whole mall has an employee appreciation event on the last Saturday morning of every month before opening. Raj Lewis, he runs the store, gave her an award once, Employee of the Month or something. She killed him first. At least I think that's what happened. He shouted right before the first shot. I'll know he's dead. I saw them wheel him out. Go back. She passed you on the stairs. She had a gun. Then what? I turned to watch her go. I might even have started to walk after her to see if she was... Ow! His girlfriend had punched him in the shoulder. You ass! She had a gun, okay? She hit him a second time. He rubbed his shoulder, and when he spoke again, it was as much to Sarah as to Lantern Glass. I didn't follow too close. She left me behind anyway. After a moment, I began thinking I ought to find someone in security. I had just started back down the steps when I heard Mr. Lewis shout and then a gun popping off. I got down flat on the stairs and froze. Then I heard Mr. Kellaway yelling, he's the head of mall security, and more shots. Do you remember how many? Okello closed one eye, looked into the sky with the other. 3 at first. That was when she killed Roger Lewis. About a minute after that, another shot and a sound like something falling over, then a 5th shot, and about 5 minutes later, 2 more. You sure about that? 5 whole minutes between the 5th shot and the last 2? In a stressful incident, it's pretty easy to lose track of time. He shook his head. 4, 5 minutes. I know, because I was texting with Sarah, so I could see the time on my phone. Lantern Glass nodded but doubted him. Eyewitnesses reshaped memories into stories very rapidly, and stories were always at least partly make-believe, dramatic interpretations of half-recalled facts. Okello shrugged again. That was it. I stayed put, and a couple minutes later the police charged up the stairs in their armor, carrying machine guns ready to fight off ISIS. Only impact they made was on my hand. One of them stepped on it running by. He paused, then shook his head. You can leave that part out, too. They went in to save lives. For all they knew, they might have been about to face a hail of gunfire. I don't want to put them down. EMTs had a look at my hand while I made a statement. No bones broke. And you're out, and you're okay, Sarah said, and stretched up on tiptoe to kiss his cheek. And don't you dare say it, or I'm gonna twist your nipple. Okello grinned, and his lips found hers, and in spite of herself, Lantern Glass decided Yum was all right. Don't say what? Lantern Glass asked. That he's always okay, Sarah said and rolled her eyes. Him and his stupid dad jokes. I'm even more okay than usual. I mean, I'm not okay a baby got killed. A baby? Lantern Glass asked. His eyelids lowered and a sudden scared, unhappy look crossed his face. Yes, ma'am. Shot with his mom. A woman in a hijab. Her baby, a chubby dude, and Mr. Lewis. Those are the 4 casualties, everyone who died, not counting the shooter. But you think about some of what's happened in other places, like Aurora and Columbine, and I'm glad it wasn't worse. I'm sure the cops are glad they didn't have to shoot it out with anyone. He laughed then, a harsh, jarring sound that carried no real humor in it. And I bet Mr. Kellaway is glad he finally got to shoot someone. Lantern Glass was thinking she ought to wrap it up, get a couple quotes from the girls she wasn't going to use, and split. If she didn't get moving soon, she'd be late to pick her daughter up from camp. She still recalled keenly the sick and lonesome feeling of being the last to go home, staring out the rain-speckled windows of her modern dance class, wondering if someone, anyone, would turn up to get her. But there was no walking away from that last line, which grabbed her attention and held it. What do you mean? He's probably glad he finally got to shoot someone. The almost hungry grin on Okello's face slipped away. Maybe you better leave that out, too. She paused the recording. I won't print anything that makes trouble for you, Okello. I'm just curious. What's the story with Kellaway? Okello met her stare with a sudden chill in his own Mississippi-colored eyes. Old Nazi bastard put a gun on my neck on my third day of work. What? Mr. Boston, the floor manager at Booster Game. He asked if I could use my car to run some merch down to Daytona Beach. I was doing a bunch of errands because I didn't have my uniform yet. Tugging at the silly gold basketball shirt that bore the words Booster Game and showed a black hand gripping an orange ball of flame. I was out here sticking boxes in the back of my car when Kellaway sneaks up behind me and sticks the barrel of a gun against my neck. He says, "Jail or the morgue? It's up to you. It's the same to me, either way." Bullshit, Lantern Glass said, although she believed him, and her tone said she believed him. Sarah's jaw was set, her mouth a grim line, and she was squeezing her boyfriend's fingers tightly. She'd heard this story already, Lantern Glass could tell. Hand on my heart, Okello said, and tapped his fingers against his chest. He got on the radio, said he has someone lifting boxes off the loading dock behind Booster Game. Said I had a box cutter and a gun, too. But before his office radioed the cops, Mr. Boston saw what was happening and came running out to tell him it was all right, that I was an employee. You had a gun? I had a tape gun, Okello said, to seal a couple of boxes. The handle was jutting out the pocket of my hoodie. He was right on the box cutter, though. That was in the back of my pants. The suspect rose, and I saw a flash in his hand. He leapt. I thought he was coming for me with a knife, and I fired my weapon to defend myself. That was what Officer Mooney had said when he was deposed before a grand jury. Lantern Glass had read the entire statement years later. All it took to turn a CD into a knife or a tape gun into a .45 was a little imagination, a little panic, and a lot of prejudice. You're lucky you didn't get shot, Lantern Glass said. Why didn't he get fired? One corner of Okello's mouth turned up in that movie star grin of his, although there was a certain cynicism in it now that disheartened her. Mr. Boston had the shakes for an hour. He was so pale he looked like he had the flu. He said he was going to call the complaint line for the firm that runs mall security, but when he tried, it was disconnected. He wrote them an email, and it bounced back as undeliverable. They're a big southern outfit, Falcon Security. They provide the men for a lot of shopping centers. You'd think it'd be easier to get in touch with them. Mr. Boston asked if I wanted to go to the cops and file a complaint, but I figured nothing would happen, so I said skip it. Why didn't you quit? 'Cause I can't pay for college with my good looks. Did Kellaway apologize? Yep, on the scene, and then again the next day in his office. He gave me a $25 gift certificate good at any shop in the mall. Holy shit, that was big of him. 25 whole dollars. What'd you spend it on? Still got it, Okello said. I'm going to hold on to it until someone in the mall starts selling discount bulletproof vests. I'm in the market for one. 5:15 p.m. Lantern Glass watched the press conference on TV with Dorothy.
Dorothy was on her knees in front of the television, about a foot from the screen where she liked it best. 8-year-old black girl with a long neck and mile-long legs, wearing a hot pink cap with rabbit ears. She was going through a hat phase, had a drawer full of them. Getting her out of the house in the morning was a daily anguish. It could take her upward of 20 minutes to find the perfect hat for the day. "I'm missing Kim Possible," Dorothy said, referring to her favorite Disney Channel series. The local news had just cut to an unnamed conference room with the promise that the St. Pacenti police were about to address the shooting at the Miracle Falls Mall, and perhaps identify the heroic security guard who had stopped the killer before the rampage could go wide. "Mama's got to see this for work," Lantern Glass said from the kitchen table, where she was on her laptop banging out 2,000 words on the Ocala fire. It wasn't hard to get in the right mindset. She could smell the smoke right there in her living room, even with the blaze miles away. She wondered if the wind was shifting. "I want a job where I can watch TV and ride around in helicopters." "Next time you see Mr. Chen, you can ask if he's hiring. This household could use another source of income." There wasn't going to be any bread coming from Dorothy's father. He'd been out of the picture almost since Dorothy was born. Wasn't going to let a baby fuck up his music career. Last Lantern Glass had heard he was up in New York, in Queens, had 2 daughters by another woman, and his music career consisted of drumming on white plastic tubs in Times Square for dollars in the hat. Cameras flashed. There was a rustling like the wind stirring in leafy trees. The sound of an unseen audience murmuring and settling. Chief J. Rickles and the slim Cuban DA took seats behind a folding table arrayed with microphones. They were followed by a third man in a baggy hoodie that said SeaWorld and showed a jumping killer whale. The third man was in his 40s, guy with a graying mustache and a military haircut. He had the thick neck of a Marine or a boxer and big bony hands, and he regarded the cameras with oddly colorless, indifferent eyes. Chief J. Rickles waited for everyone to quiet down, and then waited some more, because he enjoyed a long, dramatic silence. Dorothy hopped a little closer to the TV. "That's too close, Button," Lantern Glass said. "I like to get right up next to the screen so I can see if anyone is lying. Your hat is blocking my view." Dorothy crept back an imperceptible centimeter. "Hello and good evening," Rickles began. "I'm Chief J. Rickles, and I'm going to open with a brief statement summarizing the events of this morning at the Miracle Falls Mall. At approximately 10:30 a.m., a shooting occurred in Devotion Diamonds on the 2nd floor. We have now positively identified the shooter as Rebecca Colbert, 20, of St. Pacenti, who was a salesgirl at the store. We believe that Ms. Colbert entered the store, where she shot Roger Lewis, 47, the manager of the Devotion Diamonds retail chain, Yasmin Haswar, a customer, and Yasmin's infant son, Ibrahim. At that point, Miss Colbert was confronted by Randall Kellaway, the head of security at the mall, an officer with Falcon Security, and a former military policeman in the U.S. Army. At this, Rickles leaned forward and aimed an admiring glance down the length of the table toward the big man in the hoodie. Mr. Kellaway instructed Ms. Colbert to put down her firearm. Instead, she raised her gun to fire, and at that point he shot her. Believing he had killed her, he hurried to Mrs. Haswar to offer medical aid. Another man, Robert Lutz, entered the store to try to offer his assistance, and he was shot by Ms. Colbert. At that point, Mr. Kellaway disarmed the shooter. Shortly afterwards, SWAT and emergency personnel swarmed the scene. Miss Colbert was pronounced dead at 11:16 a.m. His hands were folded together in front of him. Rickles had the serene look of a man admiring a sunset while he sat on his porch with a can of beer. "Some of you are already aware that my daughter and her 2 children were in the mall at the time of the incident. There's no reason to believe they were ever in physical danger. There's also no reason to believe they weren't. Miss Colbert was indiscriminate in claiming innocent life, and we cannot be certain what her final intentions might have been. Certainly,
She was intent on killing to her last breath. I don't like to think what might have happened if Mr. Kellaway had not responded with such swift and decisive action. Have no doubt, this was an unspeakable tragedy. In the space of a few minutes, we lost a beloved local employer, an innocent bystander who'd entered the store in an act of fearless compassion, a mother and her infant. Her infant. A beautiful baby boy who was part of St. Persenni's patriotic Muslim community. We'll be unpacking our anguish for days and weeks and months to come. But today we found out what happens when a bad guy with a gun meets a good guy with a gun. Today our grief is counterbalanced by our gratitude. Our pain abides alongside our pride. He paused, leaned forward, looked at the assistant DA. Mr. Lopez, would you care to add anything at this time? Why would anyone shoot a baby? Dorothy asked. Did that really happen? Lantern Glass said, That really happened, Button. I think that's stupid. Me too. On the TV, Lopez leaned forward and said, The Flagler County District Attorney's Office has committed our entire resources, including 2 full-time investigators, to determine the motive behind today's heinous and tragic acts, and to learn whether Ms. Colbert acted alone or had the support of any Confederates. He spoke for another half a minute, reciting boilerplate. If anyone had any further information, blah, blah. No charges filed at this time, blah, blah. State-of-the-art forensics, yada, yada. Then he was done, and Rickles leaned forward again. Rand, would you like to make a statement? He asked, peering down the length of the table at the big man in the SeaWorld hoodie. A fresh round of camera flashes strafed the room. Kellaway sat with his hands in his lap and his head lowered, looking both haunted and a little hunted. He thought for a moment, then he shifted forward in his chair and leaned toward the microphone. If my son is watching, I just want him to know Daddy's okay, Kellaway said. The assembled crowd responded with a soft cooing sound that made Lantern Glass think of pigeons. He's not that good a guy, Dorothy announced. He stopped a crazy person with a gun. But he also goes to SeaWorld, Dorothy said, and pointed at his sweatshirt. They keep orcas prisoner in little tanks. Like if someone stuck you in a closet and made you stay there all day. No one should go to SeaWorld. Yeah, Jay Rickles said gently, almost quivering with pleasure. Daddy's okay. Daddy's okay, folks. Daddy's just fine. A final spasm of furious camera flashes filled the room. In their stammering, almost blinding light, Kellaway's very pale skin had a blue sheen, like gunmetal. 9:18 p.m. They were still out there, the news vans, the camera crews, choking the street in front of his house. He sat on the ottoman in the middle of his living room with the landline in his lap. The police had taken his cell phone. He could see the broadcast vans through a gap in the drapes pulled across the big picture window. CNN, Fox. His TV was on, the only light in the room, the volume turned off. They were playing that same clip of Jay Rickles saying his thing about the bad guy with a gun meeting the good guy with a gun. Kellaway felt like a bullet in a gun himself, felt charged and ready to go off, to fly toward some final, forceful impact, loaded with the potential to blow a hole in what everyone thought they knew about him. When a gun went off, everyone turned their heads to look, and they would look at him now, too, at him, instead of past him or through him. He expected the phone to ring, and it did. He lifted the receiver to his ear. Holly's voice was breathless and small. You're home. I wasn't sure you'd be home. I was just watching you on TV. They recorded that hours ago. You're just seeing it now? Yes, just seeing it now. You're all right? You aren't hurt?"
"No, love."
He said to his wife, still his wife, even now, on paper anyway. A little indrawn breath. "You shouldn't call me that."
"Love?"
"Yes. You shouldn't even think it."
"I would have been thinking it if she killed me. If she shot me today, it would have been my last thought."
Another shuddering breath. She was trying not to cry. She cried so easily, at the ends of TV movies about Christmas, at ASPCA commercials, when movie stars died. She was always clothed in the sheer velvet gown of her emotions, the fabric of it rippling with every step into the world she took, clinging to her wherever she went. "You shouldn't have gone in there. You should have waited for the police. What if she shot you? Your son needs a father," she told him.
"Your lawyer didn't seem to think he does. Your lawyer thought it would be just fine if I only saw George once a month with a chaperone there to spy on me."
She took a sniffling breath, and he knew for sure she was crying now. There were several seconds before she could speak again, and then her voice was frail with emotion. "My lawyer didn't just push you around. She pushed me around, too. She threatened to quit if I tried to negotiate with you. She made me feel so stupid when I told her I knew you'd never hurt us, that you'd never—" Holly's sister squawked in the background, a harsh, unintelligible sound that reminded him of the adults talking in a Charlie Brown cartoon. Holly didn't know how to stand up for herself. The expectations of other people were like a blasting gale, and Holly just a sheet of newspaper, flapping this way and that under their influence. It was Rand Kellaway's opinion that Holly's sister Frances was a closet lesbian, and that the man she was married to was, in all likelihood, a queer. The dude wore bright shirts in suspicious colors, tangerine, teal, and enthusiastically watched figure skating on television.
"What's Francis saying to you?"
Kellaway asked. He felt something flare inside of him like a stroked match hissing into flame. But Holly wasn't listening to him anymore. She was listening to her sister. Holly said, "Yes," more squawking, "No," and then again, "No," in a pleading, whining tone.
"Tell her to mind her own business,"
Kellaway said. He could feel Holly slipping away out of reach, and it maddened him.
"Don't listen to her. Whatever she's saying doesn't matter."
Holly turned her attention back to him, but her voice was flustered, hitching with emotion. "George wants to speak with you, Rand. I'm going to put him on. Fran says I can't talk to you anymore." When they had lived together, it had been one of Kellaway's rules that Holly could talk to Francis only when he was in the room, for exactly this reason. He had not wanted Holly to have a cell phone because of the danger of Francis texting her. He had refused to let Holly buy one, but then the fucking company she worked for gave her one, insisted she carry one.
"You tell that hairy cunt,"
he began, but then the phone clattered and it was George. "Daddy?" George said. He had his mother's rushing, breathless, excitable voice, the same soft, sweet slur. "Daddy, you were on TV."
"I know,"
he said. It took a great effort of will to steady his voice and inject some warmth into it.
"I was in TV land all afternoon, where all the TV people live. The hardest part is getting there. They have to shrink you down very, very small so you can fit inside the television set."
George giggled. The sound of it was so lovely it made Kellaway ache. He wanted to hold his son in his lap and squeeze him until he shouted and tried to wriggle free. He wanted to take George to the beach and shoot bottles for him. George would clutch his fists and dance every time a bottle smashed. Kellaway would smash the world to see George dance. "That isn't true," George said.
"It is. First they make you very, very small, and then you get a ticket and ride to TV land on Thomas, the tank engine. I sat right next to one of the Teletubbies on the trip."
"No, you didn't," I did. Really? Which one? The yellow one. He smells like mustard. George giggled again. Mom says you saved people from dying. She says there was a bad person and you shot her down just like, pow. Is that what happened? That's what happened. Just like that. Okay, that's good. I'm glad you shot that bad person. The squawking sounds began in the background, Fran getting going again. George listened to her, then said, I've got to eat my Eggo and go to bed. You do. Go on now. I love you, George. I love you, too. Put your mom back on. Aunt Fran wants to talk to you. Before he could reply, the phone clattered again. Then someone new was on the other end of the line. Even her breathing was unpleasant, thin and slow and deliberate. Hey, Randy, said Francis. You got a court order not to talk to my sister. She called me, he said patiently. There's no court order says I can't answer my own phone. That same court order says you can't own a gun. The gun, he said, was behind the counter at the Vietnamese restaurant in the food court, and I asked for it. It was Mr. Nguyen's gun. And the cops are keeping that part out of the news, not to protect me, but to protect him. He's here on a visa, and owning that gun could get him in hot water with immigration. But go ahead, make a fuss. Force the police to deport a guy who gave me the weapon I needed to stop a mass shooting. What a hero you'll be. I want to talk to my wife. He had thought this lie through carefully, and felt it was beyond Francis's limited powers to assault. And he was right. She didn't even try. Instead, she went for the easier attack. She's not your wife anymore. She is until I see the divorce papers. Francis inhaled. He could picture her perfectly, the slits of her nostrils narrowing at the end of that long, bent nose of hers. She had Holly's features, subtly distorted so that she was utterly lacking any of Holly's beauty. Holly had a soft, pliant mouth, and eyes that shimmered with emotion and an innate desire to please. Francis's eyes were dull and tired, and she had deep creases bracketing her lips. Holly hugged easily. No one would want a hug from Francis. The steely points of her hard little tits would probably leave bruises. Maybe you think you can use this somehow to get them back, Francis said. But it's not happening. She's not coming back, and neither is he. Not after what you did to them. What I did today, he told her, is save lives. What I did today is shoot a mad woman before she could go on a killing spree. You'll have to shoot another mad woman before you get anywhere near either of them, because you'll have to kill me to take them away. Well, he said to her, that would definitely be a bonus, wouldn't it? He hung up. He didn't expect her to call back, but the phone shuddered in his hand a moment later, before he even had time to let go of the receiver. Francis couldn't stand letting someone else have the last word. Why don't you rest your tongue, he said, for eating pussy later. There was an awkward silence on the other end of the line. Then a young man said, Mr. Kellaway? My name is Stanley Roth. I'm a producer with Telling Stories on NBC. Wow, it has not been easy to get your number. This is Randall Kellaway, yes? It took him a moment to recalibrate. I watched your show. You did that one about the watermelons full of meth in Orange County. Yes, we did. Definitely our greatest claim to fame. Meth Watermelon is also the name of our office softball team. We beat the guys from 2020 to win our league last summer, and I'm hoping to beat them again in this weekend's ratings. I'm sure they're trying to get in touch with you to invite you on their show and talk about what happened today. I would be a very happy man if I were fortunate enough to get to you first. Stanley Roth spoke in such an exuberant flurry that Kellaway needed to go back over it in his head to figure out the guy was making an offer. You want me to come on your show? Yes, sir, we do. To tell your story. The story of the good man with the gun. You're Clint Eastwood, only for real. Clint Eastwood is real, isn't he? Yeah, well, yeah. But he gets paid to pretend to be what you actually are. Someone who knows how to fight back. People feel so powerless most of the time, so overwhelmed by the forces lined up against them. They need these stories like they need food and drink, stories about people who made the best, bravest choices when it would have been easier to fold, and who made a fucking difference. I hope you'll excuse my language, sir, but I get really amped up about this stuff. Would I have to go to New York? No. You do it from there. We can get a local studio and tape the interview remotely. If it helps to nudge you in the right direction, I should add that Chief J. Rickles has already agreed to talk with us as well, and would join you in front of the camera. That guy loves you. I think he wants to adopt you or marry you to one of his daughters, or maybe marry you himself. He talks about you in exactly the same awestruck way my son talks about Batman. Maybe you ought to stick with him. He seems like he knows what he's doing when he talks to the press. I'm not a public speaker. I've never been on TV. You don't have to be a public speaker. You just have to be yourself. Nothing to it. As long as you don't think about the 3 million people watching and hanging on your every word, which has still got to be less scary than running into a shop where a woman is killing people indiscriminately. It wasn't scary. There wasn't time to be scared. I just ducked down and got moving. Perfect. Oh my God. That's perfect. Get ready to duck again, because women are going to be throwing their panties at you. I'm married, he said with a certain edge, and I have a little boy, an amazing 6-year-old. There was a respectful pause, then Stan said, Did you think you'd ever see him again? Not really. Kellaway said, But I'm still here. I'm still here, and I'm never going to let him go. They were another 20 minutes on the line doing what Stan called the pre-interview, and the producer filling him in on what the on-air discussion would be like. They would record on the afternoon of the 10th and air it that evening. If you snooze, it ain't news, Stan said several times. Stan gave him some advice for looking good on camera, but it all washed over Kellaway without registering. When he hung up, the only thing he could remember was Stan's forceful directive not to eat blackberries, because the seeds would get between his teeth and make him look like a guy who never flossed. Once again the phone rang almost as soon as he hung up. He thought it would be Stan again calling with some last urgent overlooked piece of trivia. Or maybe it would be someone from ABC or NBC, hoping to book an interview for one of their shows. But it wasn't Stan at all, and it wasn't CNN, and it wasn't Francis. It was Jim Hurst. The call was grainy with hiss, and his voice sounded far away, as if he were calling from the other side of the world, or maybe the other side of the moon. Look who got famous today, Jim said, and issued a dry, hacking cough. More like look who got lucky, Kellaway replied. I figured if someone was going to blow my head off, it would be over in the suck, not here at the mall. Yeah, well, sound like some crazy bitch shopped for trouble at the wrong place today. Got more'n she paid for, huh? He coughed again. Kellaway thought he was a little drunk. You having some of the scotch I gave you? Kellaway asked. Yeah, I might have had a sip or two. I raise the glass to you, my brother. I am so glad you're alive and she's dead and not the other way around. I want to put my arms around you, man. If she killed you, it would have killed me, you know? Kellaway was unaccustomed to strong emotion, and the prickling in his own eyes took him by surprise. I wish I was worth half of what you think I'm worth. He shut his eyes, but only for a moment. When he shut his eyes, he saw the woman, Yasmin Haswa, rising up from behind the glass counter, her eyes wide and frightened, and he turned and shot her all over again, straight through the baby strapped to her chest. Don't get down on yourself. Don't you do it. You fucking saved a whole mess of lives today. And you made me proud. You made me glad for once that I survived and came home. I'll tell you what, man. It was never my childhood dream to live for 50 or 60 years as a useless drain on society. Today, though, I've been thinking, I guess I'm not a complete waste. When my best friend, Rand Kellaway, needed a gun, well, you weren't empty-handed today. And that's my piece of this. That's my little taste of glory. That's right. You had my back this afternoon, even if no one will ever know it. Even if no one will ever know it, Jim repeated. Are you okay? You sound sick. It's the fucking smoke. It's right on top of the house tonight. It's burning my eyes, man. They say the fire is still 2 miles off, but I can't hardly see to the end of the hall. You should go to bed. Soon, man. Soon. I want to stay up and watch the news loop around one more time. That way I can toast you again. Put Mary on. I'm going to make her send you to bed. I don't need another toast. I need you to take care of yourself. Get Mary. And Jim's voice changed, became suddenly morose and querulous. I can't, man. She's not here. Well, where is she? Beats the fuck out of me, Jim Hurst said. I'm sure I'll see her again, sooner or later. All her stuff's here. And he laughed, until it turned into the broken, hacking, rattling cough of a man choking on blood in his deathbed. July 8, 8:51 a.m. Lanternglass reached out to the Lutz family first. When you had a bad job to do, it was best to do it first thing and get it out of the way. She hated calling the family of the deceased. It made her feel like a crow pulling strands of gut out of roadkill. The Lutz family was unlisted, but Bob Lutz, who died at just 23, had offered one-on-one piano lessons to kids at Bush Elementary, according to the school website. As it happened, the vice principal at Bush was a Brian Lutz. Lanternglass called his office number and got a recording saying that he would be checking messages throughout the summer session, but if it was urgent, he could be reached at his cell, followed by the number. She made the call on the sidewalk in front of a Starbucks just down the street from Pocenti Pride Playground, where Dorothy had tennis camp. Lanternglass had an iced coffee that was so cold she broke out in goosebumps when she had her first sip. She was almost too nervous to drink it, didn't need the caffeine to amp her up. There was no reason to think Brian Lutz would answer his cell, but he did, on the second ring, as somehow she had known he would. Lanternglass introduced herself in a quiet, gentle voice, said she was with the St. Pocenti Digest, and asked how he was doing. He had a deep baritone with a very slight crack running through it. My little brother got shot in the face 2 days ago, so I guess not so hot. How are you? She didn't reply to that. Instead, she told him she was so sorry that she hated to intrude when he was struggling with his grief. But here you are, intruding anyway, he said and laughed. Lanternglass wanted to tell him about Coulson. She wanted to tell him she understood, that she had been on the other end of this herself. In the days after Coulson died, journalists parked in front of the two-family house Aisha lived in with her mother and waited for them to come out. When Aisha's mother, Grace, walked her to school in the morning, the reporters would flock around them, waving tape recorders. Grace gripped Aisha's hand and stared straight ahead, and the only reply she ever made was a sound. That noise seemed to mean, I don't see you, and I don't hear you, and my daughter doesn't either. Lanternglass knew now that her mother had been sick with fright, was afraid of the attention, afraid to be looked at too closely. Grace had been to jail 3 times,
had in fact been pregnant with Aisha on her second stint in county, and was scared the reporters would publish something that would get her sent back. Aisha herself wanted everyone to know what had really happened. She thought they should tell all the reporters how Coulson was shot to death and he didn't even do anything, except take a stupid CD. She wanted to explain how Coulson was supposed to go to London and meet Jane Seymour and be in Hamlet. She wanted everyone in the world to know. "Ain't it enough you lost him?" Grace had told her. "You want to lose me too? You want me to get locked up again? You think the police won't come down on us? We try to make them look bad?" In the end, Aisha Lanternglass did get to tell the world all about it. She just had to wait 15 years. The St. Percenti Digest had published Coulson's story in 5 parts over a single week. Those stories had been nominated for a Pulitzer Prize in local reporting, which was why Lanternglass still had a job when almost all the other full-time reporters with the Digest had been laid off in the recession. But she didn't tell Brian Lutz about Coulson because she had promised herself a long time ago that she'd never use his death as a way to get a story. Even after you lost someone, it turned out you still had a relationship with that person, one you needed to tend to, as you would tend to a relationship with any living friend or relative. Coulson was, even now, someone she cared about and was at pains not to misuse. So she said, "I just wanted to ask if there was a photo of Bob your family wanted to share. I don't want to make things any more awful than they are. Your brother did something really special, you know? When a lot of folks would have run in the other direction, he went into Devotion Diamonds to try to help people. I want to acknowledge his bravery when we write about what happened. I also want to respect your feelings and do right by your family. But I'll let you go this minute if you don't want to deal with a prying journalist. My paycheck is not big enough to put grieving people through the emotional ringer." For a long time he didn't speak. Then he laughed again, a corrosive, broken sound. "You want to acknowledge his bravery? Man, that's hilarious. You don't know how hilarious. I know only one person who's a bigger pussy than Bob, and that's me. Our uncle made us ride a little baby roller coaster once, a thing for tots at a county fair, when I was 13 and Bob was 8, and we both fucking cried the whole way. There were 5-year-olds on that ride who looked embarrassed for us. I don't know why the fuck he'd go in there. It's completely out of character." "He thought the shooting was over," Lanternglass said. "He would have had to been pretty fucking sure," said Brian Lutz, and when he laughed again, it sounded closer to a sob. "We cried on the little Zoom Zoom coaster. I even wet my pants a little. After we got off, our uncle couldn't look at us. Either of us. Just took us straight home. I'll tell you about my baby brother. He would have died before he walked in some place where he could have been killed. He would have just fucking died." 9:38 a.m. Lanternglass had 2 emails speaking for Alona Lewis, Roger Lewis's wife. The first came through a lawyer at 9:38. Lanternglass read it at her desk in the open plan office of the Digest. "Today, Alona Lewis grieves the loss of her beloved husband of 21 years, Roger Lewis, killed in the senseless mass shooting at the Miracle Falls Mall. Margot and Peter Lewis grieve the loss of their beloved son, and St. Percenti grieves the loss of a lively, good-humored, and generous community member." The email went on for another 800 words, all of it just as formal and forgettable. Alona and Roger had opened their first jewelry store in Miami in 1994, attended the Next Level Baptist Church, owned 3 Brussels Griffons, wrote big checks to the Special Olympics. Flowers might be sent to the Lawrence Funeral Home. It was a tidy professional public statement, and there wasn't a single thing in it that Lanternglass could use for a quote. 10:03 p.m. The second email came from Alona herself, a half-hour after Lanternglass went to bed, but while she was still awake, lying under a single sheet and staring at the ceiling. Her phone pinged, and she rolled over to have a peek. Alona's personal email address was alioluisgems@aol.com, and her message was just a single sentence long. I bet he was fucking her. Lanternglass didn't see how she could quote that email, either. July 9, 5:28 a.m. Rashid Haswar didn't have a listed landline. He didn't have a Twitter handle or an Instagram profile. His wife's Facebook account was private. He had a job at the Flagler Atlantic Natural Gas Corporation in the accounting department, but the receptionist refused to give Lanternglass the number for his cell. If he wanted to talk to you, to any of you news people, he'd call you, the receptionist said in a thin, indignant tone. But he hasn't because he doesn't. Lanternglass had one other idea, though, so Tuesday morning she woke Dorothy before dawn and walked her out to the car. Dorothy was still about two-thirds asleep, her eyes partly shut as she tramped across the dew-soaked grass. Today she had on a thick white fluffy cap with a polar bear's face on it. She fell back to sleep in the rear of the car on the drive across town. The Islamic Center was in the black and blue, in a low and ugly concrete building, across the street from a strip mall that contained a Honeydew Donuts, a bail bondsman, and a discount shoe store. The last worshippers were already going in for morning prayers. Women through a door in the side of the building, the men through the double doors in the front. A lot of them were brothers and dashikis and kufis, although there were a few Middle Easterners among them. Lanternglass parked herself in the Honeydew, found seats at a counter by the window where she could keep an eye on the street. Dorothy got up on a high stool beside her with a glazed and a big bottle of milk, but she had only one bite and then put her head down. Outside, the sky was a shade of royal purple, the clouds kissed with gold. The wind was freshening, and the palms rattled their fronds. Lanternglass had been watching the mosque for 10 minutes when she noticed a slender, wiry man in a black baseball cap, his arms crossed over his sunken chest, standing just inside the donut shop's door. He was watching the street, too. The first time she looked at him, she noticed dark circles under his bloodshot eyes. He looked like he hadn't slept in days. What made her glance at him a second time were the words, Flagler Atlantic NGC, embroidered on the breast pocket of his blue denim shirt. Lanternglass kissed Dorothy on the cheek. Her daughter didn't seem to notice, and slid 3 stools to the right, taking her donut and coffee with her, so she was almost right next to the guy. Mr. Haswar? She said gently. He twitched, as if he'd been stung with a fizzle of static electricity, and looked around, his eyes wide and surprised and a little frightened. She almost expected him to dart out the door and away from her, but he didn't, only stood there holding himself very tightly. Yes? He asked, no accent. You're not praying? He blinked at her. When he spoke again, there was no anger, no defensiveness, just curiosity. You with the press? I'm afraid so. I'm Aisha Lanternglass from the Digest. We've been trying to reach you. We were hoping you might share a photo with us of your wife and baby. We'd like to do our best to honor them. And you. Your loss. Your family's loss. It's awful. She thought she had never sounded more phony. He blinked again and rotated his head and looked back out at the mosque. I read your piece about the massacre. He didn't go anywhere further with this statement, didn't seem to feel the need to add to it. Mr. Haswar, do you know why your wife was there that morning? For me, he said, not looking at her. I asked her to go. My boss, Mrs. Oakley, was retiring. I was being promoted to her position. Yasmin ran by the mall to pick something out that I could give to Mrs. Oakley at the party. Yasmin always got excited when she had a chance to buy something for someone else. Giving gifts was her favorite thing. She was excited for Ibrahim to be older so we could give him things on Eid. You know Eid al-Fitr? Yes. Lantern Glass said. It's when Ramadan ends. He nodded. And you know today is the first day of Ramadan. Then he snorted with amusement, although there was no real humor in it, and added, But of course you know. That's why you're staking out the mosque. He did not say it angrily like an accusation. In some ways his mildness was worse. She wasn't sure how to respond. She was still trying to think what to say when he added, I walked Yasmin's mother here. She's inside with the other women. She doesn't know I am not praying myself, because the men and women pray in different rooms. You know that? She nodded. Yasmin's father couldn't walk her to the dawn prayer. He's in the hospital for observation. He's fainted several times since he heard the news. We're all scared to death for him. He had a bypass operation last year. Tapping his chest with his thumb. She was his only child. He stroked his breastbone with the edge of his thumb, rubbing the place where his wife had been shot. He gazed blankly out at the temple and added finally, Do you think it was because she was Muslim? What? Lantern Glass asked. That she was shot? That they were both shot? I don't know. We may never know. Good. I don't want to know. I dreamed last night my son said his first word. It was cake. He said, cake. Probably not a very realistic first word. I haven't dreamed about Yasmin yet. But then I'm not sleeping much, he said. You're not eating your donut. I hate these things, Lantern Glass said, pushing it away from her. I don't know why I got it. Shame to let it go to waste. Smells lovely, he said, and picked her donut off her plate without asking and, making steady eye contact, took a large bite. Cake. July 10, 5:40 p.m. After they recorded the interview for Telling Stories, Jay Rickles said why not come to his house for supper. He wanted Kellaway to meet the family. They could open some beers and watch the show when it aired at 9. Kellaway didn't have anything else to do. Rickles lived on Kiwi Boulevard. It wasn't a mansion, no fountain out front, no white stucco wall enclosing the property, not even a swimming pool. But it was pretty nice all the same. A big hacienda with a red Spanish tile roof and an enormous courtyard of crushed white shells. The front steps were flanked by a pair of green copper koi statues the size of Welsh corgis. Inside, the house was like a Tex-Mex restaurant, with lassos and bleached longhorn skulls mounted on the walls. It was crowded, too, with willowy young women in tooled leather boots and denim skirts and squads of little kids who crashed from room to room. At first, Kellaway thought Rickles must have decided to throw a party and had invited half the neighborhood. He was there for most of an hour before he gradually realized the girls with golden hair were all his daughters, and the small children were his grandkids. They rooted themselves on a couch the size of a Cadillac, done in tribal patterns, in front of a television as large as a Cadillac's hood. There was already a big steel bucket full of ice and Coronas on the coffee table, next to a dish of salt and a bowl of lime wedges. Rickles helped himself to a beer with one hand. The other snaked around the hip of a tall, leggy woman in a pair of Wranglers so tight they were close to obscene. At first glance, Kellaway thought Rickles was patting one of his daughters on the butt. At second, he saw that the woman next to Rickles was maybe as old as 60, thick makeup covering the finer creases at the corners of her mouth and eyes, and the yellow of her hair almost certainly a dye job. She had the toned beauty of someone like Christy Brinkley, of someone who had always been beautiful and always would be, was beautiful almost by habit. "Is it Mr. Kellaway?" she asked, "or Deputy Kellaway?" Rickles cracked her rear with one hand, and she jumped away laughing and rubbing her bottom. "You hush up, woman. You ruin everything." "Ruining men's plans is my life's work," she said, and wandered off, swinging her hips in a provocative sort of way. Or maybe that was just how she walked. When she'd gone, Kellaway looked at Rickles and said, "Deputy?"
The police chief's eyes glittered damply with emotion. That's supposed to be a surprise. We're going to make you an honorary deputy next month. Give you a key to the city, too. Big ceremony. When we announce it, try and pretend you didn't know. Do I get my very own badge? Bet your ass, Rickles said and laughed a husky, beery laugh. What I wonder, how come you're not a deputy for real? I applied. You turned me down. Me? Rickles put a hand to his chest and opened his eyes wide in stunned disbelief. Well, the department, anyway. Didn't you serve in Iraq? Mm-hmm. And we turned you down. Why? One position, 50 applicants, and I came up short in the melanin department. Rickles nodded sadly. Christ, isn't that always the story? Though no matter how much you do to show you care about diversity, it's never enough. Did you read that hit piece the Digest ran about the drama student? No? So, 20 years ago, there's an APB out for a deranged African-American with a knife who cut up a white couple and stole their Miata and a Hermes purse full of loot. Wife died. Husband pulled through. Cops traced the Miata to a parking lot in the black and blue and saw a guy matching the description walking away from it, holding a knife, purse over his shoulder. They tell him to get face down. He runs instead. He goes around the corner of a little shopping plaza, then changes his mind and turns back. When the cops come around the corner, they run smack into him. They think he's charging, and one of them blasts his black ass. Well, turned out he wasn't holding a knife, it was a CD. The Hermes purse over his shoulder, it was a Little Mermaid backpack he was carrying for a cousin of his. He was a 17-year-old slickster who did summer stock theater and who was applying to the London School of Drama. He ran because he'd been wandering around opening cars, grabbing stuff, petty thievery. Basically, he died of a guilty conscience. In his mind, Kellaway shot the Muslim woman all over again. It made him angry, thinking about her, trying to figure out why the bitch had stood up, why she didn't stay still. He resented her for making him shoot her. Adrenaline gets pumping, Kellaway said. It's dark. You know the guy you're hunting has already sliced some people up, that he's crazy. I don't see how you blame the cops for shooting. You don't. And the grand jury didn't. But it was a scandal and a heartbreak. The cop who shot the kid developed a serious drug and alcohol problem, poor guy, and later had to be fired for domestic abuse. Anyway, the cousin with the Little Mermaid backpack witnesses the shooting. 15 years later, she's working for the St. Pacenti Digest, and she writes this great big goddamn expose about it, all about systemic racism in Florida policing and the reflective tendency to protect officers who abuse the badge. Anyway, I sat down with her, gave her an interview, said all the things I had to say. I bragged on our hiring of minorities, said 1993 was literally a different century, said that it's our job to make certain the black community sees us as an ally, not an occupying power. I made sure there were nothing but black faces in the typing pool when I led her to my office. I even had our IT guy sitting at one detective's desk. I had the dude who cleans our windows at another. It was so black in there you'd think she'd walked into a Luther Vandross concert instead of a police station. You do an interview like that, you got two choices. Either you say what they want you to say, or you get smeared by the press for committing a thought crime. I didn't like doing it, but I got through it. You might want to remember that when she talks to you. What do you mean, when she talks to me? She's on your ass now, partner. Aisha Lanternglass. The girl who wrote up the story of the dead drama student, and who made my whole department look like the local chapter of the KKK. They've got her covering the mall story. You want to watch out for her, Kellaway. She does hate Whitey. Kellaway sipped his Corona and thought it over. They ever get the guy who sliced up the couple? He asked finally. The black dude with the knife? Rickles shook his head ruefully. There was no black dude with a knife. Turned out hubby had a girlfriend. He murdered his wife, then had his honey stab him a few times to make it look like he'd been attacked as well. Then he had her drive off in the Miata and park it in the black and blue. We got the girlfriend on a security camera abandoning the car in the lot. He sighed. Shit, I wish we had more security footage of what happened in Devotion Diamonds. We've got it going in, but nothing from what went down in there. I wish we did. I know telling stories would sure as shit like to have it. So you can't lift it off Roger Lewis's computer? The security footage for Devotion Diamonds fed to the big iMac in Lewis's office, and at some point the computer had toppled off the desk. Kellaway had made sure it couldn't be turned on again by giving it his boot a time or two. Rickles wiggled one hand in a gesture that seemed to mean maybe yes, maybe no. The tech guys think that there's a chance they can rescue the hard drive, but I'll believe it when I see it. He sipped his beer and said, maybe if we can save it, telling stories will want to have us back on. If the tech guys rescued the hard drive, it would show Kellaway putting a bullet through a 6-month-old and his mother, then using Becky Colbert's gun to kill Bobby Lutz. Kellaway hoped that if such a thing did come to pass, he had another gun by then. He could imagine quite calmly sitting on the toilet in the master bathroom and putting the snub nose of a .38 against the roof of his mouth while cops shouted in the next room. He could do it. He knew he could do it. Swallow a bullet. Better to die his way than to live life mocked by the tabloids, loathed by the public, and separated from his child. To say nothing of what would happen to him if he wound up in prison. The thought of sitting on one toilet brought to mind another, and he said, when do you think I'll be able to get back in the mall? I'd like to collect some of my things, and maybe, I don't know, walk the scene. Give it a week. After they open again, we'll walk the scene together if you want. I'd like that myself. See it again through your eyes. Kellaway wondered if Rickles was going to move in with him, if he should buy bunk beds. When Kellaway looked around, a perfect 10 was standing in front of him, a blonde who had to be at least 6 feet tall, wearing a flower print pencil skirt and a satiny white silk blouse and a straw cowboy hat. She held the hands of 2 small children, one on either side of her. One of them was a profoundly ugly fat girl with an upturned piggy nose, her pink Hannah Montana shirt riding up her bulging belly. The boy looked like the mini-me version of Jay Rickles, a towhead with narrow blue eyes and a stubborn, mulish expression on his face. Their mother was so tall they had to stretch their arms up to reach her hands. "Mr. Kellaway," said the perfect 10, "I'm Mary Ann Winslow, Jay's daughter, and my children would like to say something to you." "Thank you," the children recited together. "What for?" Mary Ann said, pulling one arm then the other. The girl with the porcine features said, "For saving our lives," and began to pick her nose. The boy said, "For shooting the bad guy." "They were in the mall," Rickles said, turning his head, and giving Kellaway a watery-eyed look of wonder and gratitude. Bullets flying a couple 100 feet away from them. They were on the carousel. "Oh, Dad," Mary Ann said, "we didn't even get inside. We were going to ride the carousel, but when we reached the doors, the security guard sent us back to our car. It was all over by then. We missed the action by 10 minutes. Rickles told Kellaway, "But for the grace of God," and held out his bottle. They clinked long necks. "What did you shoot her with?" the little boy asked Kellaway. Mary Ann jerked his arm. "Merritt, rude." "A .327 Ruger Federal," said Kellaway. "You know about guns?" The boy said, "I got a Browning Buckmark .22. "Merritt, you do not got a Browning Buckmark." "I do too." "You have a Browning Buckmark," Mary Ann said, and rolled her eyes at her son's disgraceful indifference to proper grammar. "You like guns?" Kellaway asked, leaning forward, resting his elbows on his knees. Merritt nodded. "I have a boy only a bit younger than you. He likes guns, too. Sometimes we go fishing together, and then afterward we'll walk along the beach and find bottles to shoot. Once we found a smelly old pair of boots and shot them. We were trying to make them dance." "Did you?" Merritt asked. Kellaway shook his head. "No, we just knocked them over." Merritt stared at him with his deep blue eyes for another moment, as if in a trance, then jerked his head up and looked at his mom. "Can I play Xbox now?" Merritt Winslow. So rude. "It's all right. Old people are boring," Kellaway said. "My own son told me so once." Marianne Winslow mouthed the words, "Thank you," and walked the children away, still holding their arms up over their heads so they had to skip and hurry to stay on their feet. Rickles sighed and leaned back into the couch. He was staring absently at the TV when he said, "I keep meaning to ask you about the gun." "Hmm?" Kellaway asked. The back of his neck prickled. I did a search, and you don't have any guns registered to you in this state." Rickles scratched an eyebrow, didn't look at him. "That might be a problem, you know." "Oh, it's registered to Falcon Security. It's their gun. You want me to see if I can get someone to find the paper on it? They're based in Texas. It might be registered there, or maybe—" But Rickles didn't care and wasn't listening. He swatted Kellaway's shoulder in excitement and leaned forward. On the TV, there was a shot of the Miracle Falls Mall, the entrance to its parking lot blocked by a police cruiser. "It's the new national normal," intoned a deep male voice. "You know the story. A disgruntled employee walks into her workplace with a gun and a heart full of malice and begins to kill. But what happened next at this shopping center in St. Pocente, Florida, will surprise and inspire you." "Here we go," said Rickles. "I'll tell you what, boy. I do like to see myself on TV. Hey, did you get a call from Bill O'Reilly's people?" "Yeah, and 2020. We going to do them too?" "I guess." "Good," Rickles said and sighed. "I have days when I think about being killed in the line of duty. And you know what haunts me? The idea that I'll miss all that sweet, heartbreaking coverage when I'm gone." "What if you die in your own bed at 75 after an early morning screw?" "I'd rather get blown away," Rickles said and took another pull on his beer. "I'd prefer to die a legend, but I doubt I'll be that lucky." "I'll keep my fingers crossed for you," Kellaway said. July 11, 10 a.m. When Jay Rickles told Kellaway that he had once stocked his office with black faces to put a black journalist at ease, he was guilty of exaggeration. He hadn't really planted his window washer at a desk and told him to pretend to be a detective. The window washer was Cambodian and wasn't even working that day. But it was true that Shane Wolf, an IT guy from Atlantic Data Stream, had been in the office on the morning Lantern Glass arrived to interview Chief Rickles about the tragic death of an unarmed black youth in 1993 at the hands of the police. Shane was usually at the St. Pocente Police Department 2 or 3 times a week to rebuild their office network, which was still improbably running Windows XP. And it was also true that Rickles had planted Shane at an empty detective's desk close to the front door, so Aisha Lanternglass would spot a black man in a tie as soon as she walked in. At the time, Lanternglass had nodded to Wolf, and he had mildly nodded back, and from that moment on they had studiously ignored each other. She knew him right away, of course, would have known him even if he didn't service the computers at the Digest. Wolf and Coulson had gone to school together, had dated some of the same girls, but it wouldn't have served to acknowledge him openly. As it happened, Shane Wolf's frequent jobs for the St. Pocente Police were his highest-paying gigs. First the cops paid him, and then Aisha did, if he came across anything she could use. On Thursday, Wolf showed up at the Digest just as Aisha was finishing her morning workout. She was running steps, 2 flights up and then back, 48 steps in a complete circuit. She kept her free weights tucked in the shadows under the staircase. There was no space for them in the 4-room apartment she shared with Dorothy, and Tim Chen didn't mind. "How many times do you go up and down?" Shane asked her, his voice echoing in the concrete stairwell. She trotted to the bottom of the steps. 50 rotations. Almost done. 5 left. Are you crying?" Shane Wolf leaned into the open metal door that led to the parking lot. He didn't look like a tech nerd. He was 6'3", maybe 200 pounds, his neck as thick as his head. His eyes were bloodshot and streaming and tragic. "It's the smoke. I drove through a big cloud of it on the way here. I've never used my windshield wipers to brush away sparks before. They had me over to the PD yesterday to scrub the hard drives in Vice. About once a week they go looking for online porn and find Russian malware instead. Anyway, while I was over there, I saw the ballistics report on the mall thing." She started running upstairs again. Her calves throbbed. "Hold that thought. I'll be back." "Hey," he said, "is that good for your glutes? All those stairs? Must be." She hesitated, almost missed a step, kept going, didn't answer him. Tim Chen was waiting for her at the top of the steps. He had pushed open the Digest office's fire door and sat on the landing, leaning against it, with Aisha's battered old MacBook in his lap. He was editing her piece. "I gotta cut these 2 paragraphs at the end," he told her in a remote, distracted sort of way. "You're 500 words over, and this stuff isn't important." "The hell I'm 500 words over." She slowed at the landing, put her hands on her knees, and inhaled deeply. Lanternglass craned her head to see what he was cutting. "Oh, come on, Tim. Don't cut that. Why would you cut that?" "You make it sound like Kellaway got kicked out of the Army. He didn't get kicked out. He served his country for a full tour in Iraq. Then he came home and stopped the mass shooting. He was ADSEPT, administratively separated. That's kicked out." "Don't you have terrible things to do to your body?" Tim asked. "Jesus," she said, and trotted away down the steps. Wolf watched her approach, his reddened eyes streaming. He looked like a mourner at the edge of a grave. "Okay," she said. "Give it to me. Sources close to the investigation say Becky Colbert shot Roger Lewis 3 times with a .357 mag. The first one nailed him in the chest while he was facing her. He turned to run, and she tagged him in the back and the left buttock. At that point, Becky Colbert probably tried to leave the office and was surprised by Mrs. Haswar. The way it looks, she slew the baby and Yasmin both with just 1 shot, right to the center mass." "Slew? That's a very Old Testament way of putting it," she said. "Maybe you should be a writer." "Shortly after Colbert killed the Haswars, Mr. Kellaway entered Devotion Diamonds. She retreated into the office. They exchanged words. Boom, boom, he fires 2 shots. One missed, the other caught her in the left lung. She went down, and he turned away to attend to Mrs. Haswar. Bob Lutz walked in and approached the shooter to see if she was still alive. Unfortunately for him, she was. Becky Colbert shot him right between the eyes, military precision. At that point, Kellaway disarmed her, but it's pretty much over anyhow. She bled out shortly after emergency services arrived on the scene." Lanternglass was running up the stairs by then and was too out of breath to reply. She climbed 24 steps to where her editor sat on the concrete landing. "You almost done?" Tim Chen asked. "You're making me tired, and I'm only watching." "Why are you cutting the stuff about his military service?" she gasped. He read her own article back to her. "Kellaway may have missed his chance at heroic distinction in the Gulf. His tour of duty was troubled, and he did not receive an honorable discharge. But following the events at the Miracle Falls, he'll be celebrated for his service at last." Why would you write that? His Army record a decade ago isn't relevant. You're taking a perfectly satisfying feel-good story and stapling on this strange, catty ending. Catty? I was going to say bitchy, but it isn't politically correct. He was dismissed from the Army for excessive use of force as an MP. He routinely drew his firearm in non-threatening situations and once punched a handcuffed prisoner. Look at the record. This guy is not a war hero, no matter how they made it sound on Telling Stories the other night. Out of curiosity, Tim Chen said, This guy Kellaway punched, back when he was an MP, the handcuffed prisoner, was he a black guy? Oh, for fuck's sake, she said, and ran back down the stairs to Wolf. Wolf dabbed at the corners of his eyes with a white handkerchief. I can show you some good stretches. For what? She said. For your glutes. You want to stretch them out before you abuse them like that. She slowed again as she approached the bottom of the steps. You said something funny a minute ago. You said, the way it looks, she slew the baby and Yasmin Haswar with one shot. Yeah, and you made fun of me. No, hang on. What do you mean, the way it looks? He wiped under his eyes. That's the only theory that fits the facts. They're still digging around for the bullet. It went through a mirror in the drywall behind and disappeared into the bowels of the Miracle Falls Mall. Slew, bowels, glutes. You're full of interesting words, Shane. Can I make a suggestion? She started back up the stairs. What? Verbally admiring a woman's glutes isn't the right way to lean into asking her out. Say something about her laugh. She was 20 steps up when he shouted after her, You'd have to laugh for me to say something nice about it. I work with what I have. Chen was still sitting there at the top of the steps. Yeah, all right, Lantern Glass said. When he was with the military police, Kellaway handcuffed a black private in front of his girlfriend and then punched him. And last year, he pulled a gun on a black teenager who he thought was stealing from the mall. Turned out the kid was an out-of-uniform employee moving stock from one store to another. And what matters here isn't that they were both black. What matters is that Kellaway has a history of going Rambo, acting violently without thought. There's nothing in the article about him harassing employees. She jogged in place in front of him. No, my source asked me not to print that story. Point is, I don't think it would be the worst thing for this paper to at least hint at the possibility that Randall Kellaway is predisposed to using excessive force. Just in case the cops recover the security footage on the conveniently destroyed iMac, and we find out he shot Becky Colbert when she was trying to surrender. Like the way Coulson got shot? She quit jogging and gripped her knees and lowered her head. When she inhaled, it felt like there was a cactus in her chest where her heart belonged, needles bristling against her lungs. Jesus, she said. That's a low fucking blow, Tim. Is it? He said calmly. You hear this story about Randall Kellaway harassing a black kid. You hear about him assaulting a black soldier in the army. Now he's a hero, and he's got Jay Rickles hugging him on TV and calling him a good guy with a gun. If Kellaway's story came apart, you could humiliate the both of them. You could take out two with one shot. No, Tim. Words aren't bullets. When Yasmin Haswar and her baby hit the floor, that was two taken out with one shot. Tim Chen firmly and forcefully tapped two keys. One of them was delete. Give me a reason to trash his military record, and we'll put it in the very next story. But your personal issues don't count as a reason. She was surprised at the sudden deep stab of hurt in her stomach. It was on her lips to say, fuck you, but she didn't say it. It was on her lips to say, that's so fucking unfair, Tim. But she didn't say that either. She turned and ran away, ran back down the steps, because the thought was in her mind that it wasn't unfair at all, and maybe if she moved quickly enough, she could leave her shame behind, up on the top landing with her friend and editor. When she got to the bottom of the stairs, Shane Wolf said, Smoke is bothering you too, huh? What? Your eyes, he said and pointed. You're crying too. Want my hanky? She snatched it away from him and wiped her face. Thank you. I know a pretty good rooftop bar, he said. It's up 5 stories. I could take the elevator and you could run, and we could meet at the top for a beer. It'd be great exercise. It's hard to go out when you have an 8-year-old, she said. I can afford to pay you for the ballistics report, or I can pay for a sitter, but I can't pay for both. So? The report's on me, then. The beers, too. She very gently punched him in the chest and turned and started back up the stairs. That's sweet, Shane, but I don't want to take advantage. And stop staring at my glutes. Lantern Glass was a dozen steps up when she paused and looked back. Shane Wolf stood in the open door to the parking lot, covering his eyes to shield them from the sight of her glutes. So, wait, she called down to him. She stopped running, stood there with her fists balled on her hips. 4 shots when she killed Lewis and the Huswars. A pause. Then 2 more when Kellaway enters the store and shoots her. Another pause. Then 1 more when Becky Colbert executes Bob Lutz. 7 shots in, 5 minutes? That's about it, he said. Huh, she said, turning to climb on. When she got to the top of the stairs, Tim Chen was still sitting there, back to the open fire door, holding her laptop. I want to apologize, he said, for what I said a minute ago. Don't apologize, she said. Just stick it back in. He sighed heavily. I can't think of one good reason to even play footsie with defaming the guy. How about this, she said. The cops say Colbert fired 4 times. 3 into Raj Lewis, 1 into Yasmin and her baby. A minute later, Kellaway enters the store and fires twice. Hits her once, misses once. Finally, about a minute after that, there's the last shot, the one that kills Bob Lutz. That's what the forensics report tells us. Okay, but there's an eyewitness, really an ear witness, who heard the whole thing, and he said it was 3 shots, a pause, then 2, a pause, then 2 more. So, your ear witness was scared to death and got it wrong. Happens all the time. He was texting his girlfriend. He texted her after each burst of gunfire. He was sure. 3, 2, 2. Not 4, 2, 1. I don't even know what that means. It means there was another shot after the one that killed Bob Lutz. Explain that. Tim Chen couldn't. He sat there tapping one finger against the edge of the laptop. Did your ear witness show you the text messages proving he heard what he says he heard when he heard it? Did you see the timestamps? No, she admitted. I had to pick up Dorothy from tennis camp. I didn't get a chance to look at the texts, but I'm sure he'd share them if I asked. Tim nodded and said, Okay, well, that might be interesting. But I don't see what it has to do with Randall Kellaway's piss-poor military record. Nothing. So why denigrate his service at all, even casually? To fuck with him and see what happens. You can find out a lot about someone by fucking with them. Yeah? You learned that in journalism school, Aisha? That ain't J school, brother, she said. That's old school. July 12, 6:13 p.m. They taped for the O'Reilly Factor at the same local TV studio where they'd recorded their bits for Telling Stories in 2020. When Rickles and Kellaway came out into the warm, smoky evening, Aisha Lanternglass was waiting for them. She cut them off before they could get to Rickles' pickup. Hey, guys, she said. What do you say about giving your local paper 10 minutes? Or do I gotta have a TV show for you to talk to me? She grinned to flash her very white teeth, razzing them just one of the guys. She was trim and fit in a pair of blue jeans and a sleeveless black top, strappy sandals. She'd brought her daughter with her, which was cheap manipulation in Kellaway's opinion. The little girl sat on the hood of the world's crappiest Passat. Her daughter wore a crocheted beanie with a cat's face on it, gray cat ears poking up. The kid ignored the grown-ups, leafing through the pages of a picture book. Jay Rickles beamed, creases deepening in his seamed face. He hitched his belt up. Aisha, I got your voicemail. Getting back to you has been at the top of my list of things to do for about 3 days now. You want my secretary to give you a ring, see if we can pencil something in?" "That's great," she said. "If you could give me 10 minutes right now, and then if we could follow up in a couple of days with a longer sit-down, that would be perfect." Rickles glanced at Kellaway. "We better give her her 10 minutes. I'm afraid if I try to climb into the truck, she'll tackle me." Kellaway found it difficult to look her directly in the face. His insides were hot, sick, and inflamed. He had heard all about her article, trashing his military service first thing in the morning. They'd hashed it out on the morning news shows. "New details have emerged about Rand Kellaway, the hero of last week's Miracle Falls shooting," said the newsboy, a kid who looked like he ought to be bagging groceries, not blabbing on TV. "The St. Pacenti Digest is reporting today that Mr. Kellaway was released from the U.S. military in 2003 after repeated allegations that he was guilty of using excessive force in his time as an MP. Gun control activists have already seized on the piece to argue that Kellaway escalated the situation by entering with a loaded—" Later, Kellaway found a wrinkled copy of the digest in the green room at the TV studio and read the article for himself. There was nothing new in the whole story until the last couple of paragraphs, where they made him sound like a third-world torturer instead of a soldier. A postage stamp-size photograph of Aisha Lanternglass ran alongside the piece, grinning just the way she was grinning now. His first thought was that George would hear all about it. Holly had emailed a couple days before to say that George never missed the local news now, watched the morning show before school and the evening show at dinner to see what they were going to say about his father today. Now George would hear that the army had thrown his father out because he couldn't control his temper. George would hear that his father wasn't good enough to serve his country. It had been all Kellaway could do to maintain his composure during the Bill O'Reilly taping. The parking lot in front of the local studio was a wide expanse of brand-new blacktop, soft in the lingering heat of the day. The sun was still up, but it was impossible to see it. The horizon was an ochre thunderhead of smoke. Lanternglass held her phone out to record their conversation, stabbing it at Kellaway like a knife. "Mr. Kellaway, it's been almost a week since the shooting. I think most of what our readers want to know is, how are you doing?" "Just fine. No trouble sleeping. Ready to go back to work." "When do you think that might be?" "Mall's opening tomorrow. I'll be there for the first shift." "That's dedication." "It's called a work ethic," he said. "I wonder if you've had a chance to speak with the families of the bereaved. Have you been in touch with Mr. Haswar, Yasmin's husband, or Bob Lutz's parents?" "Why would I do that? Just to say, I'm sorry I didn't save the people you love?" Biting off his words a little. Jay Rickles patted his shoulder. "There'll be a time to reach out to them for sure, maybe after they've had a chance to begin the healing process, and after Mr. Kellaway has had a chance to heal himself." Kellaway thought there was something cautionary in the way Rickles was petting him like a dog. "Down, boy." He shrugged so Rickles would stop doing it. "I'm sure after what you've been through, your own family has been a source of strength," Lanternglass said. "You have a son, yes?" "Yes." "And he lives with his mother? Where is that? I'd love to know a little more about your family situation. I gather you're separated. Are you seeking a divorce? I checked the county records." "Did you? Looking around for a little dirt? Who told you to start digging into the separation?" The little girl over on the hood of the car lifted her chin and stared at them, her attention drawn by Kellaway's raised voice. "No one. We always talk to the family after something like this." "Not this time. Stay away from my wife and my boy." "Mom?" asked the little girl sitting on the Passat, her voice querulous and uneasy. Lanternglass darted a look back at her, waved. "Just another minute, Dorothy." She regarded Kellaway again, smiling in a puzzled sort of way, and said softly, "Hey, we're all pals here." Let's not upset my kid with a lot of shouting. Did you worry you might upset my kid when you smeared my military record in your article this morning? Did that thought ever cross your mind?" Rickles wasn't smiling anymore. He patted Kellaway's shoulder again and said, "All right now. All right. Rand has been under a lot of strain. Aisha, I'm going to ask you to show some consideration and go easy on him." She nodded, took a step back. She wasn't smiling anymore either. "Okay. Sorry. I know it's been an exhausting week. Jay, have your office call me. We'll make an appointment to talk about the police response." "Will do," Rickles said. He had Kellaway by the arm now, gripping him just above the elbow, and began to steer him toward the truck. "Oh, hey," Lantern Glass said. "One more thing while I've got you. The security department at Miracle Falls Mall isn't supplied with guns. Was your firearm your own personal weapon?" Kellaway knew a trap when he heard it, knew she wanted him on record admitting he owned a firearm in defiance of the restraining order. "Wouldn't you like it if it was?" His stomach hurt like cancer. As the two men drove out of the parking lot, they passed Lantern Glass sitting on the hood of her Passat, rubbing her daughter's back and staring at the truck. Eyes narrowed in speculation. Rickles pulled out so fast the rear tires spit pebbles. He accelerated north up the highway, toward St. Pocenti. "The hell was that all about, partner?" Rickles said. For the first time ever, he sounded clipped and a little cross. "My kid watches the news morning, noon, and night to hear the latest about his old man. She made it sound like I left the army in disgrace, and he's going to hear that. He's also going to hear about you getting made special deputy soon enough. Lantern Glass is a rinky-dink reporter for a rinky-dink local paper. Most of what she writes is there to fill space between ads and wedding announcements. But you go making a lot of smoke, she's going to think there's fire. Speaking of," he said, scowling. They drove into a thick, fluffy cloud of it. The smoke burned Kellaway's eyes. They drove another half a mile, and then Rickles said, "Is there anything I need to know about that gun?" "Yeah," Kellaway said. "If I didn't have it, there'd be a whole lot more people dead." Rickles didn't reply. They went on in an uncomfortable silence for 1 minute, and then 2. And finally Rickles said something obscene under his breath and turned on the radio. They listened to news the rest of the way back, didn't say a word to each other. Bombs in Iraq, sanctions against Iran. And in bad news for the firefighters trying to tamp down the Ocala blaze, the wind was shifting toward the east. With moderate gales expected, the fire now endangered homes and businesses on the western edge of St. Pocenti. More on that story, the anchor promised, as it developed. 6:27 p.m. "Are we going?" Dorothy asked. "Or are we just going to sit here?" "Just sit here for a minute," Lantern Glass said. "Mama might need to make a call." They idled in the car in front of the TV station with the windows down and the music low. Lantern Glass went over it again in her mind, playing back what Kellaway had said and how he'd said it. Kellaway hadn't wanted to look at her, but when he did, when he met her eyes, she felt him hating her. She had wanted to fuck with him, wanted to see how he'd respond. Now she knew. What he made her think of was a gun, a big cocked pistol, the kind of thing Wyatt Earp carried around. In her mind, Lantern Glass pictured this enormous cannon with the hammer pulled back, resting on the passenger seat of a car as the vehicle sped along a bumpy, rutted dirt road. When the car jolted, the gun shimmied and slid a little farther across the seat toward the edge. Any fool could see what would happen if it was knocked down. It would go off. She had the nasty idea that if Kellaway were knocked down, he would go off too. She'd asked if it was his gun, and he'd said, "Wouldn't you like it if it was?" Why would she like it? "Mom, I have to pee." "You always have to pee. You got a bladder about the size of a walnut." Lantern Glass said, and she picked up her phone and dialed Richard Watkins at the state police. Watkins answered on the second ring.